pleasure to welcome you all to the National Seminar on Maize to Ethanol, organized by the Department of Food and Public Distribution. Can we all please start with a round of applause? Thank you very much. I'm your host, Prerna, and I'm delighted and privileged to play host to such an accomplished audience. I would like to thank each one of you for taking the time out and joining us for this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, today all of us have gathered here to discuss the potential of maize to ethanol conversion, which is a pure and clean and renewable fuel. This seminar will provide a platform to industry experts, policy makers, researchers to discuss various aspects of maize to ethanol conversion. Today's seminar is divided into several sessions focusing on different aspects of maize to ethanol conversion, and also apart from the informative sessions, we've also organized an interactive Q&A post every session. So without any further ado, let's kickstart today's seminar with the very first session, which is on collaborative strategy for higher maize production. And none other than Shri Subodh Kumar Singh Ji, Additional Secretary, Sugar, and Dr. P.K. Singh, Agricultural Commissioner, will moderate the session. Can we all welcome them to the dais? Shri Subodh Kumar Singh is the IAS officer of the 1997 batch of Chhattisgarh cadre. Presently, he is posted as Additional Secretary in the Department of Food and Public Distribution. He has vast experience in administration, policy formulation, and implementation. He has varied exposure of sugar industry and food grain procurement and its supply chain management up to the distribution to the beneficiaries under National Food Security Act. Dr. P.K. Singh is a renowned agricultural scientist and presently serving as Agricultural Commissioner in Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Dr. Singh has significantly contributed in the field of agricultural sciences, especially in genetics and plant breeding. He works on molecular and conventional breeding for wheat improvement. He is involved in research for more than 13 years in the field of crop improvement for multiple stress and acted as PI in the projects for developing rest resistance and climate resilient varieties of wheat. A very warm welcome. Sure, sir.
Yeah, because just I can correct. I had worked always in sugarcane with 14 varieties of sugarcane to my credit, and for last 30 years I am working for sugarcane.
Sure, sir. Please accept our apologies, and can we all once again welcome both the session moderators? A very warm welcome to you. Thank you very much for joining us and sparing your valuable time for us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the learned speakers on the dais. We have with us Dr. Hanuman Sahai Jat. He is serving as Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Maize Research, Ludhiana. Request Dr. Jat to please join us on stage. Dr. Jat has made outstanding contributions in developing and scaling of conservation agriculture-based management technologies for predominant maize, rice, and wheat systems of India. Dr. Jat demonstrated the system-based management and practices to produce more food from less inputs while improving the agroecological resilience. Presently, he is leading the maize research in the country. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Roshan Lal Tamak is the CEO at Messrs DCM Shri Ram Limited. Can we please welcome them with a round of applause as they join us on the dais? He has more than 3 decades of experience in the sugar sector of setting up greenfield projects, acquisitions, and operations. His achievements have been well appreciated by industry and government bodies. He has been recently elected to the Global Board of Directors in Bonscukro in London, UK. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Amit Sachdev is serving as Indian representative for the US Grains Council. He is a renowned expert of dairy and poultry farming. He is an independent consultant covering various aspects of livestock production, processing, and marketing, also an international agricultural trade analyst and India specialist. He is on the panel of various national agencies and companies. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Once again, a very warm and hearty welcome to all the distinguished panelists present on the days. And now I hand over the session to the respected session chairs for the further proceedings. Over to you, sir.
So from Department of Food and Public Distribution, I welcome you all to this national seminar on maize and ethanol with me, Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. Jat, Mr. Tamak, and Mr. Anil Sachdev, and the officers from the state government, the representatives from the distilleries, from the CLAPMA, from the industry, the ladies and gentlemen. So this is a very important seminar on maize to ethanol. As all of you know that we are a surplus food producing country, and we export about 30 million ton of food grain in a year, and other than that we export 6 to 10 million ton sugar also in a year. If we leave this this financial year and last financial year, when the because of the geopolitical situation, the prices of agri commodities are better. Otherwise, the prices of the agri commodities was always depressed, and farmers could not get the right price for their commodities. Even 2 years back, the maize used to be like at the rate of 12 rupees kg, something 15 rupees kg. Likewise, all the commodities, even wheat, paddy, everything was like at below MSP and far below MSP. So this ethanol program is like something which will support our farmers. About like we have decided that the 20% blending we will achieve by 25 this after that 2 3 years. So in that by that time we will be using about 16.5 million ton of food grains for this. About 6 million ton of equivalent sugar will be diverted towards ethanol. So this will give a large boost to the agri sector, and a lot of like commodities our farmers are increasing their production, and that can be consumed within the country, and we will not need the import of crude oil up to that extent. And lot of investment will happen in the rural India in terms of distilleries, and because of use of ethanol, the carbon emission reduces significantly. So it's a win-win situation for everyone in terms of employment, in terms of forex saving, in terms of boosting the farm sector, and so much employment. So this program was like conceived. And then initially the ethanol was like made from the sugar sector, from molasses. Then we started with B-heavy molasses. Then we started with juice also, and the broken rice, the damaged food grain. But we realized if we want to achieve 20% blending, then we have to use the food grains and other feedstocks also. So, because the no food grain like maize production in the country is not that much, so we started with the FCI rice because we used to have surplus rice with us. But if we see the practice internationally, then nowhere rice is used for the consumable rice is not used for ethanol, and there is always a debate for that. So the government has decided that we should go for maize. Like US is the largest ethanol producing country, and they produce from maize to ethanol is being produced from maize. And here also, because of the paddy, it takes lot of water. And there are many areas where the summer paddy is grown. So we need to diversify our crops. For in Punjab also, the groundwater has gone down like anything in last few years. And if they continue to grow like this, then it's like it will be sort of a desertification. So we need to diversify the crops, and our farmers also take maize in a large area, but in some states productivity is very good, the yield is very good, and some states this yield is very low. So with all this like background, we are organizing this seminar. We should go for maize to ethanol that is sustainable. It needs less water, and the price of ethanol will be very less if we convert from FC rice. So overall cost to government is very high, and if we convert from maize, then the cost is less. So with all this background, it is decided that let us promote maize in the country, and if we go for like maize production on the existing area, the yield can be improved and the crop can be diversified. Then the new area will come and further maize will be produced. So ethanol can be like sufficient maize can be made available for ethanol. And with the technology, the DDGS is required, the poultry feed and animal feed. So a lot of quantity, about 26% of raw material is converted to DDGS. So that will supplement in our the requirement of cattle feed in the country. So it solves so many problems in one go if we go for ethanol. So with this background, we are organizing this seminar, and in first session we have this collaborative strategy for higher maize production, and the presentations will be made by the panelist and Dr. P.K. Singh. So I request Dr. P.K. Singh to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, can we have the presentation on the screen? Is it there or I should give? Okay. Thank you. So I will go from there and then I can go. So very good morning to all of you. As we all know that Indian agriculture uh, is always under pressure from different say environment, climate and all those things, and then so many other pressures are always there, our needs. But for last 20,000 years, if we see the growth of Indian agriculture, it always followed a principle of that is Prakriti, from Prakriti. Then as per our Sanskriti, we developed the things, varieties and all those things. And then some Vikritis came, and then we have to again go back to the Prakriti to find out the solutions. So again, this kind of situation has risen due to increasing cost of petroleum, then a lot of pressure on exchequer. Foreign currency has to be used for purchasing petroleum products from there. So our Sanskriti of growing with our farmers promote us to go for something which we can cultivate, that is green energy or renewable energy kind of things are to be promoted. So let us start with this, how we can take maize in this system, our own system, how we can promote maize. Where's that PPT? So this is maize is the third most important cereal crop, as we all know, after rice and wheat, if you see. So we can rice and wheat, yeah, they are the staple food crop. Whereas if we see the maize, it is basically going 50% or more than 50% of it is going for cattle feed and poultry feed and all those feed kind of thing. So yes, there are many scopes to transfer or reuse it as something which is like ethanol production. So if we see the growth in maize being a C4, and then it has several other specialties. It can be taken up in Rabi crop, it can be taken as Kharif crop, it can be taken as a spring or summer crop also. And the area, if you see, from 1950-51, when it was just 31 lakh hectare, now it is more than 100 lakh hectare. That is, there's 3.5 times growth in area. But the production has increased at least 25 times, or 25 times the production has increased. So just by increasing three times area, we have increased the production by 25 times. Again, the yield, if you see, in 1950-51, it was just 550 kg or so, and now it is something like 35 quintal per hectare. But the scope, the potential of the new varieties which are there in the market, hybrid, single cross hybrids which are there in the market, are in the process or release, they are of 10 ton, that is 100 quintal per hectare varieties potential is available. And we are not discussing here MSP because yeah, it is fixed as per the cost of cultivation, so that can be a variable component, and that is not the real good time to discuss the MSP for maize here. Next, please. So this is again the area, production and yield in major states. That is 10 major states. If we see the area, 16 lakh hectare, 16 lakh hectare, 12 lakh hectare, like that. So these are the three major states, and their yield is also quite good, almost near to national average. Whereas some states like Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, where the area is low, but yield is very high, that is more than 70 quintals per hectare, also 65, 70 quintal per hectare. So we need to focus on all kinds of areas with different strategy. That is the thing. So this kind of variability is there. We can achieve this, and we are there at because many farmers must be there in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra who need hand holding for promoting the maize, so that their yield can also be increased towards that what we are getting with few farmers from Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So such kind of strategy we will be making in this session, that how we are going to produce, how we are going to handhold those farmers, what should be the allocation of varieties, what should be the allocation of targets, and all those things have to be taken up. Next, please. As I have said that most of it, that is 60% of the production is going for poultry and livestock feed. So we cannot leave the animals to hunger, but yes, we can include, we have to, that's why it was thought that DDGS and all those things should be developed side by side. Simultaneous development of all those things have to be there. That is area expansion, yield enhancement, and then use cases. Whatever use cases are there, we have to take all of those in a so that there is no competition with the poultry feed or this and ethanol production, and then wherever maize is required, there should not be intercrop or intracrop competition should be there. Next, please. So if we try to map those grain-based distilleries in the country with the 17 major states, they are 129 distilleries are can be mapped with those, and again upcoming distilleries 82. If I this is a dynamic data, new distilleries will come, and if we map those with the production of maize in these states, 17 states, it's come to around 298 lakh tons of maize is being produced by these states where these distilleries are available. So that is enough, I think, to for as of now, because many of those are in their development phase, these distilleries, but they will be requiring huge amount of maize, that is around 18 million tons. And at present, we are producing something like 34, 35 million tons of maize, out of which 50% will be required by them. So either we have to go for area expansion in these states, or we have to go for yield expansion or yield enhancement to cover that gap. Next, please. So from ministry side, we have started these some schemes which are targeting maize, that is National Food Security Mission. Since 2014-15 itself, we were trying to promote maize to all these our schemes. Then Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana came, RKVY Raftar and all those. Then again, crop diversification program was also launched for those places where irrigation water table is going down, and so that we can diversify. And even the this rain-fed rice or irrigated rice, both can be diversified with maize if that level of remuneration or benefit can be achieved by the farmers. That is what they are getting in rice wheat system or maize wheat system or some other systems. Just like maize, mustard and moong system in Haryana, that can be a very remunerative system. But how we are going to promote, that is the crop diversification program. And we are focusing on this with, there is one institute of ICR at IIFSR Modipuram. So we are trying, we have been working with them in a project where they are trying to diversify something like 5 million hectare with other crops, wherever the diversification can be made. So maize is also a component in that. Next, please. So some with our lot of say, what can I say, promotion or something like that. Some states have taken special projects on promotion of maize by diverting rice wheat around distilleries under RKBY. Then some states are organizing large-scale cluster demonstrations on high-yielding varieties near to these distilleries in 50 to 100 kilometer area. And then existing distilleries are encouraged to start buyback arrangements, not through PDS that FCI will purchase on MSP and then supply to that. So that is increasing the handling cost. So instead, if we can have such kind of buyback arrangements with the distilleries directly with the farmers. So Tamak Saab is here. He knows that how to manage sugarcane in the sugar factories. So such kind of arrangement is needed here also. So state governments of Chhattisgarh and Uttar Pradesh have covered something like 75,662 hectares under demonstrations on maize during 21-22. And then next, please. And then now this year, last year also, the season which has just finished, they have gone for demonstrations on 1,48,000 hectares of land with so many farmers in Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh and all those places. So again, this committee is working on how to bring in or associate the multiple stakeholders. And the production of maize has increased from, you say, 31.65 million tons 2021 to 34. That is almost 3 million ton increase has been made in just 1 year. So yes, there is a lot of scope with maize to increase the production and productivity. So for that, we have here Mr. Jat from IIMR, his director IIMR. He will show the strategies how we can go for the increase in those things. Next, please. So you are going to come here? You can present up here? Okay, thank you. So he will continue the plan.
Thank you, Dr. Sahab. Now, basically, the task that is given to me is how we can increase the area under the maize cultivation and how we can increase the productivity under maize crop under the different agroecological situations of the country. So, if you look at the scenario of the existing and the upcoming grain-based distilleries, in this map, we have shown the existing distilleries. Please, next. Next. Yes. So these are the existing distilleries that have highlighted in the red shape, and in the right hand side, if you look at the upcoming capacity of total KLPD capacity. So now the major emphasis of the grain-based distilleries were particularly in the western IGP that comprise of the Punjab, Haryana and the Himachal Pradesh and the Uttarakhand. And right now in the upcoming capacity or upcoming distilleries, the major focus was given on the eastern part of the India, in particular in the Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh and the West Bengal. So these are the two niche area where there is a need to increase the area as well as the productivity so that we can achieve the target of 20% ethanol blending. Next, please. Next. So this is the regional analysis that has been done on the maize production and the distillate demand. So in the northwest India, we have a capacity of almost 7,000 KLPD, whereas in case of the central region, we have almost 4,600 kiloliter per day capacity. In the eastern region, the highest one is in the eastern region, where we do have more than 7,000 capacity of the distilleries, whereas in case of the southern region, it is around more than 3,000 kiloliters per day. Next, please. So this is how we can increase the area. So these are the target area where we can increase the area under the maize cultivation. In case of the Western IGP, the major cropping system in the Western IPG is rice wheat cropping systems, and it is shown in almost around 4 to 5 million hectare area, that in Punjab, Haryana, and the Western UP. So here is rice, because of the rice wheat cropping system, so there is a decline in groundwater table, and that is going at the speed of almost 0.2 to 1.5 meters every year under the different regions. So here we can have an opportunity to replace the rice with the maize during the Kharif season, and also we can go for the spring maize. Of course, spring maize requires more water as compared to the Kharif maize. But in case of the, if you go for the Kharif maize cultivation, it requires only 15 to 20% of the total water required by the rice crops. If you look at the data, for 1 kilogram of the rice, we need almost 3,000 liters of the water, good quality water. But for maize, we need only 700 to 800 liters of the water to produce 1 kilogram of the maize. So these are the area where we can diversify our cropping systems with the maize wheat systems instead of the rice wheat systems. The another area we have in the area expansion in the Jammu and Kashmir, where the maize is now is coming in a good way, and also in the northern Assam and the other northern eastern regions, where is maize is coming, not only the starch corn but also the other types of the corns, that is the popcorn, baby corn, and the and other types of the corns are coming in this area. So here in case of the eastern IGP, where we do have the where we can grow the rabi maize during the rabi season and the kharif maize during the rainy season, and here we have a upland paddy, and the productivity of the upland paddy is very less. It is never exceed 2 tons per hectare. So when we go for the maize cultivation, I think we can increase the productivity beyond 3.5 or 4 tons per hectare. So, and we have 4 to 5 million hectare area where we can replace the upland paddy with the maize in case of the eastern regions. Also, we can replace the wheat during the rabi seasons with the help of the maize, and where do we can achieve the highest productivity or higher productivity of almost 10 tons per acre. If you look at the average productivity of some of the state, it is around 7 tons per hectare. Also, in case of the southern regions, the replacement of the upland paddy with the maize in kharif and the replacement of the rice with maize in rabi is also there is an option in case of the Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and some parts of the Karnataka. Next, please. This is the data of the maize productivity. Some of the states like West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and the Andhra Pradesh, they are going very good, and I think we are getting a productivity of more than 7 tons per hectare. But in some other parts where we are going for the rain-fed cultivation or during the Kharif season, the productivity is low in most of the states of the country. Next. These are the districts. These are the districts-wise productivity map of India. We are having the high productivity in the Deccan region, especially in the Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and the Tamil Nadu. And also the medium productivity area are Eastern India, and the low productivity area are Rajasthan, Gujarat, and some parts of the Madhya Pradesh, and also low productivity also we are facing in the hilly regions in Jammu Kashmir, Uttaranchal, and Uttarakhand, and some other parts of the hilly states. In case of the Rabi, we are getting a very good yield, and I think it goes up to almost 11 tons per hectare in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana, in some parts of Tamil Nadu, and also in the West Bengal and the Bihar. So these are the districts where we are having the high productivity, and I think again we can increase the productivity in these states by applying the good management practices with the good quality hybrids. Next. This is the approach one, more area coverage under the single cross hybrids and establishment of the seed subs. I think this is one of the most strategy that we have to adapt. At present, we are having almost 70% of the area under the hybrid coverage, and out of that only around 35 to 40% under the single cross hybrids. So we have to phase out the double cross hybrids and the triple cross hybrids in a phasic manner in the years to come, so that when we put the more area under the single cross hybrids, I think we can increase our productivity by 1 to 1.5 tons per hectares. In case of the Kharif maize, climate resilient hybrids in rain-fed areas to be the top priority, because in climate resilient hybrids, because right now the climate is changing like anything, and sometimes we have a dry spell of almost 15 days, 20 days, and sometimes it is up to 30 days. In that situations, I think our main focus will be on the short duration varieties that has duration of almost 85 days to complete the life cycle of the maize crop. So in that area, our focus will be on that stress tolerance, low duration hybrids. A strategy for the single cross hybrids coverage, we have to think about the PPP mode and the farmers participatory seed production, and also there should be a greater role to play by the state seed corporation and the national seed corporations to supply the seeds to the farmers. Then restricted seeds are available only in the peninsular region, and in the peninsular region, more than 80% of the seed subs are located in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and in some parts of the Karnataka only. But in the rest part of the country, there are no seed hubs that can supply these seeds to the farmers. Additional seed requirements, we need almost 80,000 tons, and for that we need almost 40,000 hectare land for the certified seed productions. And I think this 40,000 should be scattered in the different ecologies in all parts of the country. Seed distribution, small packaging for difficult areas is required because of the quality concerns, and also there should be a seed treatments for the fall armyworm to be mandatory, as this pest is coming in a big way. Next. The approach to is targeting site-specific, zone-wise and season-wise package of practices. For the northern eastern plain zones, these are the use of the single cross hybrids, bed planting, weed and nutrient management. So for the different zones, the approaches should be different. For example, in case with North Hilly zones, the single cross hybrids with the mechanical planting, or especially by the use of the pneumatic planters or the two-wheel tractor-based planters is required in case of the hilly regions. But in case of the plains, we can go for the normal planters. Weed management, and in peninsular zone, acreage in the irrigated and upland paddy area and climate resilient hybrids for the Karnataka and the Maharashtra. In the northwestern plain zone, there is a requirement of the village and block level assured procurement, and also the best single cross hybrids with the best management practices. In the Rabi, if you look at the northeastern plain zone, the single crops hybrids, seed production with the production hubs and the markets should be there. And in peninsular zone, weed is a major problem in some parts of the country. And also we have a very good herbicides also. Topramazine, we have Tembotrione, we have then halosulfuron we have. But even then, sometimes there is a difficulty to control the weed. So also there is a need to identify, to develop the new herbicides to control the weeds in the peninsular zones. More in place of the Rabi rice and our enhancement increasing. So there is a replacement required, that rice must be replaced with the maize so that we can also can a good yield. Central West Zone area enhancement, low wheat production is there, and because of that there is a need to change the wheat area in case of the maize crops. Next. These are the some of the scale appropriate mechanization is required, and for that there is a need of the creation of the customizing centers and the hubs under the different regions. These are the some of the planting machinery that is required from the seed to the harvest, and for that these are number of the machinery are available: bed planters, pneumatic planters, roller planters, entry cultivators, and for harvesting these are the machinery that is required. And I think there should be subsidy so that farmers can get, and also there should be a need of the creation of the customizing center so that it can be easily accessible to every individual farmers. Next. This is some of the studies we have done also, and there is a required, at least in one region, there should be one participating innovation platforms for the creation of the knowledge hub so that farmers can come, or any other type of the stakeholders can come and learn how best we can increase our productivity and profitability with the maize cultivation. So this is the examples that we have done in 98 acres in 5 districts of the Punjab and 49 acres in 3 districts of Haryana in 2020 and 2021. And we have achieved a yield target of almost 7.5 tons per hectare of the yield maize with the 3 best hybrids that are available with us. One is Drona, then DKC 9166 and the CP858. Next. These are the approaches again required for awareness and capacity building to disseminate the best management practices. There is a requirement of the awareness and the capacity buildings of the all types of stakeholders, starting from the farmers to the policy makers also, and to popularize the alternate maize-based avenues with specialty corn, where we do not have the ability to grow the field corn, or if farmers is not interested, then we can also think about the specialty corn. Capacity development of the farmers, extension office, and other stakeholders are also required to mobilize the farmers into the groups, incubate, facilitate linkage with the other different types of stakeholders. Next. This is the economics that how maize is beneficial as compared to the rice. Of course, in every part or in every sphere of the cultivation, I think maize is more beneficial in terms of the rice. When we take the cost of cultivations perfectly, then we can replace the easily. If you look at the maize productivity in case of the Eastern India, the productivity is around 9.4 tons per hectare, but where in case of the paddy it is around only 3 tons per hectare. In case of the Kalinga Raj, it is same 5 tons per hectare in case of the maize and 3 tons per hectare in case of the rice. In case of and these are the 2 varieties that we have done. And if you look at the net returns from these hybrids, I think we are getting almost 3 to 4 times higher, or almost 2 to 3 times higher net returns as compared to the rice. So these are some of the economics that we have done in the Eastern India and Uttarakhand, where both Rabi as well as the Kharif maize are coming in big way. Next. This is the next. This is the roadmap. Next. This is the roadmap for the maize feedstock in ethanol, and for that, I think I have already covered most of the things. Scaling up the best management practices, learning platforms should be there, enhanced single cross hybrids and the best management practices, capacity building programs, awareness programs, advisory supports, and the literature video in the regional languages. Next. This is regarding the seed productions, where it is required the creation of the regional seed hubs in eastern, IGP, central and the hill ecologies. In case of the public-private partnerships, farmers participatory approach should be there, ethanol industry partnerships. Next. For this partnership and linkages, PP in seed production is must required because we are lacking in the seed productions. So this is required in the initial, or I should say in the first years, with the help of the industry partners and the other private partners. And ethanol plant producer linkage, machinery hub producer linkage, and for research also, we need some of the alignment with the industry also, so that we can do some good research in development of the single cross hybrids, in development of the climate resilient hybrids, or also in development of the hybrids that has higher starch content as compared to the other composite and the open pollinated hybrids. Next. These are the enabling policies, the poultry diversifying to alternatives. Next. So this the other alternative, that broken rice and the wheat can be used as a poultry feed rather than maize. I think we can switch this product for the maize to the poultry instead of the maize. And I think assured price and procurement is required. The minimum support price should be the different for the Kharif, Rabi and the spring maize separately, because when we want to diversify the rice, for example, in the Western IGP, then the minimum support prices for the Kharif maize should be higher as compared to the spring maize. Otherwise, the farmers will switch to the spring maize rather than going for the Kharif maize. So the price differences should be there, so that we can target the area accordingly. For example, in case of the Eastern IGP in Bihar and Punjab, I think Rabi maize, they are going for the Rabi maize, and it has high production potentials. So we can give some minimum support price 100 rupees or 150 rupees higher as compared to the Kharif maize and the Kharif and other spring maize. Now, drying facilities at farm gate, village level and mandi, because drying is the major problem in case of the maize, and the drying facilities should be there. So I think these three is required from the policy perspective sides. Next. These are some of the researchable issues. Side by side, I think research is also required. For that, speed building for the development of the high starch content hybrids is required. Evaluation of the high ethanol producing genotypes, enrichment of the DDGS feedstock quality. Research is required also on this. Standardization of the corn quality grades. If you look at in USA, they are going for the corn quality grades, and on that basis they are using for the ethanol production. Shelf life considerations for the bioethanol, that also should be considered, and optimization of the thermochemical and enzymatic delignification and creation of the agri-innovation platforms for better package of practices. And these are some of the research issues, and I think it should be continued with some funds from the industry or from the government side. Next. Thank you.
So after R&D research and research support, whatever is required from him, now we have Mr. Tamak with us. So he will be focusing on how they are going in for this kind of thing, because they have several grain-based distilleries coming up in the same area where still sugarcane was earlier used. So yes, they have some challenges there, so he can present that. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I should like to express my sincere thanks to Food Ministry for giving me this opportunity to share my views. And also, I should like to extend my compliments to Food Ministry under the leadership of Shri Subodh Kumar Singh ji to organize this wonderful session, because we all know that ethanol blending program has taken a good shape now, and this needs to be accelerated. And we all are clear that what are the challenges, that feedstock challenges can be met by maize, of course. I shall be touching upon our experiences of sugarcane, because sugarcane is the mainstay of ethanol blending program, and crop is crop, whether it is maize or sugarcane, it hardly matters. And over the years, sugarcane ecosystem has taken a solid shape. So I shall like to narrate my experiences so that those can be replicated into maize cultivation as well. So first of all, what are the unique aspects of sugarcane ecosystem? So unique aspects of sugarcane ecosystem are, number one, there is no intermediary involved. There is direct linkage with the farmers, and there is 365 days engagement with the farmers. That too, very active engagement. Payment to farmers is made directly, not today, about 20-25 years back. Since then, this practice is going on. Third, we have a very robust database. Strong ERP is there all around the country. We have the very, very detailed database of the farmers, whether it is acreage, whether it is their resources, or it is sugarcane cultivation, field-wise plotting is there, that 2 GPS-enabled system is there. So all across this is prevalent. And next is detailed supply scheduling. Means, of course, since sugarcane is a long duration crop, but that detailed supply scheduling is there, very, very well thought calendaring is there, and that too all across the country. So that farmer is fully aware in a transparent manner approximately at what time his purchase will be given to him to supply sugarcane. I have already mentioned that active engagement with the farmer is round the year for cane development, for cane supply, and other related aspects. We also, in sugar sector, we also provide active support to the farmers in terms of inputs, machines, good quality seeds, and all other extension activities. Those are being supported by industry. And above all, harvesting and transportation also. Transportation, entire industry carries away this transportation on its own all across the country. And in harvesting, yes, there are certain provisions, certain practices prevalent in different parts of country. Somewhere it is done directly, and somewhere it is done by the farmers themselves. So what does it mean? It means that there is a strong linkage, and we are involved very thickly with farmers in cane development and cane supply of their produce. Certain regulatory provisions, we should not forget that. And those regulatory provisions have also matured over time. Like, for example, the spatial distance of 15 kilometers is prevalent. What is the intent of this spatial distance? The intent of this spatial distance is that there is assured supply of sugarcane to the factories, because practically investment has happened and it should not go high and dry. There has to be a assurance in the project developer as well that he will be getting at least minimum supply of sugarcane. Second, the catchment area is defined, and the basic motive behind this catchment area is that there is a long-term linkage. हम सुख दुख के साथी हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि we come and go. And there is a catchment area. We sincerely try. Again, it is prevalent in the entire sugar sector that we sincerely believe, because we are the biggest beneficiary of that. So we sincerely are involved in cane development activities, and there is a long-term relationship with the farmers. And of course, the fundamental issue, the price, is notified by the central and state governments. And again, the purpose behind it is that there is a fair margin for farmers, so that his loyalty to the crop is there, and he continues to grow that sugarcane, and the interest of all the stakeholders are taken care. And lastly, it is assured offtake of entire produce. Perhaps this is the only crop where assured offtake of 100% offtake is guaranteed, and that too is being monitored by respective departments at government levels, and there is farmer is not left to distress, and this 100% offtake is taken by the millers. Next. Here I will be touching upon that what do we do. This all, as Dr. Jat has mentioned and Dr. Singh has mentioned in very detailed manner, that these are the essential activities what needs to be done, because we have to create an ecosystem, enabling ecosystem. That what is that enabling ecosystem, and how we have developed over the period. This is a DCM case study. The magnitude, the impact, the scale can vary from factory to factory, but by and large, its broad contours are similar everywhere. So what we have done, we have developed a multi-stakeholder partnership program in our catchment area. We have 4 factories in Uttar Pradesh. We have the combined capacity of 41,000 TCD. We crush about 650 lakh quintals cane annually, and we produce about 18 crore liter ethanol annually. So, and we cover about 3 lakh hectares land. 2 lakh growers are there, sugarcane growers are there. So what we have done, we have, first of all, we have created a physical infrastructure. Physical infrastructure in terms of, we have set up 4 soil testing labs to analyze soil samples and provide the analysis report to the farmers so that balanced nutrition is provided to their crops. We have also set up 2 biological control labs, and the biological control labs have been set up just to ensure that it is a balanced use of pesticides and insecticides, and biological control is promoted so that less usage of chemical pesticide is there. We have also set up a Suvidha Kendra call center. It is a 98 lines call center, and you will be happy to note that approximately 700 calls on an average basis are received on daily basis to that call center. And farmers ask their questions pertaining to, again, their sugarcane, crop, payment, calendar, purchase, and all other issues. And we have also developed a comprehensive app, which is very user-friendly, eSuvidha app, just to provide the all solutions related to sugarcane cultivation. But for this, we have also developed partnerships with various organizations, government organizations, private organizations, multilateral organizations, like if you see in the top, Indian Institute of Sugarcane Research, as here it is IMR. So we have tied up with them for 2 objectives. One, how to increase the income of the farmers in a systematic and methodical manner. Second, for evaluation of our water conservation measures. What is the impact of that? For these 2 projects, we have tied up with an Institute of Sugarcane Research. For variety is the center of everything. And variety is the base, basically. Better the variety, better the crop. So to source germplasm on ongoing basis, we have a collaboration with Sugarcane Breeding Institute, and we have set up our varietal museum just to evaluate the performance of different varieties. We have a tie-up with the International Finance Corporation and Solidaridad. Solidaridad is Dutch government-supported organization, and International Finance Corporation is a World Bank financial arm. So basically, these are our long-standing partners, and they are involved in capacity building and conceptualization this whole program. We have also, for mechanization, as Dr. Jatt has mentioned, and given details of various machines absolutely required for ensuring ease of doing agriculture. Mechanization is absolutely must. And for developing mechanization, you have to have a tie-up with the various machinery developers like New Holland, West Taylor, Sonalika, maybe others as well. So basically, we need to provide the mechanized solutions to the farmers so that their cost of cultivation is reduced, productivity is enhanced, and also ease of doing agriculture is ensured. We have a tie-up with for water conservation, Revolis and Netafim. These are the 2 prominent companies. And with Mahindra and Mahindra, we have to cope up with the changing times. We have to make ourselves future ready, and so we have to make our farmers also future ready. So to inculcate these concepts of ICT based on AI, machine learning, and remote sensing, satellite imagery, we have a collaboration with Mahindra. And we are trying to develop smart farms. And for input supply, we have a tie-up with a startup called Unnati. Next. So this is my last slide, and essentially, if I summarize the whole thing, what do we need to do? There are multiple stakeholders. Of course, government is the major stakeholder, and they have to put various policy measures in place, as has been done in case of ethanol blending program, very supportive policy framework. So first and foremost is a mechanism need to be developed for procurement distillate. So what need to be done, I shall not go into very much detail, but this is the basic thing. Farmer should be sure that his offtake will be taken by the ethanol plant. And of course, to make it commercially viable on an ongoing basis, there has to be a price parity between ethanol price and corn price. So these are the 2 major policy initiatives. As far as researchers are concerned, ICR and IMR is concerned, though both the previous speakers have detailed the programs and the activities and the initiatives to be taken, but this breeding program is the core of everything. Promising varieties suiting to industry requirements is absolutely must. They should align, the research priorities should align with industry requirement. And second, they should develop a package of practices that what are exactly required for for increasing the productivity of maize. And third, of course, the newest technologies, how those technologies can be tried into maize ecosystem, whether it is precision farming or use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, satellite imagery, remote sensing, and other technological tools. As far as industry is concerned, this is my firm belief and conviction that industry has to anchor this initiative. It cannot be left to farmers. It cannot be left to anybody. So as an anchor, industry needs to anchor this initiative, and they have to develop an effective extension program. They have to assemble a team of agronomists, pathologists, and mechanization experts just to develop this kind of ecosystem. And they need to provide the support to the farmers in terms of inputs, machine, and of course involve farmers actively in to create a demonstrative impact of various package of practices so that the farmers see and adopt those practices. And also, they should leverage government schemes. There are so many government schemes. Very, very progressive government schemes are there. But the gap is that those schemes are not being leveraged effectively. So industry has to act as a linker between the government schemes and the farmers. And of course, they need to develop the procurement and storage infrastructure at their distillery gate. With this, if we all take all these steps, certainly the queen of cereals, that is maize, can be promoted in the country. With all these words, thank you very much.
Friends, we know that US has two main crops, maize, that is corn, and soya bean. So for presenting the situation from US corn, Mr. Sachdeva is here. He will be giving the overview of all those works which are being done there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to DFPD for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about the US experience. I think you have heard my fellow panelists have talked about what is happening in India, what is required to happen in India. Let me take you through what is happening in the US. I think as Subodhji mentioned, US is the largest producer of corn in the world today, and we'll talk more about what has happened in the US with way of technology that has been imbibed with the farmers and what goes into the land. Next slide, please. So just as a way of introduction, my name is Amit Sachdev. I represent US Grains Council in India for the last about 27 years. We have an office now in India at Hilly Road. If anybody is interested, we are more open to have that discussion about what's happening in the US and how we can help. US corn production, as you would see, has been going on, and about 140 million tons of corn is used for making ethanol in the US. The current production levels at this point ranges between 384 million tons last year to 348 million tons this year. Production goes up and down, which is normal. But the productivity, which is very important, is 11 tons per hectare. I was looking at the data that Sir presented, average 3.4 tons. So there are opportunities in India to move forward. But then all of the corn that is produced in the US is genetically modified. I think that is something that we have to be very careful when we talk about the productivity. All of the corn that is produced, almost 98% of the corn that is produced in the US is all GM. And US has produced enough corn not only for food, ethanol, but also exports. One of the major factors that one of the major products that US also produces is starch. And we in India also have a good starch production system. We have some people from the starch industry as well here. Current starch demand in the country, or the corn demand for starch, is about 5.6 million tons, which is going to be 10 million tons as we move forward. And starch as a factor, you cannot replace any other grain to make starch. It has to be corn. I think that is something that we need to take home. Very, very important. Over the years in the US, the corn feed demand has remained consistent. The added thing has only been ethanol. So US has produced enough corn to fulfill its ethanol requirement without changing its need for feed or for starch. That continues. Only the additional that was produced was for ethanol. So if we go back some years, US production used to be 250 million tons or even less. We have added 140 million tons for ethanol, which goes for ethanol. That is important. There has been no replacement of any commodity in feed or anything else. I think that's very important. Next slide, please. Look at the data sets on the productivity. Over the years, the area under corn has gone down. From 42 million hectares, it has gone down to about 35. Over the years, the productivity has increased. As I said, average productivity is 11 tons plus. That's average. So within the US, productivity has been going up and down. It was only in 2012 when we had a lower productivity. That was only because of the drought conditions. But our trend line has been absolutely moving up and up. For 2023, we're talking this year as the plantations are going on today. The planting intentions are for 37.23 million hectares. You see the number 35 last year, 2022. This year will be 37.23 million hectares, up 4% against last year. Because farmers do understand that the world needs more corn. Next slide, please. Moving on. The current capacity, go back please. The current capacity of ethanol production in the country, 65.87 billion liters. Capacity utilization, current production, 58.212 billion liters. We have 205 plants in the US spread over this whole area. Most of them in the central part of the country where corn production is happening. And these 205 plants are owned by 105 companies. So there are multiple companies that own multiple plants. Next. Now, the common thread for ethanol or starch is the starch. For whatever you want to do, dry milling for making ethanol or wet milling for making starch, the component is starch. So you see the process, the dry milling process, which is, I've highlighted here as the POET production process, which is one of the largest companies in the US, and the wet milling process. What do we need? We need to convert starch. Either I use dry milling, I use wet milling to produce starch, or I use a dry milling process to make starch via the process and convert it into sugar. And that I would ferment to make it into ethanol. It's sugar. But 90% of the plants in the US for making ethanol are using a dry milling process. Only 10% are using a wet milling process because it's an expensive process. Next step. Now, the components of yellow dent corn. From 1 bushel of corn, which is 25.4 kg of corn in the US, because we work in volumes, 1 bushel or 25.4 kgs will give 10.67 liters. On a ton basis, this will be 420 liters of ethanol in the US. Plus, we have corn oil, protein, NDF, and minerals in the major component. So 1 bushel of corn or 25.4 kgs of corn will give 7.7 kgs of DDGS and about 7.7 kgs of carbon dioxide as well. But when you do a wet milling process, you can get corn gluten feed, corn gluten meal, and obviously corn oil, which is part of also the DDGS component. So remember that. We are looking at ethanol production. Moving forward, next slide, please. So US corn is a soft endosperm corn. Indian corn, the way we have seen it, is a hard endosperm corn. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And that is one of the major differences between US corn and the Indian corn. The technology has been in the breeding system. US corn has been bred for soft endosperm and for industrial purposes, which is very important. Next slide, please. You might go back a minute. You might say that the corn hair is very dusty, but because it is, what that dust is, it's not dust, it's all starch. It's all starch. You cannot clean it and throw it away. It's all starch. Next slide. So in 2021, working with the All India Starch Manufacturers Association, we started working on sending out some samples of Indian corn to the US and trying to look at what is the starch content in the Indian corn versus Argentina, Brazil, Ukrainian corn as well. So the starch content, again, starch content was 72%. But the extractability of starch from the 4 samples that we sent out from Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Bihar was 67%, 65 to 7%. Next slide. As we compare this with US, Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, Serbia, and Ukraine, look at the differential. The differential is 3 to 4%. Indian corn had less amount of extractable starch. Though the content of starch remained the same at 72%, the extraction was lower. And that is the differential, because we are getting 420 liters of ethanol per metric ton of corn in the US. I don't know what is the number here. 380. So that's the difference. Because we can extract more starch from the corn. And that all because of the genetics that has gone into it, the practices, agriculture practices that have been done by the farmers. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you very much. I will be happy to answer any questions. But over the years, we have been working with Indian associations. We have an MOU with CLEFMA of India. We are trying to work with UPDA, IDA, and also now we have a MOU with SIAM to work on how the systems can work, how the ethanol promotion can take place. Arushi, you had a question.
So, Amit, your last comment was about extractability of starch. Does extractability of starch affect the yield of ethanol? Starch industry is different.
Correct.
But for ethanol, does it matter?
Yes, because you're removing the starch, and then that starch would get converted into ethanol ultimately. One. In the US, we have a new technology. We are fractionizing the DDGS as well. That means fiber I'm taking out and converting that fiber also into ethanol. In fact, in those plants, the ethanol production is much higher. 420 liters is basic current ethanol production per metric ton of corn in the US.
Okay, thank you. And also about the productivity or output, we talk about the US corn output as 11
tons per hectare, average.
Which is a GM corn, right?
Correct.
And it's essentially GM for the extractability, right? The separation part of it. And
technology, for extraction, technology would remain the same. GM is only for planting purposes.
Okay. And like, of course, our association goes way back. Like in Turkey, when we went, so I understood that 11.45 metric ton per hectare is their productivity. I think that
11 tons is average. It goes up and down, as I said. So in some years it is higher, some years it is higher, some it is lower, depending on.
Because it's non-GM.
No.
Turkey is not.
Turkey is mixed.
Mixed. Okay.
Turkey is mixed. Ukraine is mixed. Argentina is mixed. Brazil is all mixed. In today's world, there are very few countries that produce non-GM. Except India.
We are doing few other countries.
Myanmar.
Ukraine is non-GM.
Okay, it's a closed door meeting, but Ukraine does produce GM. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Pleasure. If there are any more questions, I'll be available here. Thank you. I think you have.
Hi, my name is Sumit from Louis Dreyfus. So we talked a lot about the ethanol industry and how India is now making inroads in the 1G ethanol, but what we hear in the Western world, it's moving towards 2G and more towards SAF. And especially in US, there's a lot of move towards SAF and the retrofitting of the existing ethanol plants to SAF. Can you shed a little bit of light on that? How is the technology proven? How big is it? And where India will come into that space in the next how many years?
SAF can be made via the ethanol route also. It can be made. And in the US, there is, the technology is much further ahead. It's basic is ethanol you have to make, and then you take it forward by making into SAF. But when you're talking about another technology, 2G, in the US, only 0.6% of ethanol is from 2G basis. That's it. 94% of ethanol is from corn 1G. 2G is only 0.6. Very, very limited. And the research still continues.
My question to Subodhji. So you spoke about an export income, but we said, okay, we are happy with less rice going to export, and we are also happy to have, let's say, production diversion from rice and wheat to maize. Are we, like it's a push and pull, at some point in time, we talk about very good export revenue by exporting food grain. At some point in time, we talk about increased production of food grains because we need it in the country, of course, due to several macro factors. And then we are also talking about diverting those food grains into more production of maize. How do we balance all of this? You know, and how do we set a context around it? To me, it looks like a push and pull among various things.
Our production is increasing. The human consumption and animal feed consumption has limitations, because then you are having the surplus food grains. So what can you do? Either you export it or you convert it to some other use. So for that, when you have a good market, you can get better realization. If you don't have a good market, then farmers don't get much sale proceed from their farm produce. तो उसमें ये है कि जैसे sugar, like we were sugar surplus country. So just if you leave this year, last year, before that we used to give subsidy to export so that sugar mills can make payment to farmers. तो अगर farmers को payment नहीं होगा तो they start reducing the production. The farmers, to continue have a good production, their crops should be purchased assured at assured price, and there should be some assured mechanism of procurement. If we see the green revolution in India, there is a good contribution by scientists in terms of varieties and all that, but equally contribution is of the assured procurement of wheat and paddy in Punjab, Haryana and those states. Of late, if you see states like Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra, the paddy production has gone up like anything. It is just because of the assured procurement. Once you start assuring the better price to the farmers, they invest in terms of the raw material, the inputs and fertilizer, whatever, and their production goes up. So if we have assured procurement at a assured price, then definitely the produce will also increase. So it will not harm anyone. We will continue to export also. We will have a good food security also. If we see the slide presented by the Dr. P.K. Singh, the yield in India of maize is like in South India, it is 6 ton, 7 ton per hectare. So we have the potential. And maize is something, if we procure at a assured price, then it gives returns as good as paddy or wheat, even more than Dr. Jat presented. If you talk about upland type of land, then the returns from maize are much higher. So we have 34 million ton production of maize, and seeing the yield in different states, and most of states have very low yield, and with the existing varieties used in the so many states, that yield can be increased, like 10%, 20% production can be increased very easily. Then further varietal improvement and all that will help further increase in the production. So our strategy is that we should have sufficient food grains for our domestic consumption. Whatever we export, we continue to export also. But if farmers are increasing their production, that production can be used for these type of industrial activities, and that has like many other benefits also. So this is our strategy.
Just to add here that in US they are growing it like industrial crop, no, big farms, long duration crop, and then all GM and all those varieties, high yielding varieties, single cross hybrids everywhere. In India we have a variety of farmers, number of varieties being used is large. Conditions under which they are being grown, the duration of maize crop, it ranges. A wide range is there. So for rain-fed maize, you see, the duration is very short. So if they are getting something like 4 tons, it is very good for them. In just 60, 70, 80 days, if they are getting that kind of yield, that is very good. If you are going for 130, 35 days, 150 days crop like in US, then you can have, if you see the combined, if we Rabi maize and Kharif maize. If a farmer is taking some 40 tons, 4 tons in Kharif and then again 6 tons in Rabi, he is taking 2 crops here. So the total recovery is more than something like 10 tons. Whereas they are taking just single crop, and that is also a long duration crop, like that. Thank you.
We are setting up a ethanol 500 KL unit in Chinwada. As you all know, Chinwada is a maize growing area. सर क्या आप मुझे बता सकते हैं हम क्यों नहीं ले पाते हैं मेज? मैं तो चाहता हूं कि मैं मेज से कन्वर्ट करूं, लेकिन जब तक सॉल्यूशन गवर्नमेंट से नहीं आएगा तब तक मैं मेज को कैसे इस्तेमाल करूंगा? Maize to ethanol is a well set technology. There's nothing to say with this. Billions of liters is being produced all over the world on maize to ethanol. हमारे यहाँ क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा है? हमें इस पे सबसे ज़्यादा सोचना चाहिए आज की तारीख में कि हम इंडस्ट्री को इतना कॉम्पिटेंट करें कि वो मेज ले सके, प्राइस वाइज, पैरिटी वाइज, जैसे तमक साहब ने कहा है. जब तक पैरिटी नहीं आएगी सर, तब तक देखिए, first you have to create a buyer, then the farmer will develop. That is my concept. Create a buyer. Today buyer is not there, sir. पहली बार आपने इस साल के टेंडर में आपने मेज को अलग क्वालिफाई किया. We were very happy. But pricing, शुगर केन को भी आप प्राइस दे रहे हो 68 रुपए, मक्की भी एक एग्रो कमोडिटी है, डायरेक्टली उसको 55 रुपए. ये कहाँ की इंसानियत है सर? बस मेरा यही कहना है सर, इसमें आप ख्याल करें.
आपके जो कंसर्न है, इसीलिए आज ये सेमिनार आयोजित हो रहा है.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू वेरी.
आई थिंक शाम तक आप बैठोगे तो अगले 2 सेशन में आपको सारे आंसर भी मिल जाएंगे.
वेरी नाइस सर, थैंक यू.
सर कैन आई
बताइए.
So firstly, my name is Ajay Swaroop and Managing Director Global Spirits. I also represent AIDA. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for acceding to our suggestion, which came out of a meeting with you, sir, where we were discussing the roadmap of going to E20 and also the role of grain-based distilleries in this roadmap. the government has been extremely supportive of this vertical, meaning the grain-based ethanol vertical. And as a result, we find a huge amount of investment flowing into this sector. We are faced with this challenge of raw material, and that is what was discussed in that meeting with you, sir. And when we suggested this seminar, you were kind enough to immediately accept that suggestion, and that is why we are all here. Thank you very much. So I think the point being made here by Dr. Jain is really very relevant. Industry will come forward to promote cultivation, to help the farmer, just like the sugar industry has done so. It is a clear example which we can easily replicate. And we are here, so many of us, spending crores of rupees to set up industry, to make ethanol. And we are faced with this issue that going forward, raw material might become a problem. And hence, the private sector will always step forward, provided there is a pricing mechanism which is supportive. So the end product, ethanol, is covered under a price mechanism which is announced by the government. And hence, in as much as that, we are dependent on you. And if this mechanism can be put in place, of course, we will come forward. And certainly, we will need the help of all the experts here in this room to make this journey. The GM example, which we saw, which was presented right now, is very interesting because the acreage has actually gone down. And the entire US ethanol program is therefore based on the fact that GM seeds were permitted. So this is something, again, which we might have to ponder over. I do know that this is a sensitive area, but it is something we will need to think about going forward. Thank you again, sir.
तो इसमें जो फार्मर के लिए है, देर आर टू लाइक स्टेक होल्डर्स, वन इज फार्मर एंड अदर इज द डिस्टिलर्स. फार्मर विल प्रोड्यूस मेज इफ़ ही गेट्स अश्योर्ड प्राइस. अभी जैसे यहाँ पे 3 क्रॉप हैं, पैडी, वीट एंड शुगर केन. इंडिया में 3 क्रॉप हैं, इन 3 का एरिया कम नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि तीनों में उसको अश्योर्ड प्रोक्योरमेंट है. मेज में वो ग्रो करता है तो कभी उसको 12 रुपीज़ मिलता है, कभी 22 भी मिलता है. तो ही डजंट वांट टू गो लाइक ऑन दैट. तो हम जैसे ही जो है अश्योर्ड प्रोक्योरमेंट करेंगे, जैसे शुगर इंडस्ट्री करती हैं, तो आपके लिए जो है फिर ये तो फार्मर जो है अगर उसको अश्योर्ड प्रोक्योरमेंट मिलेगा तो ही विल ग्रो एंड ही विल इंक्रीज हिज प्रोडक्शन एरिया एवरीथिंग. Second thing, distillers के लिए है, if you get at that price, considering that raw material price, if you get ethanol price, so there is no like issue for the industry also. Industry will also remain happy. So with that strategy, we are organizing this seminar and so that all the stakeholders are like comfortable. एक क्वेश्चन मेरा डॉक्टर सच आपसे अमित जी है, सचदेव, लाइक जैसे यहाँ पे एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम रहती है दैट स्टबल बर्निंग इन केस ऑफ पैडी. अब ये ग्रेन बेस्ड डिस्टिलरीज इतनी आ रही हैं, शुगर डिस्टिलरीज में तो इशू नहीं है, दे हैव द बगास रेडीमेड अवेलेबल विद देम. ग्रेन डिस्टिलरी के लिए सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है दैट द लाइक बॉयलर फ्यूल जो है, दे डोंट गेट कोल. और कई स्टेट में अभी मेनली दे यूज राइस हस्क, उसकी भी अवेलेबिलिटी पे एक बड़ा वो रहता है. तो द अदर एग्रीकल्चरल रेसिड्यूज लाइक राइस स्ट्रा और मेज स्ट्रा, मेज में जैसे स्ट्रा बहुत बड़ा होता है, देन कॉब उसका रहता है. Can that be used in the boilers? That can be used for 2G ethanol also, but that will take time कि अभी तो उसको डेवलप करने में. जो सेकंड सेशन है डॉक्टर नरेंद्र मोहन जी, आप भी इस पे ज़रा थोड़ा सा वो करिए कि इफ़ लाइक दैट कैन ऑल्सो बी यूज्ड, तो फार्मर के लिए उसकी भी वैल्यू हो, एडिशनल इनकम हो जाएगी. और बॉयलर्स की डिज़ाइन कैसे हो, जो प्राज या जो टेक्निकल साइड से हों, दे कैन ऑल्सो लाइक सी दैट इफ़ that straw is used as a fuel in boiler, तो उसके मतलब मेज की वैल्यू मिलेगी ही मिलेगी, साथ में इसकी वैल्यू भी मिलेगी और आपको एक फीड जो बॉयलर के फ्यूल की अवेलेबिलिटी का इशू आता है, जो एनर्जी कॉस्ट और रॉ मटेरियल दोनों की अवेलेबिलिटी पे आता है, दैट कैन आल्सो बी टेकन केयर.
So in the US, it is not used as boiler feed because we are using we are using gas for all our purposes. Gas is cheaper, but it can be used without a problem as a boiler feed. But the cob, it can be ground as mostly used as a filler, for a flow material. अगर हम स्टार्च से कुछ बनाते हैं और स्टार्च मुझे कम डालना है और फ्लो मटेरियल चाहिए, मुझे फिलर चाहिए, तो मैं कॉब को ग्राइंड करके यूज करता हूँ. जैसे कोलिन क्लोराइड हम लोग यूज करते हैं पोल्ट्री में, तो उसका फ्लो मटेरियल क्या होगा? फ्लो मटेरियल होता है सर कॉब. सो देयर आर, उसकी भी वैल्यू है, हर चीज की वैल्यू है. बट इन द यूएस वी आर नॉट पिकिंग अप the corn cobs, anything. It is on the field because we are taking only one crop a year. It is harvested and we leave it there. It gets frozen. Next year we sow the corn or soya bean on the field. That's it. There is no removal of any material from the field at all. कोई burning नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं है.
So if I may be permitted, I'm Vivek Pitti of Harinagar Sugar Mills, representing Indian Sugar Mills Association also. So my question is to the scientists on the dais, is that, see, we have got grain-based distilleries coming up in areas where the maize competes with wheat and paddy, fine. Then we also have grain-based distilleries coming up in areas where sugarcane is also grown. And those distilleries are being set up by the sugar factories themselves also. So we want your advice as to what policy should be followed for promoting maize cultivation in such areas so that maize does not start competing with sugarcane, but instead competes with wheat and paddy, fine, because nobody would like their sugarcane area to go down at the cost of maize if you're putting, especially if a sugar factory is putting up a grain-based distillery. So if you can just give us some advice on that.
Economics है, मतलब if you compare the returns, like if a farmer grows sugar cane in 1 hectare, let us take UP, तो he gets like if he gets 100 ton, तो उसको 3.5 lakh rupees का एक साल में पैसा मिलता है. This is an annual crop. If you take 2 crops on the same land like paddy and wheat, the farmer doesn't get 3.5 lakh rupees even if we procure at the MSP. So their revenues are less and the cost goes up because you have to sow 2 crops, you have to do harvesting of 2 crops. So as such, sugarcane is the most remunerative crop for the farmer. So I don't think any question of shifting from sugarcane to any grain side of thing. Second thing is that sugarcane cannot be transported for long distance. That is why this 15 kilometer, 20 kilometer. Maize area can be developed beyond 15 kilometer also because transporting maize is not that costly like sugarcane. So this is, I think, from my side.
Sugarcane. So now it is something around, say in UP itself, it is 80-81 tons per hectare average productivity. Now it will increase to 90-100 like that. So area is not going to expand in that way. So the rest of the area, even farmers, your capacity of crushing is also limited. So that some area will be freed from sugarcane, and that can also be shifted to this maize cultivation in at least in one season.
बहाना है हर चीज का, तो उसी से ही जैसे इन्होंने बोला कि यूएस में मेज का एरिया कम हो गया विद द सेम आउटपुट जो है, तो हायर आउटपुट, तो इंडिया में भी वही चीजें होनी हैं. शुगर केन की भी यील्ड बढ़नी है, मेज की भी बढ़नी है, सबकी बढ़नी.
मेरा क्वेश्चन तामक साहब से है. जो पीटी साहब ने कहा है कि शुगर केन को मेज से जो है थ्रेट है, क्या ऐसा नहीं कर सकते हम कि शुगर केन और मेज, क्योंकि मेज एक शॉर्ट क्रॉप है, तो हम इसके साथ में इसको इंटर क्रॉप करके नहीं यूज कर सकते हैं क्या?
देखिए,
शुगर केन एंड मेज आर नॉट कंपैटिबल क्रॉप्स, फ्रेंडली नहीं है। इससे शुगर केन की क्रॉप जो है ना प्रभावित होती है, यील्ड उसकी प्रभावित होती है, और ये डिजायरेबल भी नहीं है। हमारे पास काफ़ी एरिया है, जैसे सर ने कहा कि पैडी कल्टीवेशन जो सस्टेनेबल नहीं है इन सर्टन एरियाज, सर्टन एरियाज अभी भी प्रोडक्टिविटी का पोटेंशियल इतना ज़्यादा है। देयर आर सो मेनी एरियाज जहाँ मेज कैन बी ग्रोन, and it is not the, as rightly pointed out by sir, idea is to replace
more demand of seed in the for the coming kharif crop. So will we be in the position to make the things available, or we have to wait for 1 year?
जो सीड अवेलेबिलिटी का क्वेश्चन से हमने कुछ प्राइवेट सीपी सीड्स है, बायर है, उनको बुला रखा है। एक्चुअली अवेलेबल उनके पास कितना होता है, कितने सप्लाई चेन में उनका सीड है, उसी से हम वर्कआउट करेंगे कि पब्लिक डोमेन में कितना सीड अवेलेबल है, बाकी प्राइवेट्स के पास कितना है। उसके बाद कुछ वर्कआउट कर पाएंगे कि हमें कितने सीड की और जरूरत पड़ेगी। तो कुछ हमने बुलाए हुए हैं यहाँ पे सीपी सीड्स, और बायर से कोई है?
Anyone from the seed industry? बताएं भाई, क्या इसकी हाउ इज़ द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ सीड, जो आप कहाँ सप्लाई करते हैं, कितनी यील्ड आती है? और
सर अवेलेबिलिटी नाउ वी आर product we are doing 16,000 metric tons, sir, but if government support we are extend up to 30,000 metric tons, sir.
नहीं, ये आपके कौन से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हैं?
From CP Seeds. From CP Seeds. CP Seeds India Private Limited.
अच्छा, इट्स अ प्राइवेट सीड इंडस्ट्री। तो 60,000 टन एनुअल प्रोडक्शन है आपका?
Yes sir, we are 50% we are for India, sir, 50% we are exporting, so 50% we are using for India, sir, so 50% we are exporting.
Okay.
And if more means up to 30,000 ton we can.
कौन से एरिया में आपका ज़्यादा सेल है?
AP।
तो ये मतलब ये हाई यील्डिंग वैरायटी है आपकी?
Yes,
जो
sir, yes,
कितना टन पर आता है?
Almost ton 4.8 tons, sir.
4.8 टन पर
Per
हेक्टेयर?
acre. If it is
पर
package of packed is good, up to 4.8 ton per acre, sir.
नहीं, तो सीड प्रोडक्शन की बात कर रहे हो?
Seed pro 1.5.
नहीं, आपकी यील्ड क्या आती है फील्ड में? यील्ड क्या आती है आपके सीड से?
Production, sir.
प्रोडक्शन, हाँ।
1.5, sir. 1.5 tons.
ना एक्चुअली डॉक्टर साहब मैं बताऊं, मैंने लगाया
what is the potential of varieties, potential of those varieties in yielding potential?
फार्मर यूज करता है तो हाउ मच लाइक यील्ड ही गेट्स?
10 to 12 tons, sir. 10 to 12 tons.
10 to 12 tons पर हेक्टेयर?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
अच्छा, इतना तक जाता है?
Yes, sir.
So there are certain farmers who like gets yield of 10 to 12 ton per hectare.
Yes, sir.
अच्छा, very nice. Because आंध्रा तो मतलब वहाँ पे एवरेज अगर 7 टन है तो देयर मस्ट बी सम फार्मर्स हु मस्ट बी गेटिंग 10-12 टन्स पर हेक्टेयर, देन एवरेज इज 7 टन. 7 टन एवरेज इज वेरी गुड एवरेज.
यस। नेक्स्ट
सर, हेलो सर, यहाँ पे
तो हाँ,
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर दिनेश भोसले है, मैं फीड एक्सपर्ट हूँ। जैसे पिछले 20 साल में एनिमल फीड इंडस्ट्री बढ़ी इंडिया में, सोयाबीन और मक्का ये फार्मर के लिए कैश क्रॉप हो गए, क्योंकि एक एश्योर्ड बाइंग कस्टमर सोयाबीन फार्मर के लिए और मेज फार्मर के लिए मिला हुआ है। और कल मैं एक पेपर पढ़ रहा था यूएस का कि पर हेक्टर कितना इथेनॉल मिल रहा है, वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। एग्जाम्पल, पर टन ऑफ शुगर कैन इथेनॉल कम मिलता है, लेकिन पर हेक्टर अगर आप देखेंगे तो 6,000 से 7,000 लीटर पर हेक्टर इथेनॉल मिलता है शुगर कैन से। और वही मेज से 380 अगर हम पकड़ते हैं पर टन, तो पर हेक्टर जो है वो 3,400 3,500 लीटर पर मिलता है। टापोइका से 1,400 लीटर मिलता है, और पोटैटो से बनाएंगे तो 3,400 लीटर पर टन मिलता है। तो मेरा कहना यह है कि जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि एक बार फार्मर को पता लग जाएगा कि ये मेरा क्रॉप बिकने वाला है, तो मेज का प्रोडक्शन भी बढ़ेगा, मेज का यील्ड भी बढ़ेगा। और जैसे सर कह रहे थे कि शुगर केन और मेज की कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है, जो यहाँ पे चिंतित हो रहे हैं कि मेज बढ़ेगा तो शुगर केन का क्या होगा, तो वो होगा नहीं। क्योंकि आप देख लीजिए, इंडिया में शुगर केन से भी इथेनॉल बढ़ेगा और मेज से भी इथेनॉल हमको बढ़ाना ही पड़ेगा। क्योंकि अगर हम मेज का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाएंगे तो और शॉर्ट टर्म में सर क्या करना चाहिए कि हमने इंपोर्ट करना चाहिए। ये जो प्रॉब्लम हो रही है कि मेज मिल नहीं रहा है इंडस्ट्री को, इथेनॉल इंडस्ट्री को, तो हम शॉर्ट टर्म में इंपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। लॉन्ग टर्म में हमारे यहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा ही बढ़ेगा। हमारी आईसीआर इंस्टीट्यूट्स, प्राइवेट कंपनीज, दे आर कैपेबल कि 5 साल में 10 साल में जो हमारी ऑन एन एवरेज यील्ड है वो बढ़ाने के लिए।
इंपोर्ट करेंगे तो कहाँ से करेंगे, ये सब तो बहुत बड़ा इशू हो गया, उसको यहाँ पे डिस्कस करना बेकार है। क्योंकि जो मिलेगा वो जीएम मिलेगा, वो हम लोग इंपोर्ट करेंगे नहीं, तो उसको तो छोड़ ही दिया जाए। बाकी जहाँ तक आपका सवाल है कि शुगर केन और का अगर देखो तो पिछले बहुत साल से 4.5 से 5 मिलियन हेक्टेयर में ही उसी से अब इथेनॉल भी बनने लगा, उसी से शुगर का भी रिक्वायरमेंट इतनी अच्छी पूरी हो रही है कि कोई कमी नहीं है। तो यील्ड इंक्रीज जो है हमारा जो है, और दैट इज नाउ इन टारगेट बेस्ड, मतलब जिस एरिया में ज़रूरत है वहाँ के लिए अच्छी वैरायटीज़ आ गई हैं। अब मान लो हमें खरीफ मेज़ इन बिहार ले आना है या खरीफ मेज़ इन सम पोर्शन लाना है, तो वहाँ के लिए हमें साइट स्पेसिफिक एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल रीजन बेस्ड प्लानिंग, वहाँ पे कितनी इंडस्ट्री सेट हो सकती है। ऐसा ना हो कि इंडस्ट्री ज़्यादा आ जाए, दैट इज ऑल ड्यू टू जियो पॉलिटिकल रीजन, ऑल्सो इंडस्ट्री इज कमिंग अप। सो अगर वहाँ पे ऐसा ना हो कि वो फिर कैरिंग कैपेसिटी उस एरिया की ना हो उतनी, तो इस टाइप से बहुत सी चीज़ों को प्लान करने की जरूरत है। शायद इसीलिए आज ये सेमिनार रखा गया है, एंड सो दैट वी कैन डिसाइड द रोल एंड स्पेसिफिक असाइनमेंट्स टू who is going to do what. After this seminar we should be able to decide कि हाँ इंडस्ट्री ये करेगी, रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ये करेंगे, और सो पॉलिसी लेवल पे आपको क्या करना है, ऑल दिस। लाइस for
का ड्यूरेशन क्रॉप से डीसीएम से बायोसीड ड्यूरेशन क्रॉप है ब्लड वेरी क्विकली, तो दैट इज नॉट ए कंसर्न। तो वो जैसे जैसे डिमांड आएगी ना, इमीडिएटली द सीड कंपनीज विल रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट बिसाइड्स द गवर्नमेंट ओन्ड कंपनी।
तो एरिया मतलब किसान के लिए उतना दिक्कत नहीं है। तो जैसा डॉक्टर पीके सिंह ने बताया कि शुगर का ही देखें, लगभग वही 50 लाख हेक्टेयर का एरिया रहता है। हम लोग शुगर प्रोडक्शन में सफिशिएंट हो गए, एक्सपोर्ट भी कर रहे हैं और एथेनॉल में भी डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं विद द सेम एरिया। पहले कई बार हमको खाने के लिए भी इंपोर्ट करनी पड़ती थी, अब जो है उसकी यील्ड और रिकवरी दोनों चीज़ बढ़ी कि शुगर से जो रिकवरी शुगर केन से बढ़ी, वो पहले कहीं 9% होती थी, अब 11% हो गई, कई इंडस्ट्री के एरिया में 12%, 13% भी है। और यील्ड बढ़ गई, शुगर केन जो पर हेक्टेयर जो टनेज बढ़ा है कि पहले 60-70 होता था, अभी नेशनल एवरेज करीब 85 टन हो गया है। तो लाइक वाइज वी हैव द सेम पोटेंशियल इन द मेज कि हमको यील्ड बढ़ानी है, पर हेक्टेयर टन इसको बढ़ाना है, और दूसरा रिकवरी बढ़ानी है। जो अभी 370-380 लीटर पर टन आता है एथेनॉल, इसको बढ़ा के उसमें कैसे स्टार्च कंपोनेंट वराइटल इम्प्रूवमेंट करें, जो अभी डॉक्टर जाट ने बताया था कि दैट कैन गो टू 400 एंड 420 लीटर। तो अगर एक टन से 420 लीटर एथेनॉल बनेगा तो एथेनॉल की भी प्राइस कम हो जाएगी।
सर एक मिनट और
प्लीज
सर। मैं तो प्राइस पे ज़्यादा बात करूंगा, टेक्नोलॉजी तो सब आप लोग बैठे हैं, आपने खूब अच्छी तरह बताया है, और वर्ल्ड में मेज की इथेनॉल की टेक्नोलॉजी बड़ी सेट है, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सर, शुगर केन से इथेनॉल का प्राइस और ग्रेन से शुगर इथेनॉल का प्राइस में 5 रुपए का वेटेड एवरेज डिफरेंस है सर। Just I wanted to tell you this, sir.
वो
Weighted
ठीक
average.
है। अभी जो हमारा पॉलिसी है कि हम रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट लेके प्राइस निकालेंगे। अब जैसे मेज पे फोकस हो रहा है, तो मेज के जो प्राइस आज डिस्कस हो रहे हैं ओएमसी अभी प्रेजेंट करेंगे, देन यू विल लाइक सी।
सर एक और एडवाइस है साहब, एक आप स्ट्रॉन्ग बायर खड़ा कर दीजिए तो ये मेज सारा डेवलप हो जाएगा। 15 मिलियन टन, 20 मिलियन टन, जितने मिलियन टन चाहिए आपको डेवलप हो जाएगा, विदाउट डाइवर्जन ऑफ शुगर केन, विदाउट डाइवर्जन। आई नो maize is a crop which do not require rain, water, least water consuming crop, mostly rain fed water. सर बायर खड़ा करिए, जैसे शुगर मिल में बायर खड़ा किया तो शुगर केन डेवलप हुआ, आपने सपोर्ट किया शुगर मिल्स को, शुगर फार्मर डेवलप हुआ। आप इथेनॉल को डेवलप करिए, उसको बायर को स्ट्रॉन्ग करिए तो मेज फार्मर्स डेवलप होंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
एरिया इज 100 लाख हेक्टेयर और एवरेज यील्ड जो आती है ये करीब 3.4 टन है। तो अगर 2 टन की यील्ड बढ़ती है तो 200 लाख टन तो ऐसे ही बढ़ सकता है, पोटेंशियल है बढ़ने का। तो कहने का मतलब नेक्स्ट 5, 7, 10 years we in the same area we can meet this ethanol requirement without any increase in area. That is potential we have.
The only thing is that we have to map that area with the distillery. कहाँ पे कौन उसको बढ़ाने के लिए हैंड होल्डिंग करेगा किसानों की. That is also just like sugar. Earlier more than there may be say in UP only there were something like 250 or so industry. Now that area has now come down to that number has come down to 120, 122. That's all, and they are able to produce so much of sugar, so much of ethanol, all those things. No, that is the thing also. No? That will stabilize. The industry will stabilize with time. They can go for their capacity enhancement. They can go for their say this feed stock, whatever they are getting. So, if they are now getting rice, broken rice, or say extra rice, now if they will get maize, maybe rice may be a scarcity in the future. Who knows? Who knows what will be the situation in wheat? Earlier it was free flowing, but last year there was a scarcity of wheat. So again this year due to rains there was hue and cry that wheat may be in scarcity, but somehow it was saved. So that was that everybody has a role to play. No? Varieties have to have a role to play. Most of the varieties were climate resilient, and that's why this even after so much of rains and losses and this so much things, the yield in Punjab has also something like 5 to 6 quintal per hectare more than last year. In Haryana, it is 6 to 7 quintal per hectare more from last year. So things are coming. Technological advancements will be there, and then that adoption portion is very important. Who is going to the farmers to take those technologies to them? That is the key of the success of this program. Ethanol blending, we need 8% blending from this grain-based distilleries, 8 to 10%, because sugarcane is now at something
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session. We request all of you to kindly start settling down. In case your colleagues are outside having tea, you can request them to kindly join you inside the hall as we are starting in some time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next session in 5 minutes from now. We request all of you to kindly settle down. You may call your colleagues inside the hall. Please be seated and kindly keep your phones on silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we once again request all of you to please be seated as we are now starting with the next session. Kindly take your seats, put your phones on silent mode, and you may give a quick call to your colleagues in case they're outside the hall to join you inside. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to start the session. Please be seated. The panelists are here amongst us. We once again request all of you to please settle down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a refreshing tea break, let's start the second session on recovery of ethanol and byproducts from maize. Please join me in welcoming on the day's session chair, Sri Narendra Mohan, Director, NSI. Can we all please welcome Sri Narendra Mohan on the stage, ladies and gentlemen? He is serving as Director, National Sugar Institute, Kanpur. He has played a pivotal role in converting the sugar industry into a clean and green industry, producing biochemicals, other bioproducts, bioenergy apart from sugar. He developed the models of water conservation and effluent treatment, which are now being widely used by the sugar industry. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the distinguished speakers. On to the days, Dr. H.S. Jat, Director, IIMR. Requesting Dr. Jat to please join us on stage. Dr. H.S. Jat, Director, IIMR. He was with us in the first session and he has been previously introduced. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Joining them on the days are Sri Mahesh Kulkarni, Assistant Vice President of Praj Industry Limited. He has rich experience in process engineering, technology solutions, marketing, business development in domestic and international markets. Currently, he is heading business bioproducts for sales and marketing of renewable chemicals, advanced technologies, and software for biofuel plants. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Sri Sanjay Desai, Chairman and Managing Director of Regreen Excel EPC India Private Limited. Sri Sanjay Desai. A round of applause. He's a chemical engineer and has experience of more than 3 decades in providing ultra-modern and state-of-the-art energy-efficient technologies to various industries. He is a technology solution provider in the field of distillery, biofuel, sugar, cogeneration, water, wastewater, and renewable energy industry. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and to Dr. H.S. Jat, who has just joined us. Sri Puneet Kumar, Business Director for Agriculture and Industrial Biosolutions at Novozymes South Asia Private Limited. He has masters in business administration. He has also worked in sugar industry for more than a decade. He is also a member in Board of Study of University of Mysore for Department of Sugar Technology. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And now I hand over the session to the Honorable Session Chair, Sri Narendra Mohan, for further proceedings.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now into the second session of the seminar. I think I will be more comfortable if I address all of you from the podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the first session, we had detailed discussions on various aspects related to quantity and quality of the maize to enhance the production of the ethanol from the maize root. This is important because we are looking for 20% of the blending by 2025 and beyond 20% in times to come. Point for the second session is very specific, limited, and time is going to be the essence because I do have only 1 hour with me, and my fellow panelists, they are going to make presentations on that one. The point is limited, how to maximize the ethanol production during the processing for the given quality of the maize, for the given starch content, for the given quality of the maize, how we can have more ethanol during processing, and that too at a reduced cost. And the second point, which is obviously very important for any grain-based industry, is how we can have more revenue streams so that we can have viability of the maize-based or grain-based ethanol production. You all know you are from the ethanol industry. Sugar is always at my tongue because I'm basically a person from the sugar units and sugar factories. So the element is element of cost. Basically, it is the cost of the raw material. And then you have the processing cost. And for the grain-based distilleries, grain-based ethanol units, another factor which is very important is something about revenues from other streams, talking DDGS in particular. So we are going to talk about all these aspects. DDGS may not be the high on agenda during this session, but the subsequent session we are going to talk on DDGS also, but we are going to touch few points which are related with the quality of the DDGS and how we can diversify as far as the utilization of the DDGS is concerned. I'm going to have a small presentation which is just to set the pace for the discussions to follow during this session. So can I have the slides, please? So my outline of presentation is, doing something with how we can have more and more ethanol from maize during the factory processing. You all know the process of the production of the maize or how we produce ethanol from various other grains. But just to give you an outline of that one, the important areas, the areas which are to be targeted to maximize the efficiency and to have the higher ethanol yield, reducing the cost of production. Maybe talking about enhancing the fermentation efficiency, convergence efficiencies, distillation efficiencies, dehydration efficiencies, and the cost of the inputs. Since we have to discuss for the given quality of the maize containing X amount of the starch, X percentage of the starch, we have to talk about the best available technologies and the standard operating procedures as well. Because starch is important, but from starch to get ethanol, you need to have best available technologies and implementation of the standard operating procedures. So this we are going to talk. The benchmark of the efficiency parameters at different stages, at different unit operations. Byproduct utilization, how we are going to use the DDGS and beyond DDGS. As in the previous session, we were talking about having the corn oil, maybe having or capturing the CO2 or utilizing the DDGS in a different way. Way forward, waste to resource. Today, we are not talking about the maize plant residues, but tomorrow we have to talk about the maize plant residues as well. Because for any maize-based ethanol units, the problem is of the fuel. And in any unit which is producing ethanol from maize, the cost of the fuel is very important. So how to utilize the maize plant residues, the stovers and all that. So we have to look into the entire maize value chain, how we can harness the potential of the same. Next, please. This is the typical flow diagram of the maize dry grind ethanol unit, which we are doing. You can see I have given a glimpse of the DDGS and the corn oil also. We can talk about capturing the CO2 also. So all of you know this. There is no need to elaborate on how and the different unit operations in making the ethanol from maize-based ethanol unit. Next, please. Important areas where we have to look for maximizing the efficiency to have the higher ethanol yield and to reduce the cost of production. Important is the conversion efficiency, where we are going to talk about how you can convert your starch to dextrin to glucose, and then the fermentation efficiency, or distillation, dehydration efficiency. The first four are very important to decide on how much ethanol we can get for the given quality of the maize. Fifth is important because, again, I have to stress upon and to reiterate that the element of cost, the fuel and power cost, is very important, and it you know, occupies a significant place once you derive the cost of conversion. So steam and fuel requirements, how much steam you are using per liter or per kL of the ethanol, or the power requirements per kL of the ethanol. Fresh water withdrawal, whether you are working with 6 kL or 8 kL per kL of the ethanol, and their treatment cost. So the theme is, or the stress is on how we can reduce the cost or the various inputs which are required for making ethanol from maize. Revenues, from different streams, byproducts, how we can have different byproducts, the unexploited potential of the system, and the waste management. There is nothing like waste. You have to convert the waste to resource, or waste to, something like wealth. Because to me, there is nothing like waste. It is our inefficiency to take out the potential which it has got. So we have to look for the byproduct utilization, waste management, development byproducts, and diversifying into different streams. The people are also talking about, in the morning session, we were talking about utilizing the fiber part. Today it may be a food for thought, but tomorrow it may become a reality when we are going to have the ethanol from the starch, and also utilizing the fiber, making it 1.5 G ethanol. Next, please. The best available technologies, you all who are running the ethanol units or the distillery, you are aware of the different technologies which are available with the Indian sugar industry and elsewhere. So we have to look for the best available technologies to maximize the efficiency, the productivities, the efficiencies at various unit operations, and to minimize the cost of production that way. The fermentation, the markers are there. I've given the markers. You have to look into, if we talk about the fermentation, where we can get the higher fermentation efficiency with higher alcohol percent in wash, lower retention time, lower spent wash or distillate generation. So for each unit operations, maybe from fermentation to distillation to dehydration to evaporation, and even to water management, which has become very important because we are working our distilleries on ZLD. So you have to have the marker, and you have to have the best technology at place. Only then you can expect that you are going to have the, the highest amount or the maximum possible amount of the efficiency during the processing of the maize. Next, please. So don't go by the numbers. The numbers are just indicative. I'm talking about, you have to fix the best available numbers on that one. The conversion efficiency is, you are converting starch into dextrin to glucose. So what amount of conversion efficiency you are having? 97 or better than 97? Fermentation efficiency, people may raise their eyebrows. I'm getting a fermentation efficiency to the extent of 93 or 93.5%. So if you are getting 93% or 93.5%, is fine. So then it should become a benchmark for the distillation sector, that we have to achieve a fermentation efficiency of 93 or 93.5 once we are working on maize. So likewise, I've given some numbers. Numbers are only indicative for the distillation efficiencies, dehydration efficiencies, steam consumptions. People may be talking about 3.5 kg or, in between 3.5 kg to 4 kg, but it should be less than 4 kg. Or power consumption or the fresh water requirement. The message is very loud and clear. We have to look into the best efficiency parameters. If you are not attaining these efficiency parameters, you have to come to that level. So this is, benchmarking of the efficiency parameters, which is very important. Next, please. Byproduct utilization, unfortunately, we are not talking more on byproduct utilization. We are looking only for the DDGS. You may have, questions on how to utilize this carbon dioxide, the market, and, the prices which you are going to get. But this is, one area where we are talking about the environmental issues and using this carbon dioxide in different phases for different purposes. So carbon dioxide capturing from the fermenter, because already, many distilleries, many ethanol units are already doing this capturing of the CO2 gas. So besides, this is one more area which is opening up for the sugar industry. Now we are having the sugar factories which are having attached distilleries. It was not a case earlier. Earlier we used to have the sugar factories, the standalone sugar factories, not having any attached distilleries. Now, there is a complete change in the scenario when we are having ethanol units attached to the sugar factories. You are having enough gas, the CO2 gas from the distillery fermenters. That CO2 gas can be utilized for clarification of the sugarcane juice or for clarification of the sugar melt once we are aspiring for making the plantation white sugar or the refined sugar. This is not a rocket science because right now also, if you are making a refined sugar, you are drawing CO2 gas from the flue gases of the boiler, which is having 12 to 14% of the CO2. But you are having a system where you are having the CO2 gas to the extent of 99%. So again, this may be a food for thought for everybody and to, have the carbon neutrality or to have the lower emissions of the greenhouse gases and to utilize a waste to resource for making some useful purposes. Next, please. DDGS, you are all aware because if you are running the grain-based ethanol units, your viability of the unit is very much dependent upon the prices and the quantity of the DDGS. Unfortunately, or because of the nature of the raw material, you are having lower protein content in the DDGS which you derive from the maize. So it fetches a lower price, but the quantity is more. So by and large, if you look into the total revenues, they remain almost parallel. The problem may be of, the acceptability because of the color and the protein content. But next, please. We can look for something more from, the DDGS, the handling of the DDGS. Can we have, the pelleting or improving the density characteristics of the DDGS? This is, already being done by many units across the globe, particularly in USA. So the pelleting can improve the utility of the DDGS because you can have better handling and you can have the better transportation, and it can be used more effectively in for cattle feeding or for various other purposes. Second thing which we were talking in the morning session also, how we can have, different products or the value-added products utilizing the DDGS. So because it contains, protein, and we are talking about the fractionation of the DDGS also, the low value, the mid value, and the high value. So can we have, some high value DDGS protein which can be utilized for making many nutritious products, the breads and all that. So that will help in increasing the protein content and reducing the starch content as well. Next, please. Corn oil, often we are now discussing about what else we can have. The corn oil, which we derive, from the stillage. It can be used as a raw material for making the biodiesel, but it can be, used for edible purposes also, depending upon the technology. But you have to look into the viability of the system. Anything which we are going to talk about, that should be practical, that should be doable. Whether we can do it, what cost it has got, and what is the acceptability in the market, and what is the cost of production. So that way, this is another area to work upon because already many units abroad are working on the corn oil, whether it is to be used as a raw material for making the biodiesel, or it can be used for some edible purposes also. Next. So thank you very much, and now it is turn of Mr. Mahesh Kulkarni to take it forward. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries at the dais, in the audience, we are very thankful to the event managers for giving Praj opportunity to deliberate on our experience, global experience on corn to ethanol. So I will start. Excuse me, could we start? So first of all, for Praj, the corn to ethanol plants is not a new thing. We have global installations on corn as a feedstock. Being worked with the Praj since 91, perhaps some of the plants which are designed by myself, engineered and commissioned. So the plant like Ametis, the Praj is only first plant in the United States of America. It is a 50 mgpy or 600 kLPD corn to ethanol plant. Could you please move the slide, sir? So these plants are already there in place across the globe. Proudly, before I start my presentation, quickly I would like to give some facts about the Praj. We have completed 38 years, glorious years. Almost 10% of the global ethanol is produced from the Praj's installations. We have a presence across all the globe, more than 400 overseas references, more than 1,200 research employees. Perhaps proudly, we are the only organization where we are developing our own technologies. Proudly, we say that we have a Praj Matrix Research and Development Center where we have analyzed more than 4,000 feedstock samples across the globe. So today we say that, yes, we understand the raw material. In the morning, Professor Sajdev was talking about the corn as a feedstock, how it is different than the yellow cane corn or genetically modified corn present, which is used in America, and the corn which is being used in India, Argentina, Hungary, and other European countries. So yes, there is a difference in the feedstock analysis, but yes, at the Praj Matrix R&D Center, they've gone to the granularity of the feedstock composition. So we have more than 300 patents. Next slide, please. So these are my plants, which I have designed and engineered, executed. Go to first international plants. So Ametis is the largest plant, 600 KLPD. Vivergo Biofuels, that is a plant which is located in UK, but which is using the wheat as a feedstock. Then Tabacal in the Argentina, again a 400 and 800 KLPD plant. Then Vicente in Argentina, Illinois corn processing, again 300 KLPD. Then many more plants in Europe. So we know the corn across the globe, and we have designed, executed the projects on corn as a material. Going to the domestic area, we have multiple, next slide please. Svaksha Distillery, SPO Agro, large capacity feedstock flexible plants. Plants can be run on both raw materials, corn as well as rice. I will definitely come to the next session, next slides, that the capacity utilization from corns gets reduced when you are designing a plant on the rice. So if you quickly look at the feedstock composition of the yellow cane corn or the Y2D corn, genetically modified corn in US, so most importantly, as rightly mentioned in the morning, the starch content itself is different because that corn has been developed to produce more ethanol. So if you see, in case of molasses, we commonly use the terminology called ebb-in ratio, fermentable to non-fermentable solids. So this is applicable even in case of the grain as a feedstock, starch to non-starch polysaccharide. So just change the terminology, fermentable to non-fermentable, with starch to an NSP, non-starch polysaccharides. So this starch decides your alcohol concentration in the fermentation, because when you are talking about operating a plant, and today is our benchmark in typically rice-based feedstock is 14 to 15% alcohol, but can we replicate the same thing on the corn? It is not possible because of the starch content. So here you have to go for high DS, high dry solid liquefaction, which demands the higher viscosity, higher power consumption, and throughput challenges. So these are some of the restrictions when you are talking about a feedstock, having the low starch to non-starch polysaccharide ratio. Other thing which Professor Narendra Mohan also mentioned about the valorization of the co-product. So in case of the hard grain feedstock like corn, sorghum, and millet, we have the other constituents like the protein, fats, and the fiber. So it has a value when you are talking about the downstream processing and the co-product valorization. So coming to the next slide. So let's go into granularity. So when we are talking about, he mentioned, Professor Sajda mentioned about the soft endosperm and hard endosperm. So this is the basic difference between the feedstock, the grain itself. And today we are seeing that Professor Narendra Mohan mentions about the conversion efficiency. So when we are talking about the availability of the starch, most of these starch we are losing in the DDGS. And that's why our protein content in case of corn would be lower, because there is another portion which is adulterating my DDGS. So my value for the DDGS is not decided on the starch content, it is the protein content. So how to reduce that component starch from your DDGS is a challenge. So when we go more into the granularity of the starch itself, so there is a bound starch. So the starch trapped in the protein and fiber complex, starch adhered to fat complex. So this starch today is unavailable. In the fermentation, we see the residual starch. It varies between 0.4 to 0.55, at times 0.6 also percentage weight by volume. And ultimately, this starch is getting concentrated into the DDGS when we are doing the process. Another starch present in the corn is the resistant starch. Starch is a crystalline in nature, and you know that it has amylose and amylopectin. So amylose is a linear polymer, amylopectin is a branch polymer. So feedstock to feedstock, this ratio of amylase to amylopectin varies. So we talked about starch to non-starch polysaccharide. Now another parameter, ratio of amylose and amylopectin. So these are the granularity we think about it, that these are the intricacies of the starch. Now this retrograded amylose, we are operating the plants on the jet cooking because we are not controlling the feedstock itself. So to get the security in the process operation, we use the jet cooker. But during this high temperature cooking process, some of the dextrins, DP1, DP2, they get retrograded or polymerized and caramelized also. That glucose is unavailable today. So this resistant starch is also there. Then there are trans-glucosidated glucose linkages, that also there. So if you see, almost 2.6 to 2.8%, round of 3% starch is unavailable to convert into glucose and into the ethanol. So that's what we have seen, that by acid hydrolysis, usually we do analysis of the starch by the acid hydrolysis. But our process, we don't use acid, we use the enzymes. So ultimately, there is a difference of the starch estimation by acid hydrolysis and by enzymatic hydrolysis. So almost there is a difference of 0.9 to 1.1%. So to extract these unavailable starch, Professor Sajde told about the Indian corn extractability is 67%. So how to extract that starch? That's the challenge for the typically hard grains like corn. Next slide, please. So here I'm comparing my experience in US and with the India. So typically US ethanol plants, if you see, the capacity is 700 to 800 KLPD, what I was talking about 55 mgpy or 65 mgpy plants. And in India, average size, now we are talking about the corn, old coal corn to ethanol plants, you can say 100 to 150, but today in India, we are talking about 300 or 400 KLPD. Again, coming to the corn variety which we are using in India is a waxy corn. So it has a wax content and more of the non-starch polysaccharides. Our corn is non-GMO. Our alcohol concentration is restricted to 12 to 13% because of the VHG, very high gravity fermentation. Because if we want to target higher alcohol concentration, dry solids will go beyond 32%. Steam consumption. Again, in case of US corn, there is a steam consumption of 2.4 to 2.5 kg per liter as against the 3.6, 3.8, what benchmarking was talked about by Professor Narnabo. Even the power consumption is higher in our case. Coming to the yield, we know that in US corn, there is a better yield because of the higher starch content. And again, the quantity of the DDGs is different in India and as well as the US. So if you see, most of the United States corn to ethanol plants are more efficient because they are using the, first of all, the feedstock, different feedstock, that is GMO, Y2D corn, and the, because of the variable cost of production, because of the advanced yeast and advanced chemicals, their OPEX is much lower than the Indian. Next slide, please. So let's have a quickly look at the technology options for the corn to ethanol. So I'm not going, next slide, please. Not going into the detail, but again, the wet milling plant, yes, the Prages Bio-One's Belgium plant, 750 kilo, is based on the wet milling process, and whatever the starch slurry is there, that is going into the ethanol. But we cannot do this in India because if you see in case of the wet milling plants, there is a challenge of more effluent generation. Also, the economic viability of this is process in context to zero liquid. We are talking about the zero layer. So discharge norms are different in India. Next slide, please. This is again my Ametis plant, United States, 600 KLPD, that is based on the conventional process. And perhaps this is the plant where we have almost all the technologies, including the corn oil recovery and the biodiesel. So we have also developed our own corn oil recovery process, and typically 42 kg, if you have a 40 kg of oil in the per ton of a corn, we can recover almost 80 kg per ton of corn. This is with the Praj corn oil recovery. Next slide, please. So then is the dry fractionation process. So some of the CPT technology, they are using the dry fractionation. Next slide, please. So now let's come to the facts. Where are we today? Do we have any solutions? So today we are going to talk about the practical solutions. We have done the piloting of these technologies. So next slide, please, at our Praj material. So we are having one more technology, and that is a combi-firm catalytic hydrolysis technology. So we were focusing on this unextractable starch. So how I can extract that unavailable starch and convert that into the usable ethanol. So this is a technology which is not only the chemical or enzymatic process, but this involves physical separation also. Because you know that all this starch is trapped, adhered to the protein, fat, and the fiber. So here you have to give some energy to separate that starch and, make it usable for the catalytic process. So that's the process which we have developed. So based on the Indian corn as a feedstock, and we can go for the VHG, very high gravity fermentation, 13.5 to 14% alcohol, along with the thin slop recycle, because we are making that extractable starch, non-extractable starch into the extract well, there is an improvement in the yield. Here I am not talking about the yield or the fermentation efficiency. Professor Narendra Mohan talked about the fermentation efficiency of 93 to 94. In today's scenario, when you are putting your yeast, unless it is genetically modified, you are controlling the metabolic pathway, it is very difficult to achieve that higher efficiency. But here we are focusing on the conversion efficiency. Conversion efficiency means conversion of the starch into dextrine and the glucose. So here from the 97%, we want to increase step by step, not immediately we'll go to 100%, step by step, 97 to 97.598. So anyway, this is the physico-chemical separation technology, and perhaps this will give some improvement in the OPEX optimization. Next slide, please. Professor Narendra also talked about 1.5G. Yes, we are ready with the 1.5G. We have developed this technology and it is available in the United States because they have certain incentives for the ethanol produced from the fiber. So there this technology makes sense, 1.5G, Fibrex this technology. Again, coming to the steam and power reduction, yes, MVR technology is well proven in project installations, not only India, but in across the globe. So this technology also reduce your steam and power consumption and improve your CI, carbon index. So this is also a well proven technology. Next slide, please. So we're talking about the technology. Everything is available with us. But what is about the supply and demand? So most of these, you can see, most of the corn which is there in the India is used for the poultry and starch industry. And even if you the supply demand of the corn itself, sometimes we are importing, sometimes we are exporting. It is not steady state. So this is thing. Also, the Niti Aayog has recommended that you can use corn as a feedstock because it demands less water as compared to the rice or even the sugarcane. So this is a very good feedstock, sustainable feedstock going forward. And if you see for 2025, whatever the ethanol targets we want to achieve, so that demands almost 16.5 million metric ton of corn for the efficient ethanol production. Already oil marketing companies has given a special price for the ethanol produced from the corn or the maize. So you can see that is a 56 rupees and 35 paisa is the offtake rate for the ethanol produced from the maize. So everything is there with us. We are prepared. Next slide, please. So proven technologies, increasing viability of the corn to ethanol. We need this new variety of the corn. Anyway, NSI and IMR are focused on that activity and definitely will have a new corn variety which will be rich in starch content, and we can produce more highly protein content DDGs from the corn as a raw material. And challenges which we know, which we discussed in the morning about the agronomy, the productivity per hectare and the cultivation related thing. So yes, definitely we can do that. And co-product validation, yes, we are ready. CO2 recovery is there, corn oil recovery is there. Even if we want to produce a biodiesel, now oil marketing companies, we have a new rate of 105 to 106 rupees per kg of biodiesel. So this is the new things which are happening around us and we have to take the opportunity of this. So why not explore all these things, but again the feedstock. So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mahesh. Now we can have Mr. Sanjay Desai, Managing Director, Regreen Excel. You can have the presentation now.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Sanjay Desai. I am Managing Director of Regreen Excel. We are also a technology provider for both molasses and grain-based distilleries and ethanol plants. So first of all, I would like to thank Department of Foods and the Ministry, especially Subha Singh sir, for giving me this opportunity. And it's really a great pleasure and honor for me to make this short presentation in front of very knowledgeable and experienced industry stalwarts from having different expertise in terms of finance, technical, in terms of production. So thank you all, sir. So basically, I would like to briefly explain about our work, what we have been doing. So in the last 5 years, we helped the industry to set up more than 125 projects. 50% of them are molasses or sugarcane based plants. Another 50% are on grain, especially in broken rice, corn, or combination of sugarcane and grain based plants. So the largest plant we set up was 800 KL for Ugar Sugars in Karnataka. So now we are adding, that was originally based on sugarcane syrup. Now we are adding or commissioning a 600 KL grain-based plant attached to it, so that it can run 12 months, 800 on syrup and 600 on grain during off-season. So of course, Gulshan Polyol is there. We are helping them to set up 2 large plants. One is 500 KL in Madhya Pradesh, and we have also commissioned a 360 KL plant for Balrampur Chini. Then we helped Global Spirit to set up about almost 7 to 8 projects in different states of different capacities and permutation combinations. So basically, you all know that various feedstocks. One is sugary based and starchy based. Of course, now today we are talking about the maize. Then, of course, also know the application of various ethanols and where it is used. So, of course, SAF will be very interesting for all of us. So, once we have the technology available to everyone, and also the airlines will accept this SAF, so then there will be another very high value-added product for the ethanol industry. Next slide, please. So Emax is our technology. So right from the beginning, we always focus not just on one parameter while we are developing the technology. We talk about, of course, efficiency, then high quality. Apart from this, we talk about low water footprint, practically ZLD projects, then low energy. That has been our, in fact, low energy is also leading to low water and also helping us to do ZLD. So that's the reason in the last 5-6 years, we talked about low steam consumption, low fuel consumption, so that the industry becomes much cleaner. Next slide. So these are various feedstocks. Of course, one can always think about sweet sorghum. We can also think about intercropping, sweet sorghum and corn. So this could be a possibility. So as compared to sugarcane, maybe sweet sorghum will allow us to do the intercropping. So that with sweet sorghum we have fuel for the whole year. Then we have grains. We have sugar in that. Then we also get support for 3 to 4 months for a whole corn ethanol plant. So that would be one trial. We can all give it a try. Next. So basically today I will keep my presentation very brief because since morning a lot of experts have been deliberating and making a lot of suggestions. So right now present challenges, of course, we have high feedstock cost. So when we started implementing projects, the feedstock prices were very low. Like maize was just 16,000 in BR. Today, before commissioning of those plants, within 10 months, the feedstock cost has gone to 23,000. So this is a very big change for the investor, even for us also, because there is so much of pressure on quickly, trying to develop technology and then improve the efficiencies. So of course, like Dr. C.K. Jain sir has requested, so 5 rupees, 6 rupees, that parity price will come, hopefully by the oil companies. So, but as a technical person, I would like to see what I can do to help in reducing the OPEX. So basically improvement in efficiency, of course, in most of the Globus plants, they have improved the efficiencies, in the rice plants. So, everything, whatever numbers were projected by Professor Narendra Mohan sir, already they have improved a lot. I think conversion is more than 99%, fermentation is 94, distillation is 99. So definitely with rice-based, we all have done very well. Even companies like Catalyst, they also helped us to improve the alcohol content. So a lot of energy saving, water saving has come because of the increase in the alcohol content. So this has been done in the rice-based plants primarily. Then whenever some of these ethanol plants have run, on corn, and there are some instances in Karnataka or in Andhra, people have tried to run on corn for 1 month, 2 months. So there also we can see that the same thing can be done over there. We can improve the fermentation efficiency, we can improve the alcohol content. So there is a lot of scope because we can benchmark rice performance parameters, then we can work on corn. So another advantage for us is Indian corn is not like US corn. That is an advantage. Even though our yields are low, but we have 4 to 5% more byproducts we can do because we have less starch, so we have more others. So we should always focus on developing the byproduct. So in the byproduct, we can always think of in the dry milling, we can have a degerminator. We are building a plant in Bihar for Sao Agro. We are going to separate the germ and germ oil, then that can fetch a better value. Then similarly, we can also think of having a tricanter. Supposing if, the bigger plants, the cost of degermination, those machines are quite high. So if you don't want to do that, then you can have a tricanter after the distillation where you separate the corn oil. Only disadvantage is you cannot use that corn oil for any edible use because it is already gone through liquefaction, fermentation, distillation. So maybe we can think of biodiesel or we sell it to the biodiesel factories. So these are the things which can be done. Then of course steam cost. We have been working when we started in 2012-13, the steam consumption average was 6 kg. Now we have come down to 3.5. Now we are working on 3. So now our guarantees are 2.5 for new plants, where we have used a lot of heat integration with dryer vapors and MERs. So with hopefully, next year we'll come out with less than 2 or 1.5. That is our target. This can be done. So a lot of steam heat integration has been done in other industries, in textile, in pharma, in chemical. So same techniques we are trying to adopt to ethanol industry. Of course, there is always a challenge or a question that what happens to the capex or what happens to your power and steam balance. Like for any new greenfield plant, supposing if I reduce the steam to say 2 kg, capex will not go up because we are going to have a smaller boiler, smaller cooling tower, smaller. So of course, even the power consumption also will not go up like what we think. MER may take 1 megawatt more for a 200 KL, but we'll have a lot of saving in the boiler, we'll have a lot of saving of the power in the cooling tower. Our experience is for a 200 KL, if I include this technology, bring down the steam to 2.5, another 200 kW will be extra power. In any case, environment clearance body is asking everyone to do a solar for 10% of the power plant has to be based on solar. So we have enough excess power in the new plant. So that can be always balanced. But steam consumption also, if I reduce steam by 1 kg, we can also reduce the water by 1. So we can go as low as 4 kg per liter. So that's why we are now building almost 6 projects of almost very large plant based on 2.5 kg with MER. So there is a plant in Karnataka, Hermes Distillery, they are doing a 500 KL. So even of course, their boiler capacity came down by 40%. Then we increased the pressure of the boiler to get more power. So that those things can be done for a new plant very easily. And MER also we can add it in the existing plant. So when you add in the existing plant, you may have to look at a higher capacity of the plant. Then only it is more feasible because you already have invested in boiler turbine of larger plant. So once you add this, then you save steam, you need more power. So in that case, it's better to increase the capacity of the plant. Many plants of 250 KL, now we are doing 350 in the same boiler and turbine. So there is a lot of opportunities with this heat integration. Of course, in the water also will come down because if you reduce the heat input to the plant. Apart from that, there are quite a few other technologies to recycle the water. We can use membrane bioreactor to have more percentage of the recycle. So with our new technology with membrane bioreactors, we can commit a guarantee of 3%, the reject in the overall water. Almost 97% we can recycle back. Similarly, we can use air-cooled condensers to reduce the water. So, and plus, of course, in a grain distillery as compared to syrup or molasses, you have a lot of solid handling you have to manage on a day-to-day basis. So you need more manpower. So mechanization and automation in the silo area and the milling area, plus in the DDGS area. Those things can be done. Like in US or West, they have been done very well in the mechanization. So those things actually reduce your manpower cost. So with all these, added things, we can reduce around 3 to 4 rupees per liter of the OPEX. So now maybe you are having 12 rupees or 13 rupees, so that can be less than 10 with all this. Some of the techniques already we are implementing. So we are hoping that all these plants will get commissioned in the next 6 months' time, then we'll have a better numbers. Yeah. So of course, since we have more other solids in the corn, so we can look at an opportunity rather than looking at, our corn is not as good as US corn, but we have, less starch, more byproducts. So we can already explain about corn gem or gem oil, then tricanthus I already explained. Then another project, very interesting project we are doing in Turkey, so which is based on the wet milling. So there, of course, they have some advantage in terms of, they can produce starch products, including the HFS, high fructose syrup of different grades for their beverage industry. So instead of sugar, in their Pepsi, Coke, they use HFS. So they use in the tankers. So at the same time, we can go with the wet milling process, then do ethanol, then do also the starch byproducts. Of course, there could be a challenge of the ZLD. We'll discuss that. So basically, when I remove a lot of byproducts before the processing in the wet milling, so I can get better value of the byproducts. So if I do DDGS, I may get less value. If I separate the fibers in the beginning, I get better value because it is more edible and less impurities. That was the whole concept. So of course, germ, corn oil, even gluten also we can separate, which can get you better value. And when we end up with water, then of course this water required for soaking the corn, that can be converted to CSL. Dr. Jain can support me on this. So that can be also added back into the fiber and it goes as a byproduct. So then apart from that, distillery spent wash, the slop, so we can use it for doing CBG. Then now in India is also talking about a lot of CBG, projects. Then after taking out the gas, then it can be sold as a CBG. Then finally, we have some water with COD, BOD. All that we can have, biological treatment followed by MBRs. So we can again recycle back all the water back to the plant. So we can still do a ZLD. And if there is any sludge or a reject is remaining, so we can just use some waste heat to evaporate. Then we can recover that as also as a water. So we don't need to be worried about how it can be done in CBG. There are technologies which are already proven elsewhere. So we can do without actually amending any environmental regulations. So since we are getting a lot of byproducts, CBG is coming out. So whatever OPEX I'm spending on doing ZLD, that can cover by selling the CBG. We can even make more money. Even the investment can be also justified. So of course, this can be discussed and, because US has done dry milling as per Mr. Sachdeva, almost 90%, because it is for their GM crop and also for their condition. So for Indian condition, we can again look at the wet milling process and we can always think and do how to do the ZLD. Okay. So of course, this is the standard flow sheet you already seen. Next, please. This is the wet milling. So I can share this presentation. So of course, these are some of the numbers of wet milling byproducts. So these are more or less average figures of different state corn. So in any case, these are all produced in starch industry. So there is an established market and established pricing. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. Unfortunately, the wet milling is not our cup of tea right now, but thanks for giving the insight to that one. Before we, invite questions from the audience, we have Mr. Puneet Kumar with us from Novozyme, and there are few obvious questions from all of us, because we are talking about the conversion efficiencies. All the speakers, including me, we were worried about how much, the starch we are converting into glucose. We often talk about the fermentation efficiencies, but we seldom talk about the conversion efficiencies, converting starch to dextrin to glucose, and then, glucose to ethanol or alcohol. So this is one aspect where I would like to have your comments. And second, we are talking a lot on product diversification or the, byproduct diversification. We are talking about different qualities of the DDGS or making different food products even, utilizing the different fractions of the DDGS, the low value, the mid value, or the high value. So what are your takes on that one? What biosolutions you can offer, or you can favor all of us with your views on that one?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Mohanji, for the great question. I will use a couple of slides to elaborate on that. Good afternoon, everyone. Biosolution adds value across value chain sustainably from field to fuel ethanol. In field, biosolution helps to increase the yield per acre and also to reduce the chemical-based fertilizer in the field. And in production of ethanol, it helps to get more from the maize. Maybe next slide. And as we know, roughly 60% of total ethanol production is produced from maize globally, and it is 90% in US. And if you see, starch content in maize is lesser compared to the rice, what we normally use in India. And of course, it is rich in oil, protein, and fiber. Here, biosolution helps in three ways. First is it will help to enhance the overall process efficiency. Now, the advanced cocktail enzyme can run at the DS of higher DS, which enables increased throughput, and also the cocktail enzyme can also reduce the consumption of urea in the plant. And also advanced enzyme can also run at lower pH, up to level of 4.4 to 4.5. Again, there it is reducing chemical. And advanced, again, I mean, I'm not taking deliberately the brand names. Advanced cocktail enzymes can also run at low temperature at around 82 degrees centigrade. There it is reducing the energy cost. Now, biosolution is evolving where we can cook at 40 to 50 degrees centigrade, where there will be huge reduction in energy consumption in the process. Once we improve the process efficiency, biosolution adds value in actually getting more from available starch. First is the advanced liquefaction enzyme what we have. It enables to reduce residual starch by 28% to the current level what we have. And also by thereby increasing the yield. And also new glucomylase, what is being used or is upcoming. It can also allows low glucose peak and also reduce glycerol. Again, it increases the ethanol yield. And also fungal alpha amylase present in the cocktail of enzyme will convert unfermentable sugar to fermentable sugar. Overall, if you see, roughly 2 to 3% of ethanol can be increased in the process. Now, once we extract more from available starch from the maize, it is third role of biosolution to convert protein, fiber, and oil to the value-added products. Next slide, please. This is a normal process as elaborated, but now as we move on, biosolution transforms corn fiber to low carbon, high value ethanol. Here we can adopt two processes. One is drop-on process, where in the existing infrastructure, we can actually use that particular biosolution to convert the corn fiber into ethanol, and also we can have add-on where we call it as 1.5, where from wet cake we can actually pre-treat and then convert fiber into ethanol. That is in the US actually, as it is widely being used. And also advanced innovation helps to get higher corn protein to the level of 80 to 85%, which has a huge demand from feed and food. And also it helps in adding human nutrition, and also biosolution can also help to increase the digestibility of the protein. And also once we take out this, left is the oil. Biosolution can help to increase the yield by 15 to 20% in the process while extracting the oil. Of course, carbon capture is getting traction nowadays. Biosolution is evolving to address the need to convert that into future fuels. Now, after getting all the composition of corn, adding value to that, there is also room to further enhance ethanol yield in the process. Normally, if you see in the conventional yield, because of human intervention in the dosage of glucoamylase and also yeast, there is of efficiency lost, and also because of formation of glycerol and organic acid. Now we can call it as yeast intelligence. Normally in US it is widely used. It is a genetically modified yeast which actually produces yeast on its own as per the need. And also it can work at a higher temperature, tolerable to high temperature, and also 75% reduction of urea in the process. With this solution, we can increase the yield by 2 to 3%. This is how biosolution can add value to the maize and also get more from the maize what we have. We as Novozyme work together with customers and also partner to find biological answer for better lives in a growing world sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. The floor is open for discussion. We can have few questions. Please identify yourself and point out to whom you want to ask the question.
Sir, can I ask one question, please?
Gentleman on my right. Yeah, please.
My name is Jaski Shukla. I am heading the UP Distillers Association. Forum knows the crisis of broken rice. My question goes to Mr. Kulkarni Praj. The industry very aggressively change the feed stock, and currently corn is not available up to the larger extent. Can we use 10%, 25% the broken rice flour so that the quality of DDGS is also maintained? Because problem is that if you are going to change entirely into the corn, market will have doubt to accept the corn-based DDGS. So kindly elaborate, please.
Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. Starch content, and if you have the other feedstock which is having lower starch content, so perhaps we can do that, and we were doing that earlier. But now, given that oil marketing companies has given an offtake price for a feedstock, then it makes a challenge whether there will be acceptable or not acceptable. If I mix or blend 10%, 15% of the maize with the broken rice, but whether I am going to get the same price, offtake price of the ethanol, whether I will get any advantage of blending corn into the rice as a delta marginal benefit to the project developer. So yes, it is possible. Nothing is impossible. Possible.
Because of the differential pricing policy, you have to look into that aspect also. Mixing DDGS of different sources from the maize or the rice may be possible 10, 90%, 80, 20%. But you have to look into the ethanol prices which you are going to get.
Yeah, actually, sir,
Additionally, you can do it, yeah.
see, there are some work we are doing.
Yeah, for us, I would like to request Singh Saab, because we have done that kind of thing at his factory at Rampur Distillery. So we can use, sir, please.
From the Professor Narendra Mohanji, because of the certain policies frame, if it's a mix of the corn and the rice, what would be the final pricing? And I think to begin with, it should be have a mixture of maize and the rice.
So in the past also we had a lot of such questions, mixing sugar with molasses or mixing different feedstocks. So I think this is not the right session to discuss on pricing. The pricing session is different, where you can discuss all these things.
Yeah.
So how to derive at the prices once we mix two different feedstocks and all that.
Sir, we are trying to work out a very simple solution, especially this, a lot of projects in Gujarat, they are asking us to do this. One is Gujarat, I think government, they want all the ethanol producer to use 20-25% on an annual basis corn. So we are just now working on how to mix the DDGS. Supposing somebody use 1 month full corn, then 11 months rice. Whether we can mix at the end of this one DDGS and try to improve the quality of the DDGS. So this work is already going on. I think there could be some solution we'll find for that. Yeah.
Because you have to look into the keeping quality also.
Yes. That's why we have to see, actually do the mass balance, how much corn in an annual basis we are going to use in what season, then how much rice, So then how to plan the mixing of the DDGS, storage and mixing of two different qualities.
Any question from my left? Please.
Sir, my name is Rajendra Mittal. I am Managing Director of BCL Industries. So my question is to the technology providers. Do we have a proven technology for separating this maize germ in the dry milling process? And what will be its results?
Mahesh, would you like to answer?
Yes, sir. In India currently, we don't have, but in the US, Satake, they are in the milling this thing area, and they can definitely provide you that technology, but we don't have. Sanjay, do you have?
So doing this machine, but not in India, but they can help, to bring the part of the machine and then do the more indigenization. So, and also there is a company from Turkey, they are also in the market for doing this degermination. So there are options available for the machine. So earlier, the only challenge was we used to have a lot of starch going through the germ. So now the germ price is so much. So even some starch loss is also there. So still the overall, the feasibility will remain very strong with germ.
Any more? Yeah.
Sir, myself, Dr. Dhampal Chaudhary, working as Maize Biochemist, Indian Institute of Maize Research. So my question is to Mr. Kulkarni, sir. Sir, we know that maize is a coarse cereal. So it's grindable. It's not being as fine grindability as rice. So what is your opinion regarding this? Is it a major issue in the flow process because I visited many industries, they pointed out that there are some issues in the flow of the system as the platelet that heat exchanger due to the higher particle they stuck inside, and that leads to economic that's why they are not using maize.
Sir, perhaps in the morning, in my presentation, you have seen that we need to understand the feedstock. Broken rice and corn, both are hard feedstock. And even Professor Sajde mentioned about the endosperm, the main inner side of the grain. But ultimately, the important thing is the starch. Whether you express starch on wet basis or on the dry basis. He was mentioning starch on the dry basis, 72%. But whatever the starch to non-starch polysaccharide is concerned, so the non-starch polysaccharide, in case of the broken rice, almost 72% is your rice, which is a fermentable sugars. Rest of the things are the non-starch polysaccharide. But in case of corn, we have only 58 to 60%. We have analyzed the samples from Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar. Centini was perhaps one of the plant which was operating on corn for a longer time. Couple of plants in Maharashtra like Viraj Alcohol. So there are very few plants which were using corn as a feedstock which is available in their territory. But ultimately coming to the main chemistry, the non-starch polysaccharides, because of that, what you have to do is you have to restrict your alcohol concentration around 12%, 10 to 12%, because you cannot increase the DS more than 32%. And that is the reason then you demand the advanced enzymes like viscosity reducing enzyme, which will reduce the viscosity and the flowability can be increased. Then coming to the downstream is the falling film evaporation. So you have separated the thin slop, but again you have to concentrate up to 35 to 40%. So these non-starch polysaccharides plays a crucial role in terms of the flowability as well as the CIP of those falling film evaporators. So we need to understand the feedstock and design the process accordingly. So perhaps the sir was talking about why not blend 10% or 15% of corn into the broken rice. It is manageable. You can maintain the ratio of S to NSP, like F bind ratio, S to NSP. I think I given you answer.
In my opinion, we need to develop high waxy maize because that will be beneficial to the industry for fermentation process.
Yes, but separation of or fractionation at the front end is very expensive.
Mash, you already mentioned about, dry fractionation system.
Yeah.
It seems interesting because once you look into the DDGS quality, food grade corn oil, 30% less steam consumption, and you were talking about, such plants working in US.
Yes.
So can you give any idea on the capital cost and the viability of such plants?
See, sir, these fractionation plants, very few companies are in as I mentioned, Professor Sajday, only 10% of the corn to ethanol US industry. They are having this fractionation. Most of them have the conventional process only. So perhaps those are the people who are in the field of the animal feed industry, where they can value the co-product and get the project viability. So there's a concern about the dry fractionation because you have to ultimately get the pure stream of the either a germ or the fiber or the protein. Although there are select technologies, Fluid Equip is the one of the company, perhaps you must be knowing, selective grind technology. So they have the front end fractionation of the corn. Even the ICM also has this technology. So in United States, those are the technology players. We have the proven technologies on the commercial scale of 25 mgp or on the 55 mgp corn to ethanol plants.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I want an opportunity.
Yeah, please.
I want an opportunity to share a thought process in front of the eminent panelists and people from the industry. So we do talk about ZLD and DDGS. You see, and wet DDGS and ZLD are two different concepts. You see, ZLD is ZLD, and DDGS is dried. So what the dryer is doing, it is just removing the moisture. So and it is adding shelf life and transportability. Okay, so since we are trying to shift ethanol to maize, so which like decade ago, industry distilleries in Madhya Pradesh were often making ENA from coarse grain like maize, jawar, bajra, whatever. Okay, yes, from millets. Yes, they were doing it, and they had the market for wet fiber. Okay, so yes, ZLD technology was not being executed so seriously that time, but that's a separate thing. So a very small point I'm just trying to highlight here is that, you see, if there is a market for wet DDGS in our local villages, so we don't necessarily need to make it expensive by burning fuel. We can, if there is a market for it, it should be allowed. And wet DDGS should be allowed But right now, because we have better permits are favorable with the dryer and so on. So it's a very small market, but it should be allowed. So I'm just putting this thought in that, ZLT is a different concept and dry DGS doesn't meet the environmental friendliness necessarily.
Your point is well taken. It is already, it has been discussed several times in the past also.
Yeah.
But because of reasons you also know.
Mhm.
So we need to, rediscuss, and we can always discuss, looking to, the issues which are associated, the higher fuel consumptions and all that. So if, the market is there, can we allow such, DWGS also
Yeah.
for sale?
Yeah.
So that can be a food for thought.
Just food for
Just to
thought.
revisit it again and to take it with the, different
Right.
ministries and all that. Yes.
आज के सेमिनार में स्टार्च कंटेंट ही डिपेंडेंट है इथेनॉल यील्ड के लिए। एक स्लाइड में आया इंडिया में स्टार्च कंटेंट 67%, दूसरी स्लाइड में आया 60%। मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि सही फिगर क्या है, 67 है या 60 है, क्योंकि उसी से इथेनॉल की यील्ड डिपेंडेंट है।
You can always do the back calculation also, because we are talking about 360 to 380.
Sir,
but even Sanjay, you can give the numbers.
It is an
then.
eminent seminar.
We can give you the numbers. Yeah.
It should be a right number.
Right.
I can do my calculation, no doubt about it.
Unfortunately, it is much lower than 60. On
That's why we are
wet
talking
basis,
about
because
67.
There is lot of moisture coming. So average moisture is around 14, or it can go up to 17. So dry basis. Wet basis is 60, average you can take. So dry basis, you can add 67, 66. Yeah. But still we are 4 to 5% less than the US corn.
Thank you. I have a question.
Yeah.
It's directed to both Excel and Praj, that for the Indian context, if we were to design an ethanol plant based largely on maize, we would certainly be looking at the best possible byproduct recovery. So considering our ZLD issue, which I think seems to be currently non-negotiable as per our discussions with the Ministry of Environment, we would probably necessarily be looking at dry milling. So in the dry milling process, how would we recover the best possible byproducts? And essentially, I guess it will be corn oil. And at what stage would this be recovered? Would it be pre-fermentation or would it be post-fermentation? Because that would possibly decide its market value. So considering Praj has done a lot of work, and we see that you've set up several dry milling maize ethanol plants in the US, maybe you'd like to shed some light on this.
Sure. So most of the, if you see co-product valorization technologies, perhaps in the dry milling process, downstream recovery of these products is more viable and more economical, because the most critical component is the starch. And first you have to efficiently convert that starch into glucose and glucose to ethanol. So we are taking care that you are getting the maximum extraction of the starch and maximum generation of the ethanol. Now the rest is the co-product valorization. So coming to the protein. So definitely, yes, we can extract the protein post fermentation. And we have, proudly say, we have developed this technology and almost on the verge of commercialization. So protein can be extracted post distillation. Then the oil recovery for typically corn. So most of the technologies across the globe, including Green Shift, Valicor, they are the brand players in the corn oil recovery and the biodiesel plant. And even my plant, Ametis, we have this Valicor technology. So all this corn oil recovery is from the thin slop. So you first of all recover the oil from the thin slop and then it will go into the evaporation. So oil is recovered, protein is recovered. Now the coming is the balance is the fiber portion. Now, what we are saying today is that then only you can have the DDGs of different quality. So today we are talking about the market, DDGs market only for the poultry application, animal feed, or even the aquaculture. So pricing tag for this DDGs as a nutrient supplement or feed supplement depends on the application. Aquaculture, different price. Poultry, different price. So most of this corn is being diverted. Even I mentioned in my presentation, it is going for the poultry application. So here we are removing, separating all co-products post distillation. We are not fractionating anything in the front end because there is a risk of losing starch in this co-product segment. So that
which means that the corn oil we get would not be for human consumption.
yes, this will be for the either tannery or it will go into the biodiesel. Now today's scenario, earlier the scenario was not favorable as the biodiesel price in India was 60 rupees a kg. So today's scenario, now it is almost 105 to 106 rupees is the biodiesel price. There is a mandate of, as per the biofuel policy 2018, there is a mandate of 7.5% blending of biodiesel in the diesel. So all the favorable situation is there in the India. So yes, given corn as a feedstock, we can have all these options. And even for the project developer, if he does the segmentation, I am using the word segmentation for the DDGs, application wise, he will get better revenue.
Thank you, Mahesh. Are you saying that the protein can be recovered separately?
Yes.
Before we make animal feed supplement.
Correct, and that will be edible,
that
human
can
consumption.
And that can go as human consumption.
Yes, we have done that.
So is that being commercially offered by you?
Yes, we are
And
on the
that
verge.
could be applicable to rice as well.
Exactly. So today's rice protein fetches better value as against the other feedstock.
So that would be a white powder, right?
Yeah.
And you are.
You you please visit our Praj Matrix R&D Center.
I'd like to do that. Yes.
You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Swaroop, while we are sitting next to each other.
We have to respect the time also. You can have the discussion by the side of the lunch.
So just
I don't want to come between the lunch and you people. We have to respect the timing. So thank you very much, all of you. You can have discussions in the subsequent, sessions also.
Kindly keep the applause going for the distinguished panel for conducting an in-depth and insightful session. As the session chair mentioned, for more questions, you can connect with them offline during lunch, during tea breaks. I now request Sri Subodh Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary Sugar, to please join us to present a token of appreciation to Session Chair Sri Narendra Mohan, Director NSI. Please put your hands together for Sri Narendra Mohan. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Mahesh Kulkarni, AVP and Head Business Bioproducts, Praj Industry Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Sanjay Desai, MD, Regreen Excel EPC India Private Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Puneet, Business Director, Novozyme South Asia Private Limited. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are running behind schedule, so we'll take a 45 minutes lunch break. It's organized in the dining area where we had our tea and coffee. We request you to kindly reassemble in this hall at sharp 2:45 p.m. for our next session. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
So I'll request now one by one. Anybody wants to, please. Thank you. आपकी कोई स्लाइड है?
वो मैं Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone had a nice lunch. And Dr. Chaudhary sir, Dinesh ji, my colleague, Dr. Kalra, I would like to just brief you 2 minutes about CLAFMA. CLFMA is called CLAFMA of India. It's an association of livestock industry in this country. We have about 250 members all over Pan India who are mainly into the poultry feed, cattle feed, and aqua feed. And today's subject was DDGS in animal feed. Is very important for us because, as you know, there is a shortage of feed and fodder which is looming large all around us. Corn is in short. So to have alternative sources, DDGS would be a very welcome product for us. And now on behalf of CLAFMA, I'll ask Dr. Kalra to present the slides, what we have prepared for today. Thank you.
हाँ, क्लियर और कम बातों में
बिल्कुल. Can I have the slides, please? आदरणीय डॉक्टर चौधरी जी, मेरे फेलो पैनलिस्ट श्री देवरा जी, डॉक्टर दिनेश और एक्सपर्ट्स जो शुगर इंडस्ट्री से भी हैं, मेज इंडस्ट्री से भी हैं, और ख़ास तौर पे मैं सुबोध सर को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने इस सेमिनार का आयोजन किया जिसमें उन्होंने ये समझा कि मेज शुगर केन के साथ लाइवस्टॉक इंडस्ट्री को कैसे जोड़ा जाए. जैसे मुझे चेयरमैन सर ने कहा कि मुझे संक्षेप में बात करनी, आई हैव टू बी टॉकिंग इन वेरी ब्रीफ. If you look at these slides, you would look at that the animal feed industry is growing, okay, from 21, and in 26 it is likely to grow. The objective here was that how DDGS could be part and parcel of the entire cattle feed industry, so that if ethanol is produced, what do we do? Where do we do? What do we do with the excess of the DDGS available? So there is an immense opportunity. That is point number one, which I would like to say out of this. It can be used in dairy. It can be used in poultry. That's point number one. Next slide. Now, in this slide, also I have mentioned that it can be used in the layer birds. It can be used in the broiler birds and in the cattle. The very reason of its usage is the prices of the maize and soya are volatile, they keep increasing, and thereby increasing the cost of the feed and therefore the cost of production. So DDGS could be an opportunity to be used in the animal feed. That's the point number two. Next. Okay, there is a rice DDGS, there is a maize DDGS. I was fortunate to be here since morning to learn a lot of things from the experts, the difference between rice and maize DDGS, why we should all focus on maize DDGS and not on rice DDGS. So I would not like to dwell on the difference between both the DDGs. But the key thing is that the paddy has got more starch as compared to maize. That's point number one. But we are not going to focus much on it. The reason is because maybe it's not sustainable and we have to focus more on the maize. That's point number three, which comes out of it. So what is rich in fiber, fat, I would not dwell more on this. It is digestible. It has got, maize has got different amino acid profile and all that is known to all of us. Next. There is surely an importance of DDGS. That's number one. The point here which I would like to draw before we go on to the pricing is the quality. Because ultimately what is going to matter for us? See, morning you get up, you need a cup of tea.
From where that cup of tea is going to come is from the milk. Now, therefore, for having that quality milk or in the breakfast quality egg, you need quality nutrition. Like you and me, the animals also require quality nutrition. And therefore, the economics will only happen if you provide the quality DDGS to the animals at the appropriate rate. When I say quality, what is important here, ladies and gentlemen, is that in the morning session we said, can we blend rice and maize? Yes, it is possible. But then if I want to use it in poultry or dairy, will it be consistent? Will the acid profile be consistent in all the batches is number one. If it is not so, then what do I do? Will the productivity, because we are talking about productivity of the maize, we're talking about production of the maize. What happens to the productivity of the livestock? What happens to the egg production from the, because they are also the farmers. So we cannot compromise on that. And therefore, quality is very important. Also, I've been given to understand that the moisture level in the DDGS at times is high. My colleague, Dr. Dinesh, would be dwelling more on the details. But then you can't store it. If you store it, then there's a problem of aflatoxin. What do we do about it? So these are some of the points, which I thought I must dwell. Not that there is not an opportunity. There's a huge opportunity. But then these are some challenges. Quality is very important. And consistency is also very important. And therefore, the price economics follows later if we work on these 2 points. So my submission to the experts here is the industry is ready to accept. But then we need your support, some work, so that we get confident. Because today the farmers are not aware of DDGS. The users are not aware. What do we do about it? Possibly we'll have to do some more extension programs and all that, so that to make them aware and give them that confidence that yes, you can use it. That's the key point. Next. Next. These are again some figures which I am just trying to share with the experts here, that over a period of time, the feed industry is growing and it is going to grow with the CGR of 6.3%. So there is an immense opportunity for DDS to be used, provided the quality is followed. Next. Of course, I was talking to Shri Jain in the lunch session. He said, बड़ा सेक्टर कौन सा है आपका? तो बड़ा हमारा सेक्टर पोल्ट्री का है, क्योंकि पोल्ट्री में कंपाउंड लाइवस्टॉक फीड अधिक यूज होता है एज कंपेयर टू कैटल फीड. ऐसे कैटल का फीड का कंजम्पशन बहुत ज़्यादा है, लेकिन वहाँ पर कंपाउंड फीड का यूजेज कम है. सो हमारी पोल्ट्री में सबसे ज़्यादा उसकी खपत है, उसके बाद में रूमिनेंट्स है, उसके बाद में एक्वा है. एक्वा में अभी तक सुबह बात हो रही थी, एक्वा में मुझे नहीं पता, डॉक्टर दिनेश आपको आइडिया होगा कि क्या डीडीजीएस अभी तक एक्वा में इंडिया में यूज हुआ है या नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं है. डॉक्टर साहब भी कह रहे हैं कि नहीं हुआ है. सो अभी 2 सेक्टर्स हैं हमारे पास, एक्वा की पोल्ट्री और डेयरी, जिसके अंदर हम इसको सोच सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट. ये पोल्ट्री का अगर आप डिटेल्स देखते हैं तो पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री इज ऑल्सो ग्रोइंग. देयर सम मिसमैच हियर, बट व्हाट आई वुड लाइक टू ड्रॉ आउट ऑफ द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ द फीड विच इज ग्रोइंग, जो हमारी पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री है वो 2020-21 तक मेरे ख्याल में 1200 बिलियन की थी डॉक्टर, और आने वाले 2026 तक ये 3000 बिलियन की हो जाएगी. तो आप सोचिए कि कितनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है. करीब 11% CGR से ही ग्रो होने वाली है इस फीड इंडस्ट्री को देखते हुए. सो ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी. बट पोल्ट्री को अगर देखें तो वो है 1.5 kg की. अब उस 1.5 kg में अगर आपने थोड़ी सी भी ट्वीकिंग अगर कर दी तो उसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी डाउन हो सकती है, उसकी इम्यूनिटी डाउन हो सकती है, डिजीज इंसिडेंसेस बहुत बढ़ सकते हैं. सो इसलिए माय सबमिशन आउट ऑफ दिस एंटायर प्रेजेंटेशन इज quality and consistency of the DDGS is the most crucial for us, followed by economics, which we can work on jointly. Next. Post this, I would request Dr. Dinesh to take up the presentation and share your thoughts. But we at CLAFMA, along with Sri Devreji, Dr. Dinesh, and led by our Joint Secretary, we are very open to have any kind of discussion, research collaboration, so that whatever initiatives have been taken by you, sir, Subodh sir, we would be able to jointly take it forward and see that we reach to some conclusion so as to create value, not only for the human side, but also for the livestock side. The only one point which I just wanted to share before I request Dr. Dinesh, there was a discussion, sir, which you raised a point that can you take away the protein if you make DDGS and if you take away the protein for further value creation. Now, if you take away that protein, what value will it give to the livestock? So on one end, you are creating value, but then on the other hand, that DDGS may not be used for the livestock or for the poultry. So these are some of the points which I thought I must present to the August group here, and then we take it forward from here. Thank you all very much for the opportunity.
Good. थैंक यू कालरा साहब, आदरणीय चेयरमैन सर। एक छोटी सी कहानी बताता हूँ ताकि सबकी नींद उड़ जाए। दो डेयरी फार्मर थे। शाम को 7 बजे एक डेयरी फार्मर ने देखा उसकी भैंस बीमार है। उसने डॉक्टर को फोन किया। डॉक्टर का फोन आउट ऑफ नेटवर्क आ रहा था, तो उसने दौड़ते भागते पास वाले डेयरी फार्मर के पास गया। बोले मेरी भैंस बीमार है, यही सिम्टम है। दूसरा किसान बोला सेम सिम्टम मेरे भैंस को भी थे। तो पहले किसान ने पूछा तुमने क्या किया? बोले मैंने ये दवाई पिलाई। तो ये किसान वो बोतल लेके अपने गोठे में आ गया, शेड में आ गया और उस भैंस को वो दवाई पिला दी। आधा घंटे के बाद क्या हुआ? भैंस मर गई। तो नेचुरली उसको गुस्सा आया। वो झगड़ा करने के लिए दूसरे डेयरी फार्मर के पास गया। बोले कौन सी दवाई थी? मेरी भैंस मर गई। दूसरा कहता है मेरी भी मर गई थी। तो मैंने इंडियन वेटरनरी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट बरेली से पीएचडी की हुई है एनिमल न्यूट्रिशन में, और 55 वेटरनरी कॉलेजेस है, 10 एनिमल रिसर्च आईसीआर के इंस्टीट्यूट्स है, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एनिमल न्यूट्रिशन बैंगलोर में है। सब साइंटिस्ट लगे हुए हैं कि मेज और सोयाबीन मिल्क के लिए क्या अल्टरनेटिव हो सकता है। सब लोग ढूंढ रहे हैं। लेकिन आप देखिए, जैसे बताया, हिंदुस्तान दुनिया में 1, 2, 3, 4 है, यानी दूध में नंबर 1 है। 11 लाख करोड़ हमारा दूध प्रोडक्शन का टर्नओवर है। हम लोग फ्रेश वाटर एक्वाकल्चर में नंबर 2 है, 2 लाख करोड़ हमारा उसका टर्नओवर है। हम लोग अंडे के उत्पादन में नंबर 3 है, 45,000 करोड़ हमारा ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर का टर्नओवर है। बैकयार्ड पोल्ट्री की मैं बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूं। और चिकन के उत्पादन में हम नंबर 4 है, हमारा 1 लाख करोड़ ब्रॉयलर इंडस्ट्री का टर्नओवर है। यानी 50 ग्राम का चूजा 40 दिन में 2.5 किलो का बनता है। 1.7 केजी फीड खाता है 1 किलो का बनने के लिए। उसको हम लोग एफसीआर कहते हैं। जो मुर्गी अंडा देती है वो पहले 20 हफ्ते हम लोग उसको बढ़ाते हैं, फिर 21 हफ्ते से वो अंडा देना शुरुआत करती है और 72 वीक्स तक यानी 1 साल में 320 अंडे देती है। और कितना फीड खिलाते हैं हम लोग उसको? एक अंडे के लिए 110 ग्राम या 120 ग्राम। इसका मतलब है कि हम जो मुर्गी के दाने में, कैटल के फीड में, एक्वा के फीड में हम लोग एनर्जी खिला रहे, प्रोटीन खिला रहे, विटामिन खिला रहे, मिनरल्स खिला रहे और फैट डाल रहे एनर्जी के लिए। तो ये सब चीजें हम लोग जो डाल रहे हैं बड़े केयरफुली डालते हैं ताकि जो आउटपुट है वो डिस्टर्ब ना हो, और हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा अल्टरनेटिव सोर्सेस यूज करने की कोशिश करते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। नेक्स्ट। तो ये देखो हम लोग क्या क्या डालते हैं। जैसे ब्रॉयलर के फीड में मेज ये नंबर 1 एनर्जी सोर्स है। यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है कि 55 to 60% ब्रॉयलर के फीड में जो है वो मेज पड़ता है। लेयर के फीड में कम लिखा हुआ है क्योंकि वो मुर्गी मैच्योर मुर्गी होती है। वहां पे हम लोग बाकी ग्रेन बाय प्रोडक्ट्स या बाकी जो भी सस्ते वाले ग्रेन्स अवेलेबल हैं उनको हम डाल सकते हैं। कैटल में देखिए हम लोग 210 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन दूध बना रहे हैं पूरे साल में। 100 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन हमको कैटल फीड की आवश्यकता है उन जानवरों को खिलाने के लिए। लेकिन कितना फीड बेच रहे हैं हम लोग इंडस्ट्री? 14 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन। इसका मतलब बाकी 86 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन क्या हो रहा है? तो फार्मर रॉ मटेरियल खरीदता है, विलेज लेवल जो स्टोर होता है वहां से, और वो अपने एनिमल्स को खिलाता है। तो उसमें कॉटन सीड केक होता है, ग्राउंडनट केक होता है, मस्टर्ड केक होता है। जैसे आरुषि जी बता रही थी कि DWGS लोकली बिक सकता है, तो ऑलरेडी किसान खिला रहा है लोकली नियर बाय डिस्टिलरी से लेके। तो ये चीजें हैं। तो मेज, ज्वार, ब्रोकन राइस, बाजरा, ये जो 4 आइटम है, यहाँ से एनर्जी मिलती है। बाद में सोयाबीन मिल ब्रॉयलर में ये मेजर प्रोटीन सोर्स है। ये जैसे मैंने यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है कि 20 से 30% पड़ता है। अब महंगा है, आज की डेट में 45-46 रुपीज में मिलता है, तो ये लेयर में कम पड़ता है, 10 से 20% पड़ता है, क्योंकि उसमें जो भी लोकली बाकी अवेलेबल है, फिर फिश मिल होगा, मस्टर्ड मिल होगा, ग्राउंडनट मिल होगा, सनफ्लावर मिल होगा, ये डालते हैं। और साउथ इंडिया में जहां जहां फिश मिल अवेलेबल है, होल फिश अवेलेबल है, वो भी डालते हैं। अभी डीडीजीएस, राइस डीडीजीएस कुछ सालों से हमारे इंडस्ट्री को अवेलेबल हुआ है। और अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये कैटल फीड में भी जाता है, ये लेयर फीड में भी जा रहा है, ये कुछ कुछ ब्रॉयलर फार्मर भी डाल रहे हैं। जैसे 0 to 5% हम लोग इसको ब्रॉयलर में डाल सकते हैं, 0 से 10% हम इसको लेयर में डाल सकते हैं, हम 0 से 15% कैटल में डाल सकते हैं। हम अच्छे क्वालिटी का डीडीएस अगर बनेगा कलरा साफ, तो हम 0 to 5% उसको श्रिम्प फीड और एक्सट्रूडेड फिश फीड जो बनता है, यानी मैं गर्व से कहना चाहूंगा कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी इंडिया में मैं लेके आया। मैं यहाँ के फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को चाइना लेके गया और उनको दिखाया कि फ्लोटिंग फिश फीड कैसे बनता है। उसके पहले हिंदुस्तान में रॉ मटेरियल बैग्स में भर के, आंध्र प्रदेश में आपने देखा होगा फिश फार्म में बड़े बड़े फिश फार्म होते हैं, रॉ मटेरियल बैग्स में भर के वो बैग्स पॉन्ड में पोल को लगा देते थे। तो उसमें से क्या होता, वाटर क्वालिटी पे अफेक्ट होती थी, और 1 किलो का रोहू कटला मुर्गल होने के लिए पूरा 1 साल लग जाता था। लेकिन जब फ्लोटिंग फिश फीड का कंसेप्ट आया तो वाटर क्वालिटी अच्छी रही, और फीड कितना फेंकना है वो फार्मर सीख गया। जितना फीड आधा घंटा 1 घंटे में डिसअपियर हो जाएगा, फिश खा लेंगे, उतना ही फीड वो दिन में 2 बार फेंकता है। तो 1 किलो का फिश 6 महीने में बनना शुरू हो गया। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अब 40 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन कंपाउंड कैटल फीड हमारी इंडस्ट्री बनाती है इंडिया में। उसमें से 25 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन जो है वो पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री बनाती है। उसमें से आधा 12.5 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन ब्रॉयलर फीड में जाता है, 12.5 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन जो लेयर फीड में जाता है। मैंने जैसे बताया 14 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन जो है वो कैटल फीड बनता है, और लगभग 1 से 2 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन ये फिश फीड और श्रिम्प फीड बनता है। तो ये रॉ मटेरियल परचेस कैसे होते हैं? कंपनी छोटी हो या बड़ी हो, सारे कंपनियों में परचेस मैनेजर होते हैं। बड़े कंपनियों के पास में फील्ड लेवल के परचेस की टीम होती है। जहां जहां मक्का की मंडी है, सोयाबीन मिल के प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स है, वहां वो लोग पीरियडिकली जाते हैं, सैंपल लेते हैं, टेस्टिंग करते हैं। और आजकल NIR नाम की मशीन आई हुई है, नियर इंफ्रारेड मशीन। वो मशीन यूज करके आप 15 से 20 सेकंड में आपको पता लग जाता है कि मेरे रॉ मटेरियल में कितना प्रोटीन है, कितना एनर्जी है, कितना फाइटेड फॉस्फोरस है। इन्हें इनऑर्गेनिक मिनरल छोड़ के बाकी सब कुछ आप रॉ मटेरियल में भी एनालाइज कर सकते हैं और फिनिश फीड में भी एनालाइज कर सकते हैं। और जो केमिकल मेथड है उसमें 3 दिन लग जाते हैं प्रॉक्सिमेट एनालिसिस करने के लिए। तो जैसे यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है कि जो हमें मक्का लगता है, सोयाबीन मिल लगता है, और बाकी जो रॉ मटेरियल लेते हैं वो हम कैसे खरीदते हैं। कभी हम ब्रोकर से लेते हैं, कभी हम डायरेक्ट मंडी से लेते हैं। जो प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट है सोयाबीन मिल के, वहां से भी हम लोग डायरेक्ट लेते हैं। क्रेडिट पीरियड देखिए आप, 10 से 40 दिन का क्रेडिट मेज के लिए मिलता है, 30 दिन से ज्यादा का क्रेडिट सोयाबीन मिल के लिए मिलता है। अब अच्छी बात क्या है, जैसे चौधरी सर मुझे कह रहे हैं आजकल तुम क्या कर रहे हो, मैंने कहा मैं फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी प्रमोट कर रहा हूँ। तो मक्का प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी शुरू हो गई है हमारे महाराष्ट्र में और काफी जगह पे, कि फार्मर इकट्ठा आके मेज ग्रो कर रहे हैं और फीड इंडस्ट्री को बेच रहे हैं। बीच का ट्रेडर को बाईपास करके ये लोग डायरेक्ट कैटल फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर, पोल्ट्री फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर को अपना मक्का बेच रहे हैं। वैसे ही डीडीजीएस है। आज की डेट में जितना राइस बेस्ड डीडीजीएस हिंदुस्तान में बन रहा है और जितना बिक रहा है वो ट्रेडर के थ्रू ही बिकता है। 1 या 2 ही प्लांट है कि जिनके अपने डेडिकेटेड सेल्स टीम है राइस बेस्ड डीडीजीएस बेचने के लिए, तो वो लोग उसको फीड मिलर्स को जाके बेच रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। फिर हमने क्या किया, पिछले साल मेरी मुलाकात ऑल इंडिया डिस्टिलर्स एसोसिएशन के साथ हुई। उन्होंने कहा कि हमें हेल्प कीजिए कि हमारा जो डीडीजीएस बिक रहा है उसका फीडबैक क्या है फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर से। तो फिर 20 से ज़्यादा लोगों का इंटरव्यू लिया। उसमें से वैसे तो इंटरव्यू 30 लोगों का लिया था, लेकिन उसमें से 10 लोग यूज ही नहीं कर रहे, क्योंकि ये बड़ा पेनफुल न्यूट्रिएंट है। न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट क्या बोलता है, ये पेनफुल न्यूट्रिएंट है, क्योंकि इसमें हर ट्रक चेक करना पड़ता है कि क्वालिटी ठीक है कि नहीं। अब जैसे मॉइस्चर है, 10% मॉइस्चर होगा तो उसका शेल्फ लाइफ अच्छा है, मॉइस्चर 10% से ऊपर जाएगा तो उसका शेल्फ लाइफ जो नीचे आ जाएगा, मॉइस्चर 10% से ऊपर जाएगा तो फंगस ग्रोथ हो सकती है, अफ्लाटॉक्सिन और बाकी माइकोटॉक्सिन उसमें ग्रो हो सकते हैं जो जानवरों के लिए बड़े हानिकारक है। यानी हम लोग पोल्ट्री फीड में टॉक्सिन बाइंडर डालते हैं, लेकिन अगर टॉक्सिन ज्यादा होगी, बीआईएस ने अभी स्पेसिफाई किया हुआ है कि कैटल फीड में अफ्लाटॉक्सिन कितना होना चाहिए, पोल्ट्री फीड में अफ्लाटॉक्सिन कितना होना चाहिए। तो इसलिए हम लोग जो रॉ मटेरियल जब भी खरीदते हैं तो अफ्लाटॉक्सिन फ्री रॉ मटेरियल हमको चाहिए। दूसरी बात क्या है, ओवर प्रोसेसिंग अंडर प्रोसेसिंग भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर डीडीजीएस की ओवर प्रोसेसिंग हो जाएगी तो ब्राउनिंग रिएक्शन हो जाएगी, मैलाइड रिएक्शन हो जाएगी, जिससे उसमें जो लाइसिन और बाकी अमीनो एसिड्स है वो केमिकल टेस्ट में तो दिख जाते हैं लेकिन वो अवेलेबल नहीं होंगे एनिमल को, तो प्रोटीन की डाइजेस्टिविटी जो है वो कम हो जाती है। जैसे मैं कल पढ़ रहा था यूएस के बारे में, यूएस में आज की डेट में लगभग 36 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन डीडीजीएस बनता है, उसमें से 11 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन एक्सपोर्ट होता है, बाकी 25 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन यूएस की डोमेस्टिक फीड इंडस्ट्री यूज करती है, उसमें से 44% जो है वो बीफ एनिमल के लिए जाता है, हमारे पास वो है नहीं, वी डोंट फीड बीफ एनिमल्स। उसमें से 40% यूएस में डेयरी काउस को जाता है, हमारे पास वो अपॉर्चुनिटी है। उसमें से 10% स्वाइन को जाता है, हमारे पास ऑर्गेनाइज पोर्क इंडस्ट्री नहीं है, और सिर्फ 10% पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री को वहां पे जाता है। तो इसका मतलब ही यही है कि हमें यहाँ पे अच्छे क्वालिटी का डीडीजीएस, जैसे कलर लिखा हुआ है, हंटर एल स्केल आती है जो कलर देखने के लिए यूज की जाती है। आप मिनोल्टा या हंटर आप गूगल करोगे तो आपको इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी। तो कलर अगर अच्छा है इसका मतलब प्रोसेसिंग ठीक हुई है, अगर कलर ब्राउनिश है तो इसका मतलब है कि उसके अमीनो एसिड प्रोटीन इसमें दिक्कत है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अभी जैसे कालरा साहब ने बोला कि फीड इंडस्ट्री का एजुकेशन करना पड़ेगा, और जो डीडीजीएस मैन्युफैक्चरर्स है उनका भी सबका एजुकेशन करना पड़ेगा कि इसका कलर कैसा होना चाहिए, मॉइस्चर 10-11% से ऊपर नहीं होना चाहिए, कंसिस्टेंसी थ्रू आउट द ईयर होना चाहिए, अवेलेबिलिटी थ्रू आउट द ईयर होनी चाहिए। अभी यूएस में पता है क्या होता है, सिर्फ 4 महीने सर वो लोग एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, जब उनके बीफ एनिमल पास्चर पे जाते हैं चरने के लिए तब उनके पास में एक्सेस डीडीजीएस हो जाता है, तो वो फिर एक्सपोर्ट कर देते हैं। माइकोटॉक्सिन लेवल के बारे में मैंने बात की, अच्छी बात है कि बीआईएस ने भी कमेटी बनाई हुई है, सब कमेटी, हालांकि उनकी मीटिंग नहीं हुई है, मैंने आइडा को भी इन्फॉर्म किया हुआ है उस कमेटी के बारे में। तो अब जब भी उनकी मीटिंग हो जाएगी तो बीआईएस का स्टैंडर्ड भी बन जाएगा, राइस बेस्ड डीडीजीएस के लिए अलग स्टैंडर्ड बनेगा सर, और कॉर्न बेस्ड डीडीजीएस के लिए अलग बनेगा, क्योंकि हमने सबने देख लिया कि राइस बेस्ड डीडीजीएस में प्रोटीन जो है वो 40 to 45% तक आ सकता है, और जो कॉर्न बेस्ड डीडीजीएस है उसमें 28 से 30% प्रोटीन आएगा। लेकिन कॉर्न बेस्ड डीडीजीएस की अच्छी बात क्या है, इसमें फैट परसेंटेज ज्यादा है एज कम्पेयर टू राइस बेस्ड डीडीजीएस, तो एनर्जी जो कॉर्न बेस्ड डीडीजीएस में से आएगी वो अच्छी आएगी। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। तो ये कुछ कैलकुलेशन किए थे कि भाई जैसे जैसे एनिमल फीड प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा और डीडीजीएस का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा, डीडीजीएस की अवेयरनेस बढ़ेगी, वैसे वैसे डीडीजीएस का उपयोग जो हिंदुस्तान में है ये बढ़ेगा। तो कहने का मतलब क्या है, ये बहुत अच्छा सोर्स हो सकता है। यानी मैं कल पढ़ रहा था एक यूएस पब्लिकेशन में, मैं आप सब लोगों के साथ शेयर भी कर दूंगा, कि अच्छे क्वालिटी का 1 टन डीडीजीएस अगर होगा तो वो 1.22 टन मेज और सोयाबीन मिल को रिप्लेस करता है। इसका मतलब ही क्या है कि मैं अगर 4 किलो डीडीजीएस डालूंगा तो 5 किलो मेज और सोयाबीन मिल में डाइट में बाहर निकाल सकता हूं। और अभी मैं बात कर रहा था 28-29 रुपए में राइस बेस्ड डीडीजीएस आज की प्राइस है, सोयाबीन मिल की प्राइस 46 रुपीज है। मैं चौधरी सर को पिछले मंगल को सुबोध जी भी थे उस मीटिंग में, मैं उनको वही बता रहा था कि डीडीजीएस की सबसे अच्छी बात क्या है सर, कि अपने कैटल फीड का प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगा, लेयर फीड की प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी। ब्रॉयलर में ठीक है, ब्रॉयलर में परफॉर्मेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो दे डोंट बॉदर अबाउट कॉस्ट ऑफ द फीड, लेकिन कैटल फीड की अगर कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी तो फार्मर का फायदा होगा, कैटल फीड का पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ेगा। लेयर फीड की कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी तो फार्मर का फायदा होगा, अच्छे क्वालिटी का लेयर फीड मुर्गियों को मिलेगा। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। तो हम सबने मिलकर साथ में काम करना चाहिए। सुबोध सर ने ऑलरेडी पहल शुरू की हुई है। सर हमारे फीड इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से आपको जो भी हेल्प चाहिए बताइए, हम लोग हमेशा रेडी है। बीआईएस के स्टैंडर्ड बन जाएंगे, प्रोडक्ट इंप्रूवमेंट हो जाएगी, कितना डालना है, सारे न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट के हमारे टेक्निकल वर्कशॉप लेने पड़ेंगे, हमको उनको सिखाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट बड़ा कंजर्वेटिव एनिमल होता है, वो रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहता अपने जानवरों के लिए, तो इसलिए वो वही रॉ मटेरियल लेता है कि जिसमें लेबोरेटरी एनालिसिस रिपोर्ट क्या बोल रही है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो यही सब चीजें हैं, सब लोग साथ मिलकर काम करेंगे और डीडीजीएस को एनिमल फीड में सक्सेसफुल बनाएंगे। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद। दिनेश और कालरा साहब और सुरेश कह रहे हैं कि सारा दिनेश ने ही बोल दिया है, इनको बोलना नहीं है। जो मोटी मोटी बात मुझे इंडस्ट्री के साथियों से समझ में आई है एक लाइन की, कि जो मिलर्स हैं उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। ये इंडस्ट्री अपनी आदत बदलने के लिए तैयार है। जब हमने फूड डिपार्टमेंट को राइटिंग में एनिमल हस्बेंड्री ने कंकरेंस दी थी डाइवर्जन की, मक्का की, इस काम के लिए, एथेनॉल के लिए, तो ये सारी बातें हुई थी कि मिलर्स जो है अगर वो यूरोपियन अमेरिकन स्टैंडर्ड्स की मिलिंग करेंगे, ड्राई मिलिंग करेंगे, टॉप क्वालिटी की मिलिंग करेंगे, जिससे टॉप क्वालिटी का डीडीजीएस निकलेगा। आपको अपना एथेनॉल निकालना है और उसको फाइनेंशियली वायबल करना है, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। लेकिन क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा, जैसे इन्होंने अभी बताया है, कि पोल्ट्री के लिए मक्का 66% मक्का पोल्ट्री फीड के लिए डाइवर्ट होती थी, अब वो आपको चली जाएगी इथेनॉल के लिए। अगर आप उसमें अपनी बात को ही मैक्सिमाइज करोगे तो फिर ये जो फीड इंडस्ट्री है, पोल्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा इंडस्ट्री है, और फिर कंज्यूमर बहुत बड़ा बेस है जो जुड़ा हुआ है इससे, वो पूरा इम्बैलेंस हो जाएगा सिस्टम। तो इसलिए यहाँ इतनी महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है जो इन साथियों ने बताई है कि ड्राई मिलिंग होनी चाहिए। उसके लिए आपको एडिशनल इक्विपमेंट लगाने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि अभी आप वेट मिलिंग कर रहे हो, वहाँ फंगी, माइक्रो फंगी, दुनिया भर की चीज़ें, अफ्लाटॉक्सिन, ये सब है। और जो इन्होंने गाय भैंस मरी थी उसी की इनडायरेक्टली बात कर रहे थे। तो बाकी इंडस्ट्री जैसे बताया ना कि इंडस्ट्री भी आदत बदलना नहीं चाहती, जो पहले से सब ठीक ठाक चल रहा है, अब नए फॉर्मुलेशन करने पड़ेंगे इनको डीडीजीएस के हिसाब से, इसके फीड के फॉर्मुलेशन भी नए होंगे। पर वी आर रेडी एंड कमिटेड, वी विल डू दिस, बिकॉज इसमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है। जो सबसे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या है, फीड की इंग्रेडिएंट की कॉस्ट इतनी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है, चाहे वो आप पोल्ट्री का ले लो, चाहे इसका ले लो, रूमिनेंट्स का ले लो, गाय भैंस वाला, कि 100 रुपये का अगर दूध बिकता है तो 65 से 70 रुपये उसके चारे में, खाने में चले जाते हैं। तो ये अपॉर्चुनिटी यहाँ है कि इंग्रेडिएंट का जो कॉस्ट है वो कम हो जाएगा डीडीजीएस का, अगर हम सही फॉर्मुलेशन करके और अच्छी क्वालिटी का डीडीजीएस मिलर्स देते हैं तो इनपुट कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी और फीड की कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी, और उससे किसान को सस्ती फीड मिलना शुरू हो जाएगी, पोल्ट्री वाले को भी और कैटल वाले। तो अब मैं आई विल रिक्वेस्ट दैट my friends, all of us are ready to take questions for clarity and more understanding on the matter. अगर आप में से कोई सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं तो पूछिए। धन्यवाद। हाँ, पूछिए जी, पूछिए।
So from the side of distillers, what we have understood that the feed industry is quite open-minded in taking DDGS to higher percentages of in their formulation, provided the quality is as per norm and consistent. I heard two things. Now, as a distiller, I can tell you that we don't understand this at all. All we do is we look at the color and we look at the moisture and protein content, three things. And sometimes we see, is there any ball formation? Other than that, our laboratories, our people are not equipped or trained to understand what you want. the first thing we would like to do, and I speak on behalf of the association, is that we would like to establish, even before the BIS comes out with their specifications, we would like to work closely with your association to establish what is the quality that you need for broiler, layer, pisciculture, etc., dairy, and then also get into methods of testing, just exactly like how BIS does their little handbook. So we would like to create that as an AIDA and CLEFMA initiative, and then circulate that amongst our members. Also possibly interact with test houses like, there must be several test houses you people use. We could get referred to those, establish relationships with them so that at various parts of India, there are authorized, approved laboratories who can carry out these tests. Because as an industry, it's very important for us going forward. Ethanol production is going to triple from grain. Today, we have offered 150 crore liters in the current ethanol year. This is likely to go to 450 crore liters, which means tripling of DDGS, whether it's rice or maize. That's another discussion. So we need to work very closely with you to take this forward. We are very happy to hear that it's an opportunity you see for this product. And it is a challenge for us as well to market so much of it. So we'd like to work closely with you. We have the Vice President of IDA is here. I speak on his behalf. And we have several other people from IDA here. They can interact with your association to create this standard for different applications in the feed industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, great question and a great suggestion. If you want to comment, you can.
Yes, sir. CLEFMA is willing to be associated with your association to work on the new standards and quality of DDGS. Fortunately, I'm also on the BIS main committee on FAD5 for developing of all the feed additives and feed standards. And I would like to just keep you informed that it takes about 6 months to 1 year to finalize one BIS standard. So I would suggest that a couple of your members and our association CLEFMA, we will work together before they come up with any white paper on it. We prepare some documents for them.
Exactly.
And just for your information, currently what the BIS standard on aflatoxin for cattle is only 20 ppb. So there is very narrow and very small ppb level of aflatoxin available. So that's why what Dinesh ji and Dr. Kalra was talking about of quality and standard to be maintained on a regular basis. So yeah, CLEFMA is welcoming you all anytime. Yes.
अब दिनेश इनका व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना लो सबका, ठीक है? वो फास्ट करने का जो तरीका है।
टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई है क्या इंडिया में?
सर, अफ्लाटॉक्सिन निकाला नहीं जा सकता कोई भी प्रोडक्ट में से। आपको उसको मेंटेन जब आप करते हो डीडीजीएस, आप अपना एथनॉल निकालोगे तो अगर ड्राई मिलिंग करोगे तो उसमें एकदम कम से कम मात्रा में अफ्लाटॉक्सिन रहेगा, क्योंकि जैसे 10% से ज़्यादा अगर आपका मॉइस्चर होगा अफ्लाटॉक्सिन बढ़ने लग जाएगा।
मैंने साहब एक गोल्डन हेचरीज बेंगलोर में हैं, उनसे जब डिस्कस करी थी तो उन्होंने बताया था कि जो परसेंटेज अभी हम सोया मील का यूज़ कर रहे हैं उसके कंपैरिजन में हम जो अगर करना चाहते हैं इसका डीडीजीएस का, तो जो अफ्लाटॉक्सिन है वो सबसे बड़ी समस्या है। अफ्लाटॉक्सिन की प्रॉब्लम जो अगर सोल्व हो जाती है तो हम उसको रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं सोया मील को डीडीजीएस से।
सर वही तो मैं भी कर रहा हूँ।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है सर, हमारी इंडस्ट्री में हम आप पे के कंजम्पशन पे डिपेंडेंट है क्योंकि हमारे लिए कमर्शियल वायबिलिटी है। सर अभी तुकाराम सर ने कहा कि सोयाबीन मील का प्राइस 42 रुपये और डीडीजीएस का प्राइस 28-29 रुपये में चल रहा है सर। सब प्रोटीन का कंटेंट देखें तो फिर राइस का प्रोटीन हमारा 45% सोयाबीन का भी इतना ही आसपास रहता है सर, और जबकि अमीनो एसिड प्रोफाइल आप लोग ज़्यादा जानकार हैं, हम राइस DDGS की बहुत बेहतर होती है। राइस DDGS की अमीनो एसिड प्रोफाइल इज़ मच बेटर देन कॉर्न DDGS या सोयाबीन। हमारी आज की समस्या है, इसलिए मैं अपना प्रोडक्ट थोड़ा सा हाईलाइट कर रही हूँ। तो हम जैसे मेथियोनिन या लाइजीन या थियोनिन, ये वाले जो आप देखते हैं अमीनो एसिड प्रोफाइल राइस DDGS की सबसे सुप्रीम होती है। और जो हम एफ्लाटॉक्सिन की बात करते हैं, तो सर जो आई थिंक जो DDGS की फॉर्मुलेशन है, वो जो मेन प्रोडक्ट में बल्क में आई थिंक 10% या 15% के बीच में बहुत ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इतनी ही रहती है शायद। तो हमारे प्रोडक्ट में तो एफ्लाटॉक्सिन आ जाता है क्योंकि हम ज़मीन से आता है वो, मतलब वो ग्रोइंग टाइम पे आता है, वो निकाल नहीं सकते, सही बात है। हाँ, लेकिन जो फाइनल प्रोडक्ट का कंटेंट है उसमें तो एफ्लाटॉक्सिन की लेवल बहुत ही कम है। मतलब हमारे को हमारे प्रोडक्ट की रियल वैल्यू मिलनी चाहिए। मैं इसका हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हूँ, जब हमारा प्रोडक्ट बेटर है और इंडस्ट्री इतनी मैच्योर है कि वो अमीनो एसिड की प्रोफाइल समझती है और हमारे प्रोडक्ट में एक्चुअली बेटर है इन देन एनी, तो हमें उसकी वैल्यू प्लीज़ कंसिडर करें।
97 से लेके 2005 तक मैंने अमेरिकन सोयाबीन फार्मर्स के साथ काम किया।
हाँ।
और 97 में जब मैंने उनके साथ काम शुरू किया था, तब इंडिया में पोल्ट्री फीड में सोयाबीन मिल यूज़ नहीं हो रहा था। तो वो 9 साल में हम लोगों ने इंडिया में जितना भी सोयाबीन मिल प्रोड्यूस होता था 70% एक्सपोर्ट हो जाता था, 70-80%। सिर्फ 20 या 30% ही लोकल इंडस्ट्री में यूज़ होता था, क्योंकि अवेयरनेस नहीं थी, प्राइस ज़्यादा थी। देखिए अभी इंडस्ट्री मैच्योर हो चुकी है, एनिमल फीड सेक्टर जो है मैच्योर हो गया है। अभी क्या है कि प्रोटीन ये एक ट्रेन है अमीनो एसिड की। कुछ इसेंशियल अमीनो एसिड होते हैं कि जो पोल्ट्री फीड में डालने ही पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि वो बर्ड नहीं बना सकता अपने शरीर में। और कुछ नॉन इसेंशियल अमीनो एसिड है कि जो बर्ड अपने शरीर में बना लेता है। तो लाइसिन, मिथोनिन, थ्रियोनिन, ट्रिप्टोफैन, ये 4 अमीनो एसिड ऐसे है कि जो हमको पोल्ट्री फीड में डालने ही डालने। अगर हम जो मेज, सोयाबीन मील वगैरह यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें से वो पूरा होता नहीं है, इसलिए कंपनियां हैं जो सिंथेटिक अमीनो एसिड बेचती है। हम लोग वो सिंथेटिक अमीनो एसिड लेके उस पोल्ट्री फीड को बैलेंस करते हैं। देखिए सोयाबीन मील आज की डेट में प्रोटीन का राजा है, क्योंकि उसमें जो अमीनो एसिड्स है उसकी डाइजेस्टिबिलिटी जो है वो 90% से ऊपर है। आज अपने पास में राइस DDGS का डाटा अवेलेबल नहीं है अमीनो एसिड का डाइजेस्टिबिलिटी का। मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सुन लीजिए। कॉर्न बेस्ड DDGS का मैं जो पढ़ रहा था US के पब्लिकेशंस में, तो वहाँ पे कॉर्न बेस्ड DDGS जो बनता है, क्या होता है, मेज में सपोज 1% लाइसिन होगा तो मेज के DDGS में 3% लाइसिन हो जाएगा, क्योंकि 3 किलो मेज से 1 किलो DDGS बनेगा, तो वो न्यूट्रिएंट क्या हो गए, कॉन्सेंट्रेशन बढ़ गया उनका, 3 गुना हो गया। सारे अमीनो एसिड जो है वो DDGS में 3 गुना हो जाते हैं। पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी बात ये कि कॉर्न बेस्ड DDGS में जो मैंने डाटा पढ़ा हुआ है, मैं आपको शेयर भी कर सकता हूँ कि 67%, 72% ऐसी उनकी डाइजेस्टिबिलिटी है। ये मैं कैसे डाइजेस्टिबिलिटी हम लोग मेजर करते हैं वो भी एक लाइन में बता देता हूँ। जो हमारे साइंटिस्ट लोग होते हैं वो क्या करते हैं कि मुर्गियों को लेबोरेटरी में खिलाते हैं, फिर उन मुर्गियों को काटते हैं, फिर वो स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन में से सैंपल उठाते हैं, फिर वो देखते हैं कि कितना डाइजेस्ट हुआ कितना नहीं हुआ। तो इस बेसिस पे वो डाइजेस्टिबिलिटी डाटा अभी अनफॉर्चुनेटली राइस बेस्ड DDGS का हमारे पास नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आइडा को, UPDA को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, मिनिस्ट्री को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि भाई अपने जो 55 वेटनरी कॉलेजेस है या जो अपने ICAR के इंस्टीट्यूट है, इनके पास एक कैपेबिलिटी है ये डाइजेस्टिबिलिटी मेजर करने की, तो क्यों ना हम इसको मेजर करें, ताकि जब पोल्ट्री फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर या कैटल फीड मैन्युफैक्चरर जब खरीदेगा, देखिए पोल्ट्री के लिए अमीनो एसिड इंपॉर्टेंट है, कैटल के लिए RDP और UDP बोलते हैं, यानी जो गाय का सबसे बड़ा पेट होता है उसको रूमेन बोलते हैं। हम अपने माइथोलॉजी में क्या बोलते हैं कि 33 करोड़ भगवान वहां पे रहते हैं। अगर मुझे पूछोगे साइंटिफिकली करेक्ट है, 33 करोड़ वहां पे जीवाणु रहते हैं, प्रोटोजुआ, फंगाई और बैक्टीरिया। जो गाय हरा चारा, सूखा चारा, कैटल फीड खाती है उसको वो पचाते हैं। तो गाय में जब हम प्रोटीन खिला रहे हैं तो गाय में 2 टाइप का प्रोटीन होता है, एक होता है रूमेन डिग्रेडेबल प्रोटीन जो रूमेन में टूट जाता है और बैक्टीरिया उससे अपना प्रोटीन बनाते हैं, और दूसरा होता है बाईपास प्रोटीन कि जो रूमेन में नहीं टूटेगा, जो छोटे आंत में, स्मॉल इंटेस्टाइन में जाके उसका डाइजेशन होता है। और एक्वा में क्या है कि एक्वा में तो प्रोटीन बहुत ज़्यादा हाई चाहिए, उसमें कार्बोहाइड्रेट का परसेंटेज जो है बहुत कम चाहिए। तो इसका मतलब हर स्पेसिस का अपना रिक्वायरमेंट है, लेयर का रिक्वायरमेंट अलग है, ब्रॉयलर का रिक्वायरमेंट अलग है। तो इसलिए अभी जो मैं आपको बताया ना कि जो 28-29 रुपया में जो अभी बिक रहा है और सोयाबीन मिल जो 46 रुपीज़ में बिक रहा है, वो इसी बेसिस पे वो प्राइसेस कैलकुलेट हुई है। और दूसरी बात, यूएस के पब्लिकेशन में जो पढ़ रहा था सर, आने वाले समय में हमारे कॉर्न बेस्ड डीडीजीएस की प्राइस ऊपर नीचे होगी कॉर्न के प्राइस के हिसाब से, क्योंकि हिस्टोरिकल डाटा यूएस का ये बताता है कि सोयाबीन मिल के प्राइस के हिसाब से कॉर्न डीडीजीएस की प्राइस ऊपर नीचे नहीं होती है। मक्का कैसे ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है, जो रॉ मटेरियल यूज हो रहा है वो कैसे ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है, वो हिसाब से कॉर्न डीडीजीएस की प्राइस जो है वो ऊपर नीचे होती है। और मैं यहाँ बैठे हुए सारे डीडीजीएस मैन्युफैक्चरर को कहना चाहूंगा कि देखिए, एक मैंने कहानी पढ़ी थी सर बचपन में, आपने भी पढ़ी होगी, कि एक बंदे को मुर्गी मिल जाती है जो सोने का अंडा देती है। पहले दिन अंडा आ जाता है, खुश हो जाता है, दूसरे दिन अंडा आता है, खुश होता है, तीसरे दिन वो मुर्गी को काट देता है। तो प्लीज, एनिमल फीड इंडस्ट्री सोने की अंडे देने वाली मुर्गी है, मैं क्या बता रहा हूँ सुन लीजिए। इसलिए आप डीडीजीएस बेचते समय शॉर्टकट नहीं मारने हैं, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और इसीलिए और अभी बढ़ेगा, जैसे मैं किसी स्लाइड में पढ़ रहा था 16.5 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन अगर मेज डीडीजीएस में कन्वर्ट होगा, इसका मतलब 5 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन डीडीजीएस हमारे इंडस्ट्री को अवेलेबल होगा सर। और ये इंडस्ट्री बढ़ रही है, आज 40 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन फीड बना रहे हैं, 10 साल के बाद में हम लोग 60 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन बनाएंगे। हमको चाहिए, अगर हम लोग डोमेस्टिकली नहीं बना पाएंगे सर, हमको इंपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। 2 साल पहले हमें परमिशन मिली थी, कितना लाख इंपोर्ट किया हमने, 12 लाख टन सोयाबीन मिल इंपोर्ट करने की परमिशन मिली थी हमको 3 महीने के लिए, क्योंकि था ही नहीं सोयाबीन मिल इंडिया में, क्या खिलाएंगे मुर्गी को। तो ये डीडीजीएस विल बी अ वेरी गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर एनिमल फीड सेक्टर। हम चाह रहे हैं कि आप बढ़िया बनाइए, जिसमें आपका भी काम हो जाएगा, हमारा भी काम हो जाएगा।
बिल्कुल डॉक्टर सर, मैं एक बात कहना चाहूँगा जो डॉक्टर दिनेश ने कही। देखिए, सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट जो आपने कहा कि अमीनो एसिड प्रोफाइल है, ये आपका वेरी कर सकता है फ्रॉम द रॉ मटेरियल। कभी आपने एक तरह का राइस लिया, कभी आपने दूसरे तरह का राइस लिया। इथेनॉल तो आपको मिल जाएगा, आपको कंटेंट ऑफ स्टार्च या प्रोटीन भी मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन द अमीनो एसिड प्रोफाइल मे वेरी। सो देयरफॉर दिस प्रोसेस ऑफ स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कि आप कौन सा रॉ मटेरियल ले रहे हैं, उसमें आपको क्या प्रोफाइल मिल रहा है, सो दैट कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ द रॉ मटेरियल इज इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट। क्योंकि मुर्गी में बार बार आप फॉर्मुलेशन चेंज नहीं कर सकते। एक बार अगर आपने एक फॉर्मुलेशन दिया तो फिर वो कंटिन्यू रहेगा कि भाई आई हैव टू ऐड 1%, 2%। दिस विल ऑल डिपेंड ऑन द finished quality of the DDGS, in short. So that's the point I just wanted to share. Sir.
Yeah, please. DDGS इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत एक बड़ा एरिया है, और जिसके बारे में वर्ड कह लें बहुत छोटा है। मतलब इसमें जितना काम आप कर सकते हैं उतना कम होगा, क्योंकि एक 22 रुपीस की चीज को परचेज करके उसको प्रोसेस करके उसके बाई प्रोडक्ट को अगर 28 से 30 रुपया बेचते हैं, मीन्स की बहुत जबरदस्त मार्केट पोटेंशियल है उसमें। मैं ये बात इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि अभी कुछ लोगों ने डीडीजीएस को ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन में भी काम करना शुरू किया है, और उसके बहुत अच्छे बिस्किट्स और कुकीज बनाए हैं। मेरा रिक्वेस्ट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से ये है कि इसको भी अगर ह्यूमन कंजम्पशन के लिए आप अलाउ करते हैं, तो इंडस्ट्री को एक 40 से 50 रुपए केजी का सम एक्सटेंट तक 20%, 25% तक का मार्केट मिलेगा, जो कि निश्चय ही जो है वो बहुत इस पूरे चैन को वैल्यू एड करेगा। मेरी पंतनगर यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ इस पे कुछ काम हुआ है। मैंने सर को जो है, सुबोध सर को वो लिटरेचर दिया हुआ है, उस पे हम बहुत कुछ काम कर सकते हैं। पहला। दूसरा, इम्बैलेंस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंजम्पशन है। साउथ में आपको भी पता है कि डीडीजीएस का तेलंगाना, तमिलनाडु में जबरदस्त कंजम्पशन है, और इधर ईस्ट में जो है खास करके यूपी बिहार साइड में कम है। बिकॉज कि उस चीज को भी आपके एसोसिएशन के साथ कैसे प्रमोट कर सकते हैं, इस कंजम्पशन को कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, ताकि इस इंडस्ट्री को जो है और से और सहूलियत मिल सके, इस पे थोड़ा सा एक बार मिल के काम करना है। थर्ड, अभी मेरे को ये पता लगा है कि कुछ डीडीजीएस यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। क्या सब एसोसिएशन मिलके इसका एक प्रोपोगेशन, एक किसी मार्केट पे, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट पे भी करें, ताकि हमको और इस प्रोडक्ट का वैल्यू एडिशन जो है मार्केट मिल सके। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और कोई सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं? हाँ पूछिए।
हेलो, जैसा कि मेरा कहना है सर कि डीडीजीएस की बहुत सी जगह हमें ये पता चला है कि सप्लाई नहीं है, लिफ्टिंग नहीं है। क्या डीडीजीएस ड्राई करके किसी और सप्लीमेंट के साथ मिला के आगे सप्लाई किया जा सकता है, जिससे कि फोर्थ कमिंग के लिए ये जो क्राइसिस है ये पूरा का पूरा हो जाए, यूटिलाइज हो जाए, जैसे ड्राई ईस्ट के साथ भी, विटामिन के साथ भी, अलग अलग रिसोर्सेज के साथ मिक्स करके वाइड एरिया बना के। क्योंकि मेरे पास ये भी खबरें हैं कि कई जगह से कि डीडीजीएस जो है वो सेल आउट नहीं हो पाता कई बार।
देखिए ऐसा है कि मैं सॉल्वेंट एक्सट्रैक्टर एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया के साथ में मैं काफ़ी काम करता हूँ। मैं उनको यही कहता हूँ कि भाई आप कैटल फीड मिल अपनी खुद की डाल सकते हैं और आपके लोकल एरिया में कैटल फीड बिकने के लिए अच्छा स्कोप है। तो ये बात मैं आपको भी कहूँगा, आइडा और यूपीडीए के मेंबर, आप भी कैटल फीड बना के आपका डीडीजीएस उसमें यूज़ करके आपके लोकल एरिया में आप कैटल फीड जो है बेच सकते हैं। दूसरी बात क्या है ना कि डीडीजीएस ये अच्छे क्वालिटी का रॉ मटेरियल अगर आप बना रहे हैं तो ये आराम से बिक जाएगा। अभी उसमें अगर आप कुछ एनिमल फीड एडिटिव बेचने डाल के अगर बेचने की कोशिश करोगे तो उसकी प्राइस और बढ़ जाएगी, तो उसको ब्रांडिंग करना पड़ेगा आपको। तो सबसे बेस्ट है कि डीडीजीएस का कैटल फीड बना दो, आप डीडीजीएस से लेयर फीड बना दो, डीडीजीएस से ब्रॉयलर फीड बना दो। तो डीडीजीएस का वैल्यू एडिशन करने का मतलब ये है कि बैलेंस्ड एनिमल फीड बना के उसको मार्केट में आप देंगे तो ये चलेगा। अभी जैसे मैं काफ़ी स्टार्टअप को हेल्प कर रहा हूँ, एक ई फीड नाम की स्टार्टअप है लखनऊ की। वो लोग क्या करते हैं, उन्होंने गेमिंग ऐप बना हुआ है डेयरी फार्मर के लिए। वो फार्मर उसमें अपनी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन डालता है कि उसके पास कितने गाय है, उसके पास कौन सा हरा चारा है, कौन सा सूखा चारा है, कौन से रॉ मटेरियल उसके खेत में अवेलेबल है, कौन से एग्रीकल्चर रेसिड्यूज उसके पास है, मेज स्ट्रॉ है, राइस स्ट्रॉ है, व्हीट स्ट्रॉ है, क्या है। फिर वो ऐप उसको बताता है कि भाई अब तू इतना, तेरे इसमें इतना प्रोटीन कम पड़ रहा है, तो अब तू 1 किलो मस्टर्ड केक खिला दे, या तू 1 किलो कैटल फीड खिला दे, या आधा किलो तू विटामिन कम पड़ रहा है तो तुम 100 ग्राम विटामिन प्रीमिक्स डाल दे। तो कहने का मतलब क्या है कि राशन बैलेंसिंग बोलते हैं इसको। नेशनल डेयरी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड भी इसको प्रमोट कर रही है। अगर आप nddb.org की वेबसाइट पे जाएंगे तो वो भी कर रही है, क्योंकि मैंने जैसे बताया सारे फार्मर कंपाउंड कैटल फीड नहीं यूज कर रहे हैं, तो फार्मर रॉ मटेरियल खिला रहा है। तो अगर आप लोकली इसको बेच पाओगे आपके लोकल एरिया में तो ये बिक जाएगा आराम से। जो फार्मर से आप मेज ले रहे हो उसी के पास जानवर है, उसी को बेचो।
धन्यवाद।
आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन दिनेश का, कि जो डीडीजीएस है वो फ्रेश होगा, वो मॉइस्ट होगा, तो अगर बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ड्राई, तो आपके एरिया में फ्रेश अगर कोई डेयरी फार्म्स हैं, कैटल फार्म्स हैं, गौशाला है, वहाँ पे आप उसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। दैट्स द पॉइंट सर।
हेलो हेलो।
हाँ जी पूछिए।
अच्छा, एक जो बात आ रही है कि जो प्रोटीन का जो इश्यू आ रहा है मेज में बेसिकली, तो मेज में एक्चुअली आईएमआर काम कर रहा है क्वालिटी प्रोटीन मेज में, जिसके अंदर जो आपके एसेंशियल अमाइनो एसिड्स है, चाहे लाइसिन हो, चाहे मिथ्योनिन हो, चाहे ट्रिप्टोफेन हो, वो उसमें एज कम्पेयर टू नॉर्मल वेज बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। तो क्योंकि उसका प्रोडक्शन पोटेंशियल कम है, इसलिए अभी हमारा जो मेन फोकस है हाउ वी कैन इंक्रीज द प्रोडक्टिविटी बेसिकली। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे फेज्ड मैनर में धीरे धीरे हम क्वालिटी प्रोटीन मेज की तरफ, जहाँ पर पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री ज़्यादा है, वहाँ पे हम क्वालिटी प्रोटीन मेज पे फोकस करेंगे, ताकि वो वैरायटीज लगाए। तो जो आपकी जो डीडीजीएस में प्रोटीन का एक इश्यू है, मे बी इट विल बी सोल्ड इन द कमिंग ईयर्स।
या हम एरिया क्लस्टर अगर आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं तो उस एरिया में वो मेज वहां प्रमोट कीजिए वैरायटी जिससे ज्यादा इथेनॉल यील्ड मिल सकती है। क्योंकि जैसे सुबह हार्ड और एंडोस्पर्म, सॉफ्ट एंडोस्पर्म की बात हो रही थी हमारी, या स्टार्च एक्सट्रैक्टिबिलिटी की बात हो रही थी, तो क्यों ना हम लोग ये कर सकते हैं।
नहीं, वही कर रहे हैं बेसिकली। जो हमारा भी टारगेट वही है कि जिस वैरायटी में ज़्यादा स्टार्च कंटेंट है, वहाँ पर जब इंडस्ट्री लग रही है उसी का फोकस कर रहे हैं। कौन से क्लाइमेट में, कौन से रीजन में कौन सी वैरायटी बेस्ट है, चाहे वो प्राइवेट की हो चाहे पब्लिक हाइब्रिड्स की हो, उसको वहीं फोकस करेंगे।
ये सबकी समझ में भी आ रही है। और कोई सवाल? मेरे ख्याल से सारे सवालों के जवाब
One
लगभग
more
हो
question
चुके
I have. Yeah, hi. I am Akhil Arora from Globus Spirits. So as we are going to promote maize-based DDGS, so as maize tend to have aflatoxin, so maybe DDGS will also have a higher level of aflatoxin. How we would like to tackle that?
पड़ेगी। गार्बेज इन गार्बेज आउट इंग्लिश में प्रोवर्ब है। तो आप जो मेज परचेस करोगे वो अच्छी क्वालिटी का मेज लीजिए। अगर वो ड्राई नहीं है सर तो उसको ड्राई कीजिए ताकि उसमें अफ्लाटॉक्सिन की फंगस ग्रोथ नहीं होगी, अफ्लाटॉक्सिन नहीं होगा। और फर्स्ट इन फर्स्ट आउट जो भी बाकी चीजें हैं वो यूज करनी चाहिए।
ड्राई मिलिंग की बात इसीलिए तो हो रही है ना, कुछ औजार और जोड़ने पड़ेंगे आपके प्लांट में, तो वो ड्राई मिलिंग हो जाएगी। अभी तो वो वेट मिलिंग होती है। सब तरह के सवाल मेरे ख्याल से हो गए हैं। आप बताइए, आप बोलिए।
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Firoz, working as a maize breeder at ICR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute. Sir, right now we have in India vitamin A-rich maize which have been commercialized and released for cultivation in farmers' field. Now, the international report suggests that the grains rich in vitamin A, actually normal yellow maize, it is something like 1 ppm, while the enriched one which ICR has developed, our institute has developed, it is something like 8 to 10 ppm. It says that the grains rich in vitamin A, they have lower level of aflatoxin during the storage and for the chain. So those kind of maize, along with QPM, as Dr. Jat has mentioned, if those are promoted for ethanol production, possibly these issues of aflatoxin in DDGS and other things can be possibly solved, but it needs to be looked at.
Right. So the questions are there and answers also coming from within. अब बहुत सारी बातें हो गई और मैं अगर आपकी जगह बैठ के सोचूं तो एक ही इसकी समरी निकल के आती है कि डिस्टिलर्स एसोसिएशन और फीड इंडस्ट्री को एक साथ बैठ करके जैसे जैसे हम इसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे तो जो हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने इस पर समझ पैदा की है, ये एक तरह से आपको न्यू गोल्ड है DDGS। हाँ, ये न्यू गोल्ड है। और आपको पहले एथेनॉल से इनकम होती थी, अब DDGS आप पहले फेंक देते थे क्योंकि कोई खरीदता नहीं था। अब आपको इससे भी पैसा आएगा, तो आपको मुर्गी को मारना नहीं है, अंडे लेने हैं उससे सोने के। कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं करना है, रास्ते ढूंढने हैं कि टॉप क्वालिटी का DDGS निकले। और अगर इसमें कोई एडिशनल खर्चा आता है आपको प्लांट में एनहांसमेंट करने के लिए, तो गवर्नमेंट भी उस एंगल पे सोच सकती है मदद करने के लिए, क्योंकि हमने पहले ही इस पर काफ़ी सोचा हुआ है कि नहीं तो आप क्या करोगे, रिजॉर्ट टू शॉर्टकट, और आपको फिर आप कहोगे DDGS कोई खरीद नहीं रहा, हमने बना के रख लिया है साहब। तो ये जो सवाल आ रहे हैं अफ्लाटॉक्सिन वगैरह के, वो ड्राई मिलिंग से ही एड्रेस होंगे। और वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड इसको अच्छी तरह कर रहा है, आप जानते हो। तो वी कैन ऑलवेज गो लर्न, कैन ऐड, डिलीट व्हाट एवर इज नीडेड। हाँ, तो उसको और अच्छा किया जा सकता है। दूसरा है, ये जो इंडस्ट्री वाले साथी हैं, ये तो मेरे साथ बहुत दिन से काम कर रहे हैं। इनकी तरफ से जब हम लोगों ने कंकरेंस दिया था तो बहुत विरोध आया था, रेजिस्टेंस आया था, क्योंकि अपनी आदत कोई बदलना नहीं चाहता। तो फिर हमने कई वर्कशॉप, बातचीत करके, परसुएशन करके इनकी समझ में आ गया कि ये वाकई में गोल्ड है। तो इंडस्ट्री वाले भी उसको, जो मुर्गी है उसको चोरी नहीं करेंगे, ये भी रास्ते ढूंढेंगे कि ये DDGS का उपयोग हो। और क्योंकि इसमें इंडस्ट्री की अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या है कि इनका मार्केट एक्सपेंड होगा। जो लो इंग्रेडिएंट जैसे ही फीड में जाएगा तो कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी, तो वह सेगमेंट मार्केट का जो अभी खरीद नहीं पा रहा था, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड मार्केट जो था, ऑर्गेनाइज्ड मार्केट तो खरीद रहा था, लेकिन अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड मार्केट फीड की कीमत ज़्यादा होने से नहीं खरीद पा रहा था। वहां तक इनकी रीच बढ़ेगी, पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ेगा मार्केट में। तो आपके लिए भी ये सोने की मुर्गी है। तो विन विन सिचुएशन है, किसान को अच्छी क्वालिटी की फीड मिलेगी सस्ती, डिस्टिलर्स को एडिशनल इनकम होगी और इंडस्ट्री को भी नया मार्केट मिलेगा. तो विद दिस I want to close this session for this session particularly, and I want to thank everybody that you listened very patiently what we shared. Thank you.
Hope we had a fruitful interaction with the eminent panelists. A round of applause. Kindly keep it going for the distinguished panel. I request Shri Subodh Kumar Singh Ji, Additional Secretary Sugar, to please join us and present a token of respect to Session Chair Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, Joint Secretary, Animal Husbandry. Thank you very much, sir. Shri Suresh Deora, Chairman, CLAFMA. Kindly keep the applause going as we thank all our respected speakers for sparing their valuable time for us. Shri Anup Kalra, Director, Ayurved Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Dinesh Tukaram Bhosle, Commercial Director, AB Vista. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to our next session in the series on costing and pricing of ethanol from maize. I would like to welcome forward Session Chair Shri Subodh Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary Sugar, and Shri Sunil Kumar. Shri Sunil Kumar is the IRAS officer of 1995 batch. Presently, he is posted as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. He has held various positions with the Indian Railways, including Director Finance Expenditure in the Railway Board and Chief Project Manager of the Indian Railways Accounting Reform Project. He also serves on the boards of HPCL, IOCL, and Engineers India Limited. Let's all together welcome Shri Subodh Kumar Singh and Shri Sushil Kumar on the dais. A very warm welcome to the session moderators. And joining them on the dais are the key speakers. Shri P.S. Ravi. Shri P.S. Ravi is the Executive Director at BPCL. He is leading the industry group for improving the ethanol blending percentage in the country, and it's responsible to create capacities to achieve 20% ethanol blending. He has more than 3 decades of experience in the oil industry. He has handled a variety of roles comprising of materials management, maintenance engineering, operations management, marketing management. A very warm welcome to Shri P.S. Ravi. Shri Sridhar Gaut is the Executive Director at HPCL. He has varied professional exposure across the entire spectrum of petroleum functions and has held various key positions in Head South Central Zone, Vigilance, Operations and Distribution. Can we all please put our hands together as the panelists come and take their seats on the dais? He has headed the subgroup on biofuels, supply and logistics. He has more than 3 decades of experience in supplies, operations, distribution, biofuels of oil industry. A very hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Sanjay Parasha, Executive Director at IOCL. He has created infrastructure and logistic plans for ethanol and biodiesel, managed 10% blending of ethanol across India. He helped the Mauritius government to frame policies for ethanol blending in the country, at present focusing on biodiesel and MD15 for making it available and meeting the blending target for industry. He has vast experience in operations, sales, HR, and international business of oil industry. A hearty welcome. Shri Praveen Gupta, Director at Balrampur Chini Mills Limited. Kindly put your hands together for Shri Praveen Gupta. He has spearheaded operations, expansion, and new technology implementation in various leadership roles. He has been essaying a chief role in the ongoing migration of Balrampur Chini Mills towards more value segments. He has 40 years of experience in sugar industry. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Shekhar Swaroop, Vice President of All India Distillery Association and Joint MD of Globus Spirits Limited. Please welcome Shri Shekhar Swaroop. He has vast knowledge in the manufacturing, technical, commercial aspects of the distillery industry. He has helped to establish the India Paryavaran Sahayak Foundation, a non-profit organization towards cleaner air in Delhi. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And once again, can we all please together welcome all the distinguished speakers, panelists present on the dais. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. And now it's time to hand over it to the Honorable Session Chair for further proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome all the colleagues on the dais and the representatives from the industry. I welcome the Secretary, Food and Public Distribution. And so, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. We have the two most, like this session is the very important and the most important stakeholders for grain to ethanol are the farmers and the distilleries. So pricing is the most important aspect of the this whole ecosystem, like from converting maize to ethanol, and the distillers, they should get better conversion cost, considering that they pay a good price and remunerative price to the farmers. So this session is very important, and if these two things are done, like paying MSP to the farmers and distillers getting the right cost, right price of ethanol, then this whole ecosystem, like others, the developing the varietal development and so many the associated issues, they will be addressed in a smooth manner. So this is a very important session. So I request our colleague, the Mr. Sunil Kumar, Joint Secretary Petroleum, to say a few words, and then I'll request the OMC to make a presentation.
Thank you, Subodhji. Secretary DFPD and Subodhji and my colleague in oil company on the dais, and Mr. Gupta and Mr. Swaroop from the industry. I must congratulate DFPD and Ministry of Agriculture to having this stakeholder regarding maize, because we were looking for an alternative pathways for ethanol. We had sugarcane, we almost utilize all the pathways of sugarcane source, right from sugarcane juice, B heavy to C heavy. And we also planning to have more valorization like CBG from bagasse and press mud. So we wanted that areas where sugarcane is not available, let us maize has come as a sugarcane in this country, because in US, around 40% of the corn produced is converted into ethanol. And I was listening to the session before this, where valorization of DDGS, but regarding DDGS, 20% of this revenue of ethanol producers in US comes from DDGS. So DDGS is very important, and the session was a very apt session to have doubts. There was many doubts about DDGS, whether it's profitable, whether it's fit for the feed. So both the stakeholder, producer as well as user, have that doubts. I think this session was before this was an eye-opener even for me. So I won't take much time. We have a small presentation on the costing, because costing we have used as a pull and demand as a push for increasing ethanol in this country. So we have always thought that we'll have a different pricing for different feedstock till this market and supply side matures and we have more production than what we require in the country. So the feedstock based costing will continue, and on this session we have one small presentation jointly made by industry and oil companies. So Subodhji, who will, I think the presentation will continue, and then we'll have our interactive session. Thank you.
So I'll request Mr. Ravi from EDBPCL to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries present over here. Thank you very much for organizing such wonderful seminar on maize and ethanol and bringing all the stakeholders today together so that we understand each other better. And as Joint Secretary Sir has rightly pointed out, that we have, as an oil industry, we have adopted from sugar, we have derived as much value as we can, and then we have taken the other pathways in terms of food grains. And I heard Mr. Swarup telling that around 120 to 150 crore is what is the ethanol now coming from the grains. And with the 130 plants which are likely to be set up, I'm sure we would do about 400 to 500 crore. That is from just about, I still remember 3 years back, we hardly would get any quantity, 20, 30 crore, 40 crore liters. And today we are looking at 400 crores by next couple of years. So it's going to be 50% from the sugar and 50% from the grains. So in the grains, yes, the first change which happened was introduction of the surplus rice. And we are now finding that that is the major feedstock which is being used for making ethanol. And we have now also started looking at maize, because we understand that, see, just before I talk about this maize, we for any country, energy is very important for economic development. And and in energy, currently the country is facing, we call it as trilemma. One is the energy reliability, the second one being the affordability, and the third one being the sustainability. And last year added to this came the energy security. And we all know, same time, May last year, what kind of challenges we had to go through with the crude prices and the product prices going through the roof. But we as a country, we have managed to stave off the challenges which came on account of that. So biofuels played last year a very big role. We achieved 10% blending. That means 10% of the total product, particularly gasoline, which is sold, we were able to have biofuels into it, ethanol particularly. And this year we are already, for the last 5 months, we are continuously blending 12%. And we hope we hope that this percentage will continue. So in terms of reliability, energy reliability, particularly what we have done in the space of biofuels reliability, because initially I still remember I started off procuring ethanol way back in the year 2013. I still remember the first tender had come out wherein it was market determined rates. And the kind of response we got was pathetic, to say the least. But from there to here, we were just about 1.3%, and today we are at about 10 to 12%. We are having 500 crore liters plus this year going to come in from both the industries, sugar and the food grain. So what we did in the so how reliability in biofuels has improved is I definitely would like to compliment the food grain, the distilleries from the food grain industry, because you have the capability of ensuring consistent supplies throughout the year. That is, we are in a position to maintain the 12% blending. Last year we had a bit of a challenge only for a short period of time, but this year we are very hopeful that we will continuously be able to maintain the blending percentage, because one of the demand of the consumer is nothing but the vehicle manufacturer who sells it to the consumers for mobility. Their demand is, please give us consistent blended product throughout the country, throughout the year. Only then they will be in a position to manufacture the vehicles appropriately. So ensuring consistent blending, consistent availability throughout the year is the key task which we as oil industry, we have taken it on ourselves. And that is how we have promoted this dedicated ethanol plants to come up. We have, in the last few years, we have built up our capacities to handle such large quantities. Just for the benefit of the dignitaries present over here, we as oil industry, we have automated our complete processes. The product which we handle or which is being sold in the country or distributed in the country, anywhere between 50 to 60% of the product, I'm talking of petrol and diesel, is basically moved by pipelines. Come ethanol, we have gone back to the 20-year-old process, which is receiving by lorries or the tankers, small quantities, 20 kl, 30 kl, 40 kl. Yet, we as oil industry, we have developed that capability again, and that is how you can imagine. I mean, instead of we are used to handling in pipelines, we are used to handling in rakes, and suddenly we have to move towards handling tankers. So we have developed that capacity, but you can understand that what kind of challenges we would have faced. This, I thought I'll just leave this thought with you. Why? Because one of the requests is that can we also improve our logistics, both for benefit of you and both for the benefit of us. So can we improve the way we do movement of ethanol? Now coming to the core purpose of this session, which is on the pricing. I know it's one of the most awaited topic, but then since we have heard, my life has been made that much more simpler because since morning we have been talking about this, but in different forms. So we have realized that there is a lot to the pricing, not just pricing of ethanol, because there are so many things which are associated with it, right from the way you procure the feedstock to type of feedstock to the byproducts, etc. But we as oil industry, as I said, reliability we have addressed. Affordability is something we as a nation, we need to keep this in the mind, because any cost, if the cost of energy is going to go up, I mean, if the country has to pay, there is going to be a challenge. And the third one being the sustainability, biofuels definitely helps. But from sustainability perspective, we as oil industry and Ministry of Petroleum in particular, we are very keen that we do procure ethanol from those sources which reduces the carbon footprint, which also is less water intensive. From this perspective, we had come out this year, that is ESY 22-23, we had come out with a differential pricing for maize, but I understand that there has been certain there is a feedback which we understand. So I will just take you through what we feel could be an alternative. But in any case, we have worked hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. We'll continue to do that so that we ultimately achieve whatever is intended to. So maize, I don't need to talk about it. We all know since morning we have heard. The only thing is probably the warehousing. I mean, we need to probably sort out the whole structure. I think in the morning I forgot the speaker who was here from the sugar industry, who very nicely talked about the sugarcane ecosystem. So it's important that can we create similar sort of an ecosystem for the maize, which he also presented, and I also, on behalf of oil industry, we also echo the same. So can we create an ecosystem which will be similar to sugarcane? So one of the component being the warehousing part of it. Can we move to the next? Just an information to most of us. We have we had said that 2 years back, the oil industry had signed agreements with 131 entrepreneurs for setting up dedicated ethanol plants, out of which 20 plants have said that they will do it only from maize. So roughly 74 crore liters is going to come from that. And 84 plants have said it will come from mixed feedstock, rice and the maize. So roughly that is the kind of quantity, 9 million metric tons is the maize quantity which is required if these plants are going to consume. Next. So what our suggestion is that the whole purpose is sustainability, which is less carbon footprint and less water intensive, and it benefits our country. So it benefits our farmers. So is there some model which we can create which ultimately helps all these factors? So one of the model which we have as oil industry we are suggesting is that if in a way the MSP can be the basis of procurement from the farmer, like sugarcane, can there be a model wherein there can be a direct connect between the miller and the farmer, MSP gets paid, and if there is a mechanism for us to actually understand, then oil industry is willing to come forward. Oil industry is willing to come forward, wherein ethanol price in any case would be worked out. We are willing to give or share an additional delta for setting up this sort of an ecosystem so that it becomes lucrative and beneficial to all of us. This is one of the model which we have suggested. Elements of ethanol price, Mr. Shekhar Swarup has already helped me. I mean, we all know this, what goes into it. Go to the next slide. Next. Elements we all know, so I don't need to talk. I mean, the only thing is we will have to only put a number to it, and we need to have a basis for that. That we can always sit together and work it out. So our model is this: that if we are in a position to set up a ecosystem like that of sugarcane, and the MSP and the is given to the farmer, and the procurement happens directly, we are willing to consider a delta for that. Pricing principles, all of us know there's nothing rocket science in this. Jain Saab, you have been a veteran also, so you know this much better. Next. So this is all I have to say. I just want to end by telling that we are as oil industry, we are very keen to promote ethanol from alternate pathways, and particularly maize. And we would like to sit together and work on how we can make this happen. Thank you.
In continuation, to see the industry perspective, I request Vice President of IDA, Mr. Shekhar Swarup, to make a presentation on behalf of Village Resources.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. I thank all the panelists, speakers, and other teams working behind the scenes, especially from DFPD, Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of Agriculture, the Maize Research Institute, and of course our customers, the oil marketing companies, who have taken out time to share their valuable knowledge and for making this event a huge success today. In order for us to realize the vision of 450 plus crore liters of grain-based ethanol production in India, we've learned today that maize is absolutely imperative for the industry, both in terms of agriculture and the technology and marketability of the various byproducts. The grain industry has, as Mr. Ravi mentioned just a few minutes ago, has made huge progress in the last few years. In 2018, our supply of ethanol was just 7 crore liters, which is now expected to be 150 crore liters. It's been tremendous effort that all the stakeholders have put in, not least of the DFPD and Ministry of Petroleum and the OMCs, but even the distilleries, the investors, our equipment suppliers, our consumable suppliers, our raw material suppliers, and so on. By contrast, the sugar industry had 18 years to get to 400 crore liters. We've got here in 4 years, and we have to get to 400 crore liters in another 3 years. So I request for a round of applause for all the stakeholders involved in this. The challenge for the grain industry is steep, from supply of raw material to logistics of ethanol, from securing supplies of consumables to finding a market for byproducts, from building indigenous capacity for spare parts and replacement, and making distilleries even more sustainable and green going forward. This is, of course, aside from sourcing economic fuel to remain profitable going forward. As you're aware, distilleries are consumers of fuel as well. But I'm sure that through this journey, with the work that's been put in the last few years and the work that's ongoing, we as a collective will reach our destination. In my presentation today, I'll be talking about the various cost heads and suggesting a way on how we can make maize ethanol successful going forward. We have the next slide, please. So when we talk about maize landed at the factories, at the distilleries, we typically look at about 4.5 to 6 rupees a liter, 4.5 to 6 rupees a kilo is the additional cost of moving maize to the distillery. So whatever is the MSP, all the market prices that are prevailing, currently MSP is 19.6, however, the market prices are 23. We're able to land at not less than 4.5 rupees, and some of the 4.5 rupees on top, and some of the cost heads are mentioned there. Of course, the caveat here is the location of the distillery, that about 1 rupee a ton, 1 rupee a kilo, 1,000 rupees a ton, can move dramatically based on the location of the distillery. Next slide, please. Using the currently approved techniques of dry milling, the high level of energy integration that exists in distilleries today, as well as maintaining zero liquid discharge, which is a requirement of the Ministry of Environment, the total cost of conversion of ethanol from maize to ethanol is 26.54 rupees. Of course, this is based on current costs of various inputs. The largest cost head is, of course, fuel and energy, which is 14 rupees, and the other heads make up the remaining 12.5 rupees of conversion cost. Next slide, please. We're able to realize around 13 rupees a liter from DDGS and another about half a rupee from other byproducts. So net, aside from fuel, our costs are pretty much zero. The cost of raw material, fuel, are the two greatest ingredients for converting maize into ethanol. There is, of course, a lot of opportunity on DDGS that we've discussed. There's also a lot of challenges that were presented today. We have to see how the market of DDGS shapes up as the country starts producing from 150 crore liters of ethanol close to 500 crore liters of ethanol. Next slide, please. The overall picture looks a little bit like this. If today distilleries are to supply ethanol from maize, the economic price at which distilleries, the price that distilleries require to supply this ethanol is way above 75 rupees a liter. That is the situation that exists in the market today based on DDGS marketability, based on maize landed price and the technologies available to convert this maize to ethanol. Next slide, please. With this, I'd like to suggest that we borrow from the success story of the sugar industry, how the ecosystem of the sugar industry has allowed for a successful and sustainable economic model for pricing ethanol. Farmers are incentivized to grow cane at FRPs. FRPs are revised from time to time based on living conditions and other economic conditions. And sugar mills are guaranteed a fair rate of return on their investment via a fair and remunerative price of ethanol, which also factors in the price of sugar and the global demand for sugar in a prevailing time period. This approach has been hugely successful. We're all aware. OMCs have been getting ethanol, farmers have been getting paid, and of course, investors have been getting their rates of return. Next slide, please. Similarly, to have a mechanism that could withstand the test of time for maize, we must create an accurate pricing formula which accurately reflects the conversion costs and the byproduct prices of maize ethanol, whilst also factoring in the MSP or an FRP on maize. There could be situations where distilleries create linkages in catchment areas, as Mr. Ravi spoke about in his earlier slides. Will that be enough to supply, 300 or 400 crore liters of ethanol? I'm not sure, but certainly that can support the process of transitioning into maize ethanol. Next slide, please. So just a few suggestions on how we can fix some of these pricing aspects. Maize, of course, can be on MSP, and then going forward, the cost head of maize can be revised as per MSP movements. The additional costs is a one-time exercise and therefore could be linked with inflation. Similarly, energy and other consumables is a one-time exercise to validate the accurate energy cost and the cost of conversion, and therefore, and thereafter it can be based on an inflationary pattern. Depreciation, interest, return on capital, these are more standard items which are already established for rice ethanol. And finally, for DDGS, we can use a similar system as already established for rice-based ethanol. I think the key point here is, so if you could go to the previous slide, thank you. The pricing formula must be transparent and inclusive of all costs and interests of all the stakeholders in this process. If any stakeholder is left out and their interests are not factored in or their points of view are not factored in, the maize program will not be successful. It's taken 18 years, well over 15 years to figure out the sugar story. We have only 2 years to figure out the maize story. We have to get it right the first time. Can we go ahead, please? Can we go ahead, please? Some challenges that we face currently, of course, there is an issue regarding availability of raw material today. There isn't enough maize available. We must encourage maize cultivation. The industry must work on the areas that they are, the catchment areas, to encourage maize cultivation. There is an issue of reduction in our capacity when we shift to maize from rice. It does reduce some of our capacity. We look for inputs from technology suppliers on how to make up this capacity loss, because it directly impacts the ethanol capacity of the country. We won't have enough ethanol to supply if there is a reduction in our capacity. There are other issues with regarding to frequent breakdowns. We need help of technology providers to improve the type of materials that they use for spare parts with regard to using our distillery, using maize in our distilleries. Next slide, please. We've discussed some about cost already. I won't delve too much into that. There is a higher, as compared to rice, there is a higher chemical cost for maize because of the conversion from starch to sugar that's required there. There is a higher utility cost as well, a higher energy cost when we convert maize into ethanol as compared to rice. And finally, the area that we plant maize in must not cannibalize some of the other crops that are already established for ethanol supply, and use other area that can be brought into cultivation for maize. The next slide, please. Going forward, I'd like to suggest that the kind of inclusive approach that we've had for ethanol procurement over the last few years continues. There's been positive engagement across all stakeholders to set policy and guidelines for ethanol from grain. Such positive engagement must continue. The next slide, please. And we must create a stage-wise approach, as it's not possible to shift maize overnight. This is merely a sort of a suggestion or a future crystal ball gazing from my side, that if we, in the next year, target a 10% use of maize going up to 30% in 2 years, this could provide a stage-wise approach to getting maize included into the program while still not jeopardizing the ongoing supplies of ethanol from rice. So if you can see here, maize requirements at 10% maize, 10% of grain ethanol coming from maize will be 0.65 million metric tons, and rice will be about 5 million metric tons. And at 30%, maize requirement is in fact 3.2. There's an error on that slide. It's 3.2 million metric tons, and rice will go to 7. And thereafter, sort of the growth will not go to rice. The growth will come to maize. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Mr. Subodh, sir.
Now floor is open for questions, suggestions.
Yes, sir. From my side.
Hi. You mentioned, Shekhar, you mentioned about MSP being the price, the base price for calculation here, for calculating the ethanol price. So clearly today there's a gap in terms of the intent of the industry and the government to grow the maize-based ethanol supply. But at the same time, the price of ethanol seems to be in contrast to what the rice industry is getting or the sugar-based ethanol is getting. The other point is we talk about MSP as being the fixed price and then calculate over that. But what if in years of supply shortages globally and the maize prices rally much above MSP? How will the industry fare, or what are the steps to be taken in those times when the prices are much higher than the MSP prices?
Thank you. I think these are very important issues. There is a price for maize ethanol even today, but there is no supply of maize ethanol anywhere in the country. The scenario exists today, just like what you said, where the demand for maize is higher than supply, and therefore there is a mismatch between market price and MSP. And that's the reason that on an ongoing basis there must be engagement amongst all stakeholders before pricing is determined, so that we do not have a situation where an inaccurate price is set for maize ethanol, either on the higher side or the lower side. It must be a fair and remunerative price for all stakeholders.
Even in the last year and last couple of years, we as oil industry, we have intervened whenever we have seen aberrations happening in the marketplace. We will take care of, I mean, as Mr. Shekhar rightly pointed out, so engagement is key. And engagement is key, and it's not that once something is, once the price is fixed, it is cast in stone. So we will continuously engage and intervene wherever it is required. We have done it in the past.
How practical is the model for maize, just like sugar, when you talk about sugar-based model of having the FRP system, how practical it is, because maize has other industries dependent on it, like feed, and we talked about a lot of these industries today. Those cannot be in the same captive area, right? So how practical is it to have that same model?
As of now, farmers, like maize is a very important cereal, and I think third largest crop grown by the farmers after paddy and wheat. So major reason for not increasing the production of maize is that there is no assured price. Farmer wants to maximize his revenue because he gets assured price if he grows paddy, wheat, sugarcane, these crops. So first thing is that if we want to to ensure MSP to the farmers and assured procurement from the farmers. So the production of wheat, paddy and sugarcane have grown up like anything in the country, and we became from deficit to surplus in these things. So in maize also there is a huge potential to increase the production, which we discussed in the first session. So once we increase the production, the price will also be moderated. Last 2 years, prices of maize are close to MSP or more than MSP also because of geopolitical situations. But before that, if you see the 10 years experience, so most of the time the prices of maize used to be even 2/3 of the MSP, not close to even MSP. So if we increase the production of the maize, if there is an enough supply of the maize, so the maize will be available for all the end users, whether it is cattle feed and other users. And if we see the requirement of cattle feed, it will increase, let us say, by 4 million ton in next 4-5 years, what presented in the previous session. So the potential from the DDGS is also about 4 million ton. So the cattle feed, the growth in the cattle feed requirement can be met only by the DDGS, the growth in the production of DDGS. So we have to develop ecosystem. Farmer is incentivized, distillers are incentivized, so the system will develop and production will increase.
1 minute, sir. सर मैं 30 साल से करीब आज तो मैं 1500 टन रोज मेज खरीदता हूँ, स्टार्च बनाता हूँ, ग्लूकोसेस बनाता हूँ उसमें। मैंने 12 रुपए का भी खरीदा है, ये 24 रुपए का भी खरीदा है। आई कुड बाय बिकॉज देयर वाज ए डायनेमिक प्राइस, कोई एंड प्राइस फिक्स नहीं था मेरा। जब 12 रुपए था तो स्टार्च 25 रुपए बिकती थी, जब 24 रुपए था तो 40 रुपए बिकती थी। तो we could pass on those things to the market. इस सीन में जहाँ हमारा सेलिंग प्राइस फिक्स है तो उसकी वर्किंग रिलीजियसली करनी पड़ेगी सर, अगर हमें मेज को डेवलप करना है तो सर। और देखिए मेज अकेली ऐसी ग्रेन है जो इस कंट्री में डेवलप हो सकती है। इफ यू बैंक ऑन राइस, राइस विल नॉट डेवलप टू दैट एक्सटेंट एज मच मेज कैन डेवलप। दिस इज माय पर्सनल study for last many years. Sir, जहाँ तक maize का maize is just like sugar cane. Maize is also a stable crop. एक बार आपने MSP देने की आदत डाल दी, एक बार आपने बायर को खड़ा कर दिया ठीक से, तो ये इकोसिस्टम जो शुगर केन का जो 80 साल में बना है, सर शुगर केन यहाँ पे 1930 से चल रही है इंडस्ट्री, और ये आज आपने 130 इंडस्ट्री 2021 में लगवाई है। तो इसे कुछ टाइम दीजिए, इसे सपोर्ट करिए, जितना सपोर्ट शुगर मिल को दिया है आपने 80 साल में, 90 साल में, थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट इस इंडस्ट्री को दीजिए, तो आप देखेंगे आपके फार्मर्स की। आज कोई फार्मर जो शुगर केन करता है सर, वो कोई और क्रॉप नहीं कर सकता, और मैं उसको लेजी मैन क्रॉप कहता हूँ। वो एक बार लगा देता है, 2 साल काटता है। इसमें हर 3 महीने में उसको काटनी पड़ती है, और रेन फेड होगा, ये होगा। तो सबसे पहली बात ये है सर कि इसे रिलीजियसली इसका वो करें। हम आपके साथ हैं सर, इकोसिस्टम भी डेवलप होगा, इनके सिस्टम भी बनेंगे कि भाई आपको 15 किलोमीटर, लाइक मैं सर छिंदवाड़ा में बैठा हूँ, वहाँ 2 मिलियन टन मेज ऑलरेडी होती है, बट आई कांट बाय ए सिंगल किलो बिकॉज इट्स नॉट वायबल। तो एज ए इन्वेस्टर फर्स्ट आई हैव टू सी द वायबिलिटी कि मेरा प्रोजेक्ट ठीक चले, मेरे को बैंक को भी पैसा देना है, मेरे को वर्कर को भी देना है, मेरे को फार्मर को भी देना है। अगर वो सब मैच नहीं होते तो मैं कैसे लूंगा सर? आई कैन टुडे कन्वर्ट फ्रॉम राइस टू बेस प्रोवाइडेड द प्राइसेस आर राइट। जहाँ तक सर एमएसपी का सवाल है, आई डोंट नो कि वेदर दिस फॉरम इज राइट और रॉन्ग, बट एमएसपी जो है वो ग्लोबल प्राइसिंग से फिक्स होनी चाहिए। आई मीन ठीक है, हम लोग अपने फार्मर्स का कॉस्टिंग देखते हैं, सब कुछ देखते हैं, बट देयर इज सर्टेन थिंग्स व्हिच इज ओवर देयर. यस सर, वो हो सकता है ये हो रहा हो, बट आई रियली डोंट नो सर. सो मेरा ये कहना है सर, इसके प्रॉपर प्राइसिंग करिए. Maize will become a stable crop for country and it will be the grain of future. Maize sir, आपके ने DDGS gold है. Maize is gold. It is yellow in color like gold. Thank you sir.
सर प्राइस है सर, मेज एथनॉल की प्राइस वो तो वैसे ही बड़ी रेशनल की हुई है. दैट्स एट प्रेजेंट इज 56 रुपीज़ एंड 35 पैसा लीटर, जबकि गवर्नमेंट 20,000 रुपीज़ पर टन और 2,000 रुपीज़ पर क्विंटल राइस दे रही है, फॉर विच द रिकवरी इज एट 450. एंड इकोनॉमिक प्राइस जो गवर्नमेंट को लैंडेड पड़ती है, आई थिंक इकोनॉमिक प्राइस ऑफ राइस प्रिक्योर्ड अंडर दिस पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम इज 35 रुपीज़ एज फार एज माई नॉलेज को. 15 रुपये किलो की सब्सिडी आप दे रही हैं डिस्टिलरीज को इनडायरेक्टली फॉर कन्वर्टिंग दिस राइस इनटू एथनॉल. यदि इससे हाफ भी आप मेज वालों को दे देंगे तो मेज कुड डू अ वंडर्स. और ये क्रॉप ऐसी है, लॉन्ग टर्म सस्टेनेबल है. अब आप इसको ही देख लीजिए, 56 रुपीज़ 35 पैसा 58.50, जबकि उसमें 20,000 रुपये की प्राइस है, 450 की रिकवरी और इसमें 380 की रिकवरी है. तो कोई रेशनलाइज ही नहीं हो रहा बिल्कुल मेज को. एंड दैट इज द रीजन भी अब की बार फार्मर्स ने मेज उगाया है, बिकॉज वी आर दी वन ऑफ द मोस्ट परमानेंट. जो हमने ड्रायर्स भी लगाए हुए इसके लिए, मेज के लिए मेज प्रोसेसिंग की मशीन्स भी लगाई हुई हैं, लेकिन आइडल पड़ी हैं कि बेसिकली उसकी एक इकोनॉमिक कॉस्ट ही नहीं बैठ रही. एंड दिस इज द रीजन. अब 2 साल बाद मेज की क्रॉप बहुत ज़्यादा हुई है एंड इस साल इट्स बीइंग सोल्ड एट बिलो एमएसपी. आज 300 रुपये क्विंटल ये बिलो एमएसपी बिक रही है. तो माई रिक्वेस्ट इज दैट द गवर्नमेंट शुड इमीडिएटली कम टू द रेस्क्यू ऑफ द फार्मर्स. जो डिस्ट्रेस सेल हो रही है, दैट विल डिस्करेज देम फ्रॉम ग्रोइंग मेज इन द नेक्स्ट ईयर. और अभी इसको नहीं संभाला गया, फिर अगर 2 साल लगेंगे इसको स्केर्सिटी सरप्लस आने में. अभी बिहार के अंदर 300 रुपये क्विंटल आज मंडियों में बिक रही है, अगेंस्ट द एमएसपी ऑफ 1962. आज वहाँ पर 1700-1600 रुपये का भाव है. तो माई रिक्वेस्ट इज दैट जैसे रिलीफ अमाउंट आपने डिक्लेयर किया था, मेज के लिए कोई रिलीफ पैकेज, रिलीफ का रेट का रिलीज कीजिए, सो दैट दी फार्मर्स को इमीडिएट डिस्ट्रेस सेल ना करना पड़े और डिस्टिलरीज कैन गो फॉर प्रोसेसिंग ऑफ दिस मेज एथनॉल विद इन ए शॉर्ट स्पेन ऑफ 10-15 days. थैंक यू सर.
OMCs ने जो अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में बताया कि दे विल कैलकुलेट लाइक प्राइस ऑफ एथेनॉल कंसिडरिंग price of maize as MSP, plus they are also willing to pay some delta, some additional money if you like develop the ecosystem of procuring at MSP, and we can engage the state governments as a supervisory role. जैसे sugar cane में हम जो cane commissioner का establishment है पूरा, they supervise that all the sugar mills are paying FRP of the sugar cane to the farmers. So in this system also we will develop the industries are paying MSP to the farmers, and they will pay the delta also. That the suggestion is that type. Giving MSP will ensure the higher production. Otherwise, like some year farmers produce more, some year they don't produce. So it will be a consistency. So that consistency will help increase in the production. That is the idea. Like wheat, paddy, and sugarcane, the production is consistent. Sunil would like to add something.
If I know that only grain-based distillers are here or sugarcane-based?
Sugarcane, in fact, they are going to be a dual feed distilleries.
Yeah.
So they will also use food grains for the ethanol making.
So the modeling of pricing, we have been deliberating on this quite some time. It is not correct to compare with the sugarcane industry. The reason is that wherever the feedstock has other application, the market forces are at play. Like sugarcane has to go to distillery for crushing, but maize can go to n number of users, or rice, or damaged food. Because I am looking after biofuel, other biofuel also, the feedstock challenges is a huge challenge, and no price is can be sustained for 1 year. Even 3 months it can't sustain. The moment you get another option of diverting that feedstock, people who are producing or owning that feedstock will divert to. This has happened in sugar also. Molasses export, molasses is, C-heavy molasses is fetching good price, better than if they convert into ethanol. So they are exporting it. Even maize is going to Bangladesh and is going to other. So this is going to happen. So the pricing has a dilemma. Whatever price we fix, this model is that let us give some money to farmer, whatever the MSP is there, that let's assure that farmer gets that price so that he can crop the next cycle. If we don't do that, that money sometimes doesn't go to farmer. That is so we are starting small, but we feel that a single price for all grain base will be the only solution in future, where you can choose your feedstock depending on your ability, and in long run maize will win this race because maize has some critical advantage over rice and other feedstock. So that is the I wanted to convey to that. This is just a beginning to pull up the maize as a feedstock, but it is not a solution.
So may I respond to this? So the current supply of ethanol from grain has only been possible because we are getting FCI rice. There is no viability today to produce ethanol from damaged food grain because, like you said, damaged food grain has another commodity cycle to which it is plugged into. And because of things like export, because of things like diversion to poultry, the prices of that raw material have crossed the level of viability of using it for ethanol. Currently, the 150 crore liters which are being offered in the current ethanol year from grain is, I believe, over 90 or 95% coming from FCI. The reason that has been possible is because you have removed the vagaries of pricing going up and down for the distilleries. We are getting a raw material at a certain price. We are getting a price for ethanol, which is again fixed. You are providing us a certain conversion. If maize has to be made successful, like has been said, a very robust pricing model will need to be put in place. Else, if you link it with and you make a standard price for all grain-based ethanol, I do not think that will sustain.
You could not get my point. I just was explaining about the challenges of present model which we are continuing. It will not sustain in long run. That's what I am saying. What we are saying, because we are promoting a particular feedstock through beneficial pricing or lucrative pricing just to promote that feedstock. But in the longer run, the feedstock which has advantage will win the race. I'm giving a simple example, like we have one advanced ethanol plant in Panipat we are making for Parali.
2G.
Parali is collected in a very short period time. We fixed a very lucrative price of 3 to 4 rupee per kilo. But when it was collected and it was stored and people were not giving, they were asking for 7 to 8 rupees per. So that is the challenge of having a fixed pricing thing. So what we want that in areas where sugarcane is not available, maize should go into and grow, and that we can only do through this pricing. And this is just a beginning. We are just starting it because we don't get any ethanol from maize right now. So 0 liters right now. So we are moving forward with this, but I'm saying that to counter this, this is a model that to have a high price for grain-based refinery and you choose your feedstock comfortably. That's why I'm just explaining our dilemma, what is the challenges we face.
Sir, I just wanted to come in and make one point. When we look at MSP of maize plus a delta for the farmers for certain catchment areas, we also have to keep in mind that the conversion cost of maize to ethanol that's a part of the formula today has not been done correctly. And we have never been able to, as a group, purchase maize ethanol because our formula that calculates the price of ethanol from maize is incorrect. And it is my request that we do an exercise on that, invite all the stakeholders, so that's a transparent process of setting that formula, which is not excessively profitable, neither is it a loss-making venture for any of the stakeholders.
Because I saw that conversion cost. One of the main reason of high conversion cost is because you are using whatever technology is available, isn't it? We are not working on efficiency on conversion cost. In fact, conversion cost should be less than the byproduct cost, in my opinion. But as time passes, more and more distilleries based on maize comes in. This will improve, in my opinion. And the feedstock cost is going to be, but your conversion cost is mainly dependent because no one has now started. Just they are beginning to build up the distilleries.
Fuel is the main issue here.
Yeah. So that you have to see on a. So whenever the cost plus thing, it is these things get hidden. But when we push with the price and keep the price constant, then you look back and you try to calculate that whether byproduct conversion cost can be minimized or optimized or not. Like we have done for logistics. I have to discuss with you how the logistic costs have come down because we gathered at one hub and spoke model we started. And you people suggested that, and we implemented that.
So I
think
it's a journey, sir, and you know we must walk the journey together in this.
One is the standalone distilleries, and the other is distilleries which are attached to sugar factories, which will be on 100% grain, but attached to sugar factories, they have an advantage of fuel availability versus a standalone distillery does not have. So that delta, if at all you're looking at, because as we discussed also in the morning, that if sugarcane is going to compete with maize, and as Swaroopji mentioned in his presentation, that then the distillery should not come up in the catchment areas of the sugar factories, correct? So, but certain distilleries attached to sugar factories, if they are set up in that campus, they can have a separate catchment area, not of the sugar factories. So even those factories, distilleries should qualify for that delta if at all you are looking at. I mean, the advantage being that they have ready fuel availability vis-a-vis the standalone distilleries. They would incur extra transportation
suggestion
cost.
है कि वे sugar industry they already have a catchment of 15 kilometer because to run a sugar industry that much sugar cane they need to like that is grown in at least 15 kilometer radius. So they have to go beyond if they are a dual feed distillery. So they have to go beyond 15 kilometers, and if they want to like procure at MSP, so they should be given that delta even if that is beyond 15.
Yeah, because as we discussed in the morning, maize can be transported, sugarcane cannot be transported. So if we find there is a viability of having a catchment area far away from the distillery, but we are able to get that catchment area and procure maize from there, then if this policy of delta and all is there, it should qualify even for such distilleries.
Will be, I think.
Sorry?
If you can replace sugarcane catch pit with maize, you'll get delta plus delta. And if you're getting outside from the catchment,
So why should we want to replace sugarcane catchment with maize, sir? We have a sugar factory. We will first produce sugar and its allied products, sir. So we have to, as I was voicing my apprehension in the morning, of course, we'll also have to study whether sugarcane actually competes with maize or they are complementary, and whether maize competes with wheat and paddy. This is something which has to be studied more from a farming perspective also.
Sir, sugarcane and maize, they will go hand in hand because the requirement is so much that the quantity which we require for 20% blend.
Sugarcane and I'm not at all saying that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So, with respect to the quantity, there is good amount of this one which is required. So now, with respect to this catchment area for a particular grain-based distillery, why that idea was brought was, supposing now all the time during the discussion it was said, whereas MSP is X, but actual market price that is available is at Y, which is higher. So for that reason, now the support is required really from the distilleries, whoever are there, who are going to set up, because they need to identify those catchment areas. Once you identify the catchment areas, then the whole ecosystem will come into that. One is you will get the maize from that catchment area. Unlike other products where the cattle feed under this one is there, the maize price basically which we are fixing, it is for the blending in the automotive fuel. So the consistency and reliability of ethanol going towards the blending in the automotive fuel is more than any other opportunities that are there. Now, even in the energy, if you see the cost, the breakup we had seen, it has been said the cost is based on the cost of the fuel is based on the coal. Even that also should not be there as per our own target which we have taken. We should have that again from the renewable power. So the renewable power can again come from that catchment area. Wherever this maize is taken, they have the biomass. That biomass can be used for the purpose of the generating the power. Then the last one, which is currently, actually the economic viability is not coming up because of the DDGS. So all through the sessions, Dr. Dinesh, he also said that our effort should be to make DDGS with more quality, so that the DDGS will go as a supplement to maize, and maize which is going 60% towards the cattle feed and poultry feed, that can go to the ethanol, and the entire ecosystem can be there. So from each of the distilleries, the request is that we should try this model of the catchment area. In this, the farmers will definitely get benefited, because now the third person is there who is deciding on the price of what price he has to sell to the distilleries, and the farmer may not be getting that same price. So we should adopt this economic model which is there for the sugarcane as fast as possible and go ahead with this.
Sir, just wanted to clarify. I mean, I should not be misunderstood. And nowhere is my intention to say that sugarcane and grain are competing with each other, because ultimately the target is 1700 crore liters of ethanol, 1700 crores of ethanol, 850 from grain and 850 from sugar. So both of us are away from those targets. So there's no question of competing with each other. All I tried to say, sir, is that in case within a particular catchment area, if sugarcane and maize compete in crops, then a distillery which is entirely on maize, even if it is has a catchment area which is far away from the distillery, that also should be considered, because it has the fuel availability being next to a sugar factory. That's all I'm saying, sir.
Just to clarify, DDGS cannot replace all NP. It is an added thing. You can add 5% and remove 5%, but you cannot replace 60% of corn and 60% of that is not possible.
Intention also, what I was mentioning was from Dr. Dinesh, this one, where the DDGS, if it is of made good quality, it can replace some of the maize that is coming.
Agreed, sir.
Also, I am only telling that additional maize which will be available as compared to the 60%. That's all.
Growth of the poultry and the dairy industry will also happen at the same time.
Yes.
So the demand, as you saw on slides from Clipper, the demand for feed is also going to increase today from 44 million tons to 54 million tons in next 8 years. So all put together, the demand of corn is going to grow much faster.
we also have to look at what is the growth going to be in protein sources amongst this feed, because DDGS is largely a protein source. And so we've got a situation where the production of this protein source is going to treble from where we are in a period of 3 years, whether it's rice DDGS or maize. In fact, if it's maize, the growth is going to be even larger because the amount of DDGS production from maize is more than rice. And if CLEFMA or the feed manufacturers are not going to increase the dosage of DDGS, whether rice or maize, then it's going to pose an even bigger challenge on pricing of ethanol from either of the two commodities. Thank you.
That's what I said, that valorization of DDGS is important so that at least you cover your conversion cost. So Mr. Sridhar's point is that you increase the quality of the DDGS so that you valorize more, you get more money from your byproduct. That's the point.
That's essential.
Yeah.
Excuse me, could I make a point? So to kickstart this maize initiative, maybe request on behalf of the industry that at the earliest possible, a fair price for maize ethanol is announced, maybe in advance, even much before the next ethanol year. It will incentivize distilleries to start making the required changes in their equipment, to gear up ourselves for producing maize ethanol, and possibly then in the coming year, there was a slide prepared on a certain percentage coming from maize in the coming ethanol year. That would be possible in that situation if we already know what kind of pricing is in store for us. We can make all the necessary changes. So this is one suggestion. The second suggestion is that would it at all be possible for FCI to procure maize and provide that to us at a certain price, in which case the pricing mechanism becomes much simpler, just like in case of FCI rice. So whether that is a possibility which your ministry could consider. Thank you.
The procurement by FCI is not an issue, but overall handling and transportation cost will increase. Like 1 or 2 more handlings and transportation will increase. Like if somebody else buys sugarcane, stores in his godown, and then supplies to your distillery, so that much cost will increase.
So it's a mezzanine initiative. We start with this, gear up the ecosystem, and this is the way to progress into more and more maize. It's a suggestion, sir, because it simplifies the whole process of getting maize, of pricing. And if you see this window which was open for giving us surplus rice from FCI, this has transformed the whole supply line coming in from grain. And you were seeing 150 crore liters, which is exactly what our association forecasted 2 years ago. And we've been able to match that. But it's only because of the support we get from FCI rice. So considering that FCI has this procurement system already in place, if that could be utilized, and secondly, it would ease the process of arriving at a fair price, because we are only left with discussing conversion. Thank you.
Let's go to 3 cycles. So it's a good suggestion. You want to say that by taking this step, we'll minimize the risk of variation of prices in the market. Isn't it? That's what I discussed earlier.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. We are.
If 1 million ton, which is projected here for 23-24, 1 million ton maize can be, then it is good. This pricing model works fine with this model because the risk and variation is
exactly
captured there. So it's a good suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you.
But it depends on the ministry whether it can.
That is not an issue, but overall cost to government or cost to OMC will increase. That is one point. Your like carrying cost will be reduced. You don't have to arrange the working capital. I think that is your
So
one of
that
the
is not our intention at all. That's
concern.
not our
You have to
intention.
procure for whole years. Now you procure only for, let us say, 15 days, 20 days, and you take it from FCI at a regular basis, and your storage cost, carrying cost, interest cost, that is not much, and you are getting at fixed price. Price variation is not there. But the issue is that if we give them the cost that other than MSP, there are state taxes, then handling cost, then if they want to store for they have to procure for full year, then the carrying storage and interest charge has to be given. So this is one model, and
could I just add to that? Actually, I don't think it's a very bright idea to actually get FCA involved in the procurement of maize. One is what Subodh has already mentioned with regard to the fact that handling and transportation. So just envision a situation whereby from the maize catchment area, the distillery is just maybe 5 kilometers away. Whereas in case the FCA has to do the procurement, they will do the procurement, take it to their depot, which may be 50 kilometers away, then bring it back to your distillery, which is 15 kilometers away. So that is just a very crude example just to show that it is not a very viable kind of an idea to actually get the FCI involved in this. And secondly, and a more important reason actually is that in case, let's say, the idea is to replicate the kind of catchment and the kind of extension mechanism which the sugar mills have developed for their constituents, which is the sugarcane farmers, I think it is important that the same is done for the maize sector as well. That is what we've been discussing since morning, that the maize also deserves and requires that kind of orientation on the part of the distilleries, whereby they do the extension, as has been done for sugarcane farmers, and develop a rapport, which will actually take them forward in terms of the easy and the assured availability. And also FCI rice, while you're giving the example time and again, I don't think it's a sustainable thing. We all know. So we don't follow a particular system which is not sustainable. FCI rice, besides the subsidy, which is probably now going to be 18 rupees, the economic cost is 38 rupees of rice per kg. And over and above that, we are again giving about 3-4 rupees extra for FCI rice, which is something which is not sustainable. So I think we should look at models which are more sustainable and which are more friendly to the farmer as well as to the industry.
Thing is that the total maize production in country is 34 million ton. If we want, we start procuring, your requirement is very less. Let us say next year 1 million ton or 2 million tons. If government starts procuring, then the other stakeholders the animal feed industry and all, they will also suffer, because then the government cannot say that we will procure from you and we will not procure from the other farmer. So that is because our policy of procurement of wheat and paddy is open-ended. So restricting maize procurement will also be a challenge for us.
So allow me an observation about the catchment area proposal. There is a difference in the nature of the grain, of the product, of the agro commodity that we are talking about, the catchment area. During lunch also I received some suggestions. See, the nature of product of sugarcane is a high moisture product. It cannot travel very far. While we are maize developers, we are buying for years. Why we have not done earlier? Because maize is, if a farmer is getting a better price from somewhere else, they can go out. He's definitely happy to sell to me when I'm giving him the highest price anyways. But because maize can even be exported. So that is why the catchment area, there is a reason why maize catchment areas have not formed already in a very stabilized, established starch industry. We are there buying it, but it is not happening. It can be done in beetroot. It can be done in products which are high moisture commodities where the farmer does not have a choice to sell it outside. But in maize, that is a limitation. It can, we have invested, we'll do the catchment, we'll do it under CSR anyways, because ultimately, whenever the price is good, at least meri to supply secure ho. But if there is a better buyer, they will go. And as our chairman highlighted, the issue here is that we can buy and we can pass on the price to the buyer in starch industry, but it's not happening in ethanol. So because we are restricted, our hands are tied. So that is something I just like to gently highlight.
It is valid, but the main important point is that the maize production in the country has not increased because of no assured buyer. So sometime the prices are high, and most of the time prices are low. Like the gentleman said, from this side, the prices are 16 rupees a kg. So if there are some, like we develop some market and the production increases, like we see the production has in last 10 years, it has gone up from 24 million to 34 million ton at a rate of 4-5%. The demand in the cattle feed has gone up much faster at around 10% in a year. So we are not able to meet the requirement of maize in the country. So what we discussed in the first session with the agriculture ministry and the other stakeholders, let us develop the market and increase the production. If farmers are given some assured market, then they will consistently produce, and then the rates will also be moderated because production will be good. So that is the idea we want to start with. I think and if at any point of time maize prices are more than the MSP, so like Mr. Ravi said, in past also they have given some delta on broken rice and FCI rice as a relief measure. So that is also open, that can be considered.
Sir,
in that year, there will be difficulty for the ethanol industry.
Sir, there
FCI
is.
cannot procure above MSP.
So
That is the problem.
MSP, so where we are trying to take the maize production of the country, we will be a global producer. Right now, our corn production is very low. But where we are striving in this forum and other outside the forum to take, we will be on an international player. So then our grain pricing will be on economic equilibrium. So, Mr. Amit Sajdev from
See, there
USGC
are
are there.
limitations because FCI has excess price, so they are supplying to the industry. They are procuring and people are selling on MSP to FCI because we cannot put pressure to maize growers that you come and sell us on MSP because we have to supply to distillery. No, that is the problem. See, it is not that easy. FCI, even wheat procurement, say we need wheat, but people are not coming to sell wheat because wheat prices are higher. So FCI cannot take all the onus of supplying raw material to some industry. Na? That is the issue. So for long-term sustainability of any industry, they have to develop their own ecosystem. How they are going to take the that is what Shekharji was telling, that the landed cost of maize in the industry is say 2600, MSP is 1900. So that 700 has to be targeted. How to reduce that cost, and that will be reduced only when there is a good ecosystem of supply chain. Then only you can reduce that. Similarly, for logistics, if they have FCI purchases maize from say Punjab and then they have to supply it to Tamil Nadu, distillery is coming everywhere. So they have to supply from Punjab. They will purchase wheat. Okay, they are supplying from Punjab to all the places. But like this maize, so that cost of logistics will increase. Ethanol. Then again, that ethanol has to move from one place to other place.
Fully agree, sir. सर जैसे लास्ट ईयर आपने डीएफजी में कुछ डेल्टा दिया था, आई थिंक दिस इज आल्सो टाइम दिस ईयर अपना जो एफसीआई से राइस कितना मिलेगा मुझे नहीं मालूम, लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ डेल्टा आपको डीएफजी पे देना पड़ेगा जिससे एक्सपोर्ट रुक सके, हम उसके सामने कम्पीट कर सकें, इधर उधर का डाइवर्जन बंद हो सके। वो आपको जरूर तुरंत के रिलीफ के लिए सोचना चाहिए। देखिए इस वक्त आपकी पूरी हो रही है क्यों शुगर मिल चल रहे हैं। You will have problem in July, August, September, October. उसके लिए आपको सोचना पड़ेगा कि कुछ डेल्टा इस साल भी दिया जावे over the declared price for DFG. This is my humble suggestion to you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for your suggestion regarding this pricing and paying MSP to the farmers and various methods of developing this ecosystem. So I thank you all the panelists on the dais and Thank you everyone for your participation in the session. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for conducting a very thought-provoking session. I now request Sri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution, to please join us on stage for the presentation of mementos. We'll first be presenting the token of appreciation to Sri Sunil Kumar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Kindly keep the applause going. Thank you very much, sir. Sri P.S. Ravi, Executive Director, BPCL. Thank you very much, sir. Sri Sridhar Gaud, Executive Director, HPCL. Thank you very much, sir. Sri Sanjay Parashar, Executive Director, IOCL. Thank you, sir. Sri Praveen Gupta, Director, Balrampur Chini Mills Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Sri Shekhar Swaroop, Vice President, IDA. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a quick 15 minutes tea break. It's organized in the dining area, and kindly reassemble at sharp 5:20 p.m. for the concluding session. We request you to kindly reassemble in time as we will start the concluding session at sharp 5:20 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea.
Hello, hello, आवाज, hello, 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 hello.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic testing. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. 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 नहीं सर. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. अभी तो उनको ओके हो गया.
Hello, hello. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the concluding session. We request all of you to kindly settle down. You may quickly call your colleagues and request them to join you inside the hall as we will start in few minutes from now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's together welcome Shri Pankaj Jain, Secretary Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary Department of Food and Public Distribution, Shri Subodh Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary Sugar, Shri Sunil Kumar, Joint Secretary Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, to please join us on the stage. Kindly keep the applause going as we welcome all the distinguished dignitaries present on the stage. Thank you very much for joining us, for sparing your valuable time. And to begin the session, I request Shri Pankaj Jain, Secretary Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, to kindly address the August gathering. Can we all please welcome him on the dais?
Mr. Sanjeev Chopra, Subodh, my colleague in the Ministry. I think it's appropriate and apt that an event like this was in fact organized. So we are very clearly, in our own thinking, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that ethanol from maize becomes not just a viable source, but also a source on which OMCs can rely upon. Now, on that, it is a fact that in this journey, sugar, or rather I should say sugarcane, has had a head start. And sugarcane has had a head start for a variety of reasons. I mean, there's been a longer history, the fact that it's grown in many more areas, and there's a familiarity with technology development has happened. In some senses, some things have followed demand. Because there was a demand, because there was production, so hence there were investments in technology, there were investments in R&D, all those things happened because, but then they did not happen early on in sugarcane. All these things happened after many, many years. So for a long time, sugarcane only meant sugar. It is only much later that people started getting ideas, oh, maybe I can use molasses. I mean, I remember in my childhood, molasses used to be thrown away. The fact that you can use molasses, the pressed mud used to be something which was given away for free. The fact that spent wash itself can be utilized. I mean, all these have happened because over time people thinking evolved, technology made it possible, and machinery suppliers came up with solutions, and an ecosystem which rewarded use of various materials, and an increasing consciousness that profitability of a certain industry may depend critically on not just one product, but a variety of products coming from the same feedstock. I think we are at the early stages of that journey insofar as maize is concerned. Maize is capable of not just giving us ethanol, it is also capable of giving us a variety of products, including from the rest of the maize plant, you can produce CBG, you can get starch from maize, so there are a whole lot of possibilities here, and we also know that maize has alternate uses, and which does add an additional layer of complication. And it's also a fact that so far, maize has, in a sense, been an ignored child, an ignored crop. So even in terms of R&D and extension work, it hasn't happened. So what we are really trying to do is somewhat of an adventure along with you in terms of making sure that we start putting together an ecosystem through which there is greater certainty, there is greater predictability, in terms of pricing, in terms of offtake, not just for you as a converter, but also for the farmer. It doesn't work if only you have certainty and the farmer doesn't. It has to, and therefore I was listening with interest to some of the suggestions which were coming up, and it has triggered off certain thoughts which I was sharing with the Secretary Food and Public Distribution in terms of do we need to imagine ethanol from maize in a very different way rather than just looking at it the way we did sugarcane. Because clearly there may be a phase where even if it is not viable for a buyer means in this case the OMC, but there may be a phase where certain handholding may be warranted. But that handholding cannot just remain for somebody who's converting, not just for the distiller. What we have to make sure that it is handholding which is actually getting translated to what the farmer thinks about it. Recognize the peculiarities of the crop. The fact that it can be transported, the fact that it can be stored, the fact that I can buy it this year and crush it next year. So there are variants, and which is true for any commodity and every crop. There are peculiarities which need to be factored in whenever one is designing any kind of intervention. But clearly, if maize has to become an important source for us, we will need to think of new ways rather than using just sugarcane as a template. I think that even the discussions that emerged, so whether it's sugarcane or it is damaged food grains, there are lessons to be drawn from the ecosystem which have developed there, but clearly doing a simple cut and paste is not going to work. At this point, we're just probably thinking aloud on so many ideas in terms of, asking somebody to do central procurement, asking somebody to do, say, I've had thoughts shared with me. Oh, maybe we need to stop export for a while, or maybe we need to have a greater time period, longer time period which we buy, or maybe we need to have specific research projects which increase the yield of the grain in the case of maize. So there are different ideas on the table. But I think simultaneously we will have to work with technology providers. Today, technology providers who are in the country have pretty much focused on sugarcane, primarily because they haven't had too many demands coming in from people saying that give me something which converts maize better or which improves my yield of conversion. So I think somewhere we will have to probably foster that dialogue as well. But clearly at this point we are in an ideation stage. We are looking for ideas. We think we have some ideas, but I'm sure you'll be able to come up with newer things. But then in terms of the ideas, what we have to see is that everybody in the chain should get a good deal. There has to be a delta for everybody. It cannot be that you are gaining at the cost of somebody else, and therefore not only is it not sustainable, eventually it comes back to haunt us politically, because everything eventually in a crop, there is politics involved because there are livelihoods involved. And people will like to be able to get more money for what they are growing and get it without being worried about, oh, this was the international price or this is this. They should be able to plan and plant crops with certain visibility that yes, this is the kind of price we'll get. So I would be looking forward to some more ideas coming from this. As I said, I was listening with keen interest on some of the suggestions which you have given. But I think clearly we will require the interventions from the state, interventions from you on multiple facets. Just intervening on one, for example, if I were to say, oh, let me just do price, it doesn't work. It has to be price plus plus. So what else do we need to do? So we need to put together a full package in terms of the practices that we want to encourage, the technology that we want to bring in, the price that we will give, recognize how the yields will change, understand the dynamics of movement, and at the same time acknowledge that for the first few years, the quantities which may be coming in will not be enough to substitute or to displace anything coming from sugarcane. This is going to be an add-on because our demand for ethanol is going to continue to increase. At this point, you only have visibility of an E20, but there's life beyond E20. And we will be working on that. We'll be putting out that in due course. But ethanol is not going to go away anywhere. Sugarcane and rice will have limitations. We can do only this much. We will have to look at newer crops. So maize is one of them. We will look at things like beetroot, sweet sorghum, wherever that is possible. Many of these will be highly localized solutions, but we are happy to look at them. And what I can also tell you is the states are more than happy to work with us in terms of state-specific solutions. So thank you very much, but I will look forward to some of the concrete suggestions and deliverables which come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening address. We extend a very warm welcome to Sri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture. Thank you for joining us. And I now take an opportunity to invite Sri Manoj Ahuja to address the August gathering and share his thoughts with us. Can we all please welcome him?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues on the dais, Shri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary Food and Public Distribution, Pankaj Jain, Secretary Petroleum, Joint Secretary from the Petroleum Ministry, and Additional Secretary from the Food Ministry. Thank you for inviting me here and giving an opportunity to just place the department's vision for maize in front of you. I'm sure the morning sessions would have been very informative and a lot of deliberations would have gone on as to the way ahead. Just very broad statistics, just some good news in spite of, let's say, the climate variations and all. I want to just inform you that the country's agricultural production has been achieving new records year after year. And this year we are estimating a record 323 million tons in food grains production. And even in terms of horticulture, it's reached a record 342 million tons. And this, there is an element of resilience also being built in spite of shocks such as heat wave 1 year back, the different pattern of rainfall this year. You've been seeing what's happening in temperature and the season right now. We find that because of a number of steps, there is a certain kind of a resilience built in. Coming to maize, you would all be aware about it's about 10 million hectares or 100 lakh hectares which is under maize cultivation right now. Our yield is about 35 quintals on average for maize across the country, and our production this year is around 34 million tons. And going by the projections which Pankaj would have shown, that there has to be a shift more from sugar-based ethanol or sugarcane-based ethanol to maize-based ethanol, means we would have to reach maybe in the next 3-4 years something around 44 to 45 million tons. Last year it was 30 million tons, this year it is 34 million tons, and we can do it. Even we have to increase it by, let's say, 4 million tons a year. Within 3 years, we can reach 45, 46 millions. But how do we do it? The broad aspects which I would like to highlight are, number one, right now, maize is a very good crop, incidentally, even from a climate perspective. Right now, 80% of the crop is grown in Kharif, 20% in Rabi. And Rabi is kind of a assured irrigation, a good climate for maize. So if you would see the difference in yield, you would find that in Rabi it's around, we can even have yields like 6 ton per hectare, which is very substantial. And international organizations, I mean, it's grown over USA and other countries. They've even reached 7 tons and 8 tons maize. And given our agroclimatic conditions, that's not an impossible thing. So in Rabi, I think we have got our act right. We are getting about 6 million tons per hectare. Kharif, because of various things like pests and diseases and the fact that it's not irrigated, rainfall, etc., we are still very low. And the scenario is that there is a lot of focus, even by private companies, more on the Rabi crop and providing seeds for that. I feel a little bit of refocus on research, because there's a huge potential given the emerging demand to ensure that the yields in the Kharif, I mean the public sector is doing along with international organizations to ensure that the yields in Kharif maize go up, which will be very essential. Like I said, 80% is still Kharif. Second aspect which is important from a research perspective is, given for ethanol, maybe you need more starch in maize, then specific agenda focused research, both in a collaborative manner with the public and the private sector, to ensure that you can get more mileage out of the maize we are producing, or getting more ethanol. What we have done is, we have about 20 new plants which are maize based are coming up. We also mapped the earlier ones, and if they can get into a dual mode, and we have various schemes which we facilitate the state governments. They can take up demonstrations there, in those areas, so that farmers are aware about new varieties. Farmers can take it up and naturally then go on in further production of maize and all. A fundamental issue which we will have to keep in mind is, ultimately, you see, for a farmer, it's a choice between different crops. Where does he maximize his return over a period of time? So he generally prefers something which can give him secure returns over a period of time without too much of volatility and adequate returns. And maize would fit that bill. For example, if a plant is coming up, naturally there is an assured demand for his produce, so that one part is taken care of. And second is, maize, because of its many benefits, like use for silage, which like 60% today goes for poultry and animal feed, very less for human consumption, which is also growing. So in fact, if you take maize crop as a whole, fodder, feed, plus for ethanol, so this demand is bound to increase, and therefore the prices would remain. We have an MSP, but the prices would remain good for a farmer. So essentially, from a farmer's perspective, I think it does answer a bill. It's a climate-friendly crop. What we have to focus is on Rabi, we are getting good returns. For Kharif, if we can focus on that research, bring in those technologies to the farmer, the quicker we do it, the better, so that his returns also increase. So that's a very broad strategy I think is we have in mind. Like I said, we have a number of schemes, like our National Food Security Mission, where we promote it, RKVY, where we promote it. So we have taken it up with the state governments, where we have identified pockets where we can intensify our efforts in terms of, like I said, bringing new varieties, demonstration of those varieties, good agronomic practices, so that it can increase. The other aspect is the entire value chain. There is a whole field open where, in fact, since companies are setting up plants, if they would like to, enter into providing extension and all, using good technology. Right now, what is happening is, even though these are advocated, some of these things need a little bit of help at the ground level. For example, if you want to bring in precision agriculture or digital, agricultural benefits to a farmer, somebody has to provide that platform. Maybe somebody has to analyze that information for a farmer at a grassroots level. And I think that's a big role where companies which are putting up plants can help in terms of, partnering with either farmers' organizations or farmers to bring the benefit of good agronomic practices and use of technology at that level. That would also enhance yields. Next part is, again, I think the whole, like I said, the value chain. There is a lot of gap and wastage in terms of storage, in terms of movement, when we put it somewhere, and I think aflatoxin or things like that which can affect it. So that's another field where I think we are open to taking up research projects with government organizations, which, like I said, in the case of seeds, I did mention specific requirement of seeds and all, which is going on. But then again, the entire value chain, so that we can cut down losses and cut down wastage across the value chain, which again results in unlocking value, which will benefit the farmer once again, so that the production is there. So I think the challenge before us and the path before us is eminently possible, what we are planning out to do. Even, let's say, in 3 or 4 years, we have to jump from the present 34 million tons to 45 million tons. It is doable, provided, like I said, we will have to focus and very quickly into more of Kharif maize, get those seeds, get that technology working together, and we can have frameworks of PPP. We do have, like in one or two schemes, where we work with the farmer, with farmers' organizations and a private entity and the government to ensure that the benefit goes to the farmer, so that we reduce this, like I said, the yield gap which is there in Kharif crop. Second, there is a huge possibility of areas, for even example of Punjab, where we are looking for crop diversification, let's say from rice, which is, which guzzles so much water, to a more climate friendly regime. Maize, with a combination of one or two other crops, silage facilities, etc., does give economically adequate returns for a farmer to shift to this crop. And I think that Maize Research Institute in Ludhiana has done one or two kind of projects. We are planning to scale it up. And I think it's areas like these where we feel maize can also, these are the newer areas where maize can spread. I mean, it can grow in different agroclimatic regions. It can grow across the years. That's the nature of this crop. So I'm quite sanguine, and I think collectively, once your thoughts are on the table, we can also have a look at them and work out necessary new frameworks which are required, or let's say fine-tune our strategies specific to states, specific to plants, areas where plants are coming up, working, like I said, on the research, on good agronomic practices, working together to bring technology to that farmer, and then across the value chain, which I think would definitely help us in meeting the challenges which are arising out of the increased demand for maize, which will be coming for the need for the ethanol sector. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to share my thoughts with all of you. And we do look forward to the deliberations of the workshop for any new aspects or tasks which have to be taken by all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. Your suggestions and advices have been noted. With due respect, I now invite Shri Subodh Kumar Singh. I request Shri Sanjeev Chopra to please present a token of respect to Shri Pankaj Jain. Can we have the memento, please? A round of applause for Shri Pankaj Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence, for your contribution to the event. Thank you so much. Taking the event forward, with due respect, I now invite Shri Subodh Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary, Sugar, to present a seminar brief. Let's welcome him.
Respected Secretary Food, Sri Sanjeev Chopra ji, respected Secretary Agriculture, Sri Manoj Ahuja ji, my colleagues Sunil from Joint Secretary Petroleum Ministry, my colleagues from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Petroleum, the Food Department, and representatives from the petroleum companies, the director NSI, the representatives from the distillery, cattle feed, seed, and so many other industry stakeholders associations. Good evening, everyone, to this closing session of today's event. So just like I will present what we have discussed in the during whole day seminar. Next, please. So we had 4 sessions on first one was relating to the agriculture collaboration strategy for higher maize production. Second was related to how we can increase the recovery from the maize and use of the we can increase the byproducts production. And then we discussed about the improvement in the DDGS and how we can maximize the revenues of the distilleries from DDGS and how we can improve the quality of DDGS. And last session was on the pricing of ethanol such that the whole ecosystem works. Next, please. So this we see that the income, the benefits from the 20% ethanol blending, about 165 lakh ton food grains will be utilized, surplus food grains, which we are producing every year, and like every year our surplus food grain is increasing, and Secretary Agriculture informed that we are producing about 320 to 330 million tons of food grains, and this year I think we have exported more than 30 million ton of food grains. So there is enough scope of utilizing the surplus food grains in the country, and we need about 16.5 lakh ton of the 16.5 million ton of the food grains, and that will help in paying farmers additionally more than 30,000 crore rupees. Likewise, the sugarcane equivalent to 60 lakh ton can be diverted for this ethanol thing, and about 41,000 crore investment is being brought into the rural areas of India because of the investment in the new plants, distilleries, and about 80 lakh ton this substitution of crude oil will be there, and a lot of more than this 50,000 crore saving in foreign exchange, and overall ethanol blending reduces the carbon emission, the carbon monoxide by 30 to 50% and hydrocarbon by 20%. So this is overall like benefit of this ethanol thing. So next please. And we see the distilleries in the right side, most of the states we will be having the distilleries by 25, 26, and including in the states like UP, Maharashtra, Karnataka, where mainly sugar cane based distilleries are there. People are like converting those distilleries into dual feed distilleries. So grain will be required, maize will be required throughout the country, except we don't have distilleries in J&K, Kerala, and some parts of the some states of the northeast. Next. So if we see how the because of paddy crop, as Secretary Agriculture was also mentioning, the groundwater is depleting from 2000 to 2019 in states like Punjab. The groundwater has gone down like anything, and other paddy growing areas. This is the scenario. So we want to divert area from paddy to maize. Next. And if we see the global picture, the if 63% ethanol comes from the maize corn, and this can replace the FCI rice in the long run, as the maize is most cost efficient and it consumes less water. So there is a need to divert kharif paddy to maize, and some like summer paddy also to maize, and the increasing the existing paddy maize area, we can improve the yield. In our country, the yield varies from 3 to 7 tons, which we will see in the next slide. Just go back. So, and the ethanol yield from maize is presently in our country is about 380 liters per ton of maize, whereas in US 420 liters per ton. So we need to develop those varieties of maize where we have more starch content. So the yield and recovery is more, and then ethanol price will also be less from the maize. Next. So if we see the how we have increased our maize production, it is about 34 million ton in this year, and our yield is about 3.5 ton per hectare, and the MSP has increased from 1300 rupees to more than 1960 rupees in this year. Next. So if we see the area in these states, about 100 lakh hectare area is there, and total production is about 34 million ton. And if we see the yield, the lowest is about 1.9 or 2 tons per hectare to 7 tons also per hectare. It is this much variation is there. So I many seed people are here. In the first half, we asked them in Andhra Pradesh, where in South India the yield is 7 ton per hectare. So certain farmers are getting yield of even 10 to 12 tons per hectare. So the point is that there is a potential to increase the yield in our country, and production we can increase very easily. Like in US in last few years, the presentation made by the representative from US Grain Council, that they have reduced the corn area in their country, and in fact they have increased the maize production. So likewise, we have so much area, 100 lakh hectare, and if we increase yield by 1 ton in time to come, so definitely the our requirement of maize can be met even from the existing area. So far we have been successful in getting more yield from paddy, wheat, and sugarcane, where there is an assured procurement. So if we have some sort of because MSP is already there, remunerative MSP is there, and if some sort of assured procurement is there, then definitely the ecosystem will be developed, and the yield and production will definitely increase in time to come. Next. So, if 1350 crore liter ethanol will be required for blending with E20 and for other usage, and about 660 crore liters will come from the grains, and about 165 lakh ton grains will be required. So, primarily we want that maize should be the major feedstock for the this grain ethanol, because rice is more expensive, and we are giving subsidy from rice. So if we like increase maize to ethanol, then it will be cost effective also, lesser water will be utilized, and it will be a sustainable also. Next. So what we discussed with the agriculture and ICAR, we have director of Maize Research Institute also, that we will develop the high yielding varieties, and the yield will be more. And then Agriculture Ministry has already taken up a maize development program under National Food Security Mission, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, and the crop diversification program. KVK and IMR have been involved, and the state government will also be associated with the development of maize, and the mechanization of maize cultivation is also being promoted. Next, please. So, in the next session, which the technological development and how we can have better varieties, then how we can use even the maize extra and maize cob, what value we can add to that, that can be used as a fuel for boilers, or 2G ethanol, or for CBG. And then we can have some programs for better recovery, and how we can use the other byproducts like corn oil and fiber, etc. Next. So, and other important thing is the improvement in the DDGS quality. Presently, our feedstock requirement in the country is about 450 LMT, and by 25-26, the requirement will be 540 LMT. And if we use 165 lakh ton of grains in the distilleries, so about 35 lakh ton DDGS can be produced. So this much will supplement in the this cattle feed industry. So production of DDGS is very important. We need uh, quality and consistency that we have discussed in this, and how the distilleries can directly sell it to the end users. Then outreach program, and how we can have different type of DDGS to meet the requirement of the cattle feed industry, like dairying or poultry. So this is also we have discussed, and the IDA and the cattle feed industry, they have decided to come together to help BIS in developing the standards. Next. So the overall for ecosystem, like we need to give assured price to farmers. What have we have like green revolution is one aspect of the development of the good varieties and all that, and the second was the assured procurement also. So if we have assured price, then assured procurement, collaborative approach like sugar industry with the farmers, and the monitoring oversight by the state level machinery. So that ecosystem will help in developing the maize area yield and recovery, and overall production, and right pricing of ethanol from maize the distillers will be getting, and they will in turn make the payment to the farmers as MSP. Next. So this is the way forward. What we have discussed, that agriculture department will continue to promote maize cultivation under various schemes. IIMR will develop better varieties of yield, and adoption of best available technologies for processing and benchmarking by the distillers. Then there will be a collaboration of distillers and the farmers to develop the area like sugar sector. OMCs will formulate a better pricing model, that not only the ethanol production from maize is viable but also remunerative. And then we can develop other byproducts like corn oil, fiber, etc. Somebody mentioned about sugar कि जब 2000 में जो sugar का rate था आज भी वही rate है, क्योंकि शुगर इंडस्ट्री की तब से जो इनकम बढ़ी है वो फ्रॉम द बाई प्रोडक्ट्स लाइक bagasse to power, then molasses to ethanol. Now they are doing this press mud to this spent wash to CBG. So once the income from byproducts increases, then your cost of main product reduces. So the same model we can follow like in the maize to ethanol also. And then demand for, and quality specifications for animal feed through DDGS. So there will be a committee of the CLAFMA and the IDA that will help BIS also in developing standards for various types of DDGS. So this is what will be discussed today in these 4 sessions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your admirable summarization. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, will be joining us in any moment from now. So we can wait for 2 minutes. As and when he comes, we request you to please welcome him with a standing ovation and a thunderous round of applause. Kindly keep your phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest for today's event, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, has arrived. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause. Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, and Leader of the Rajya Sabha. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this event with your benign presence. आज आप समय निकाल कर आए हैं. आपका बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया. Can we all please once again welcome Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Thank you so much for your presence. We are indeed very lucky to have you as our chief guest this evening. Taking the event forward with all means of warm and friendly welcome, I now invite on the dais Shri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution, to address the August gathering. Let's welcome him on the dais.
Honorable Minister, DFPD, Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, my colleagues on the dais, Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Additional Secretary DFPD, Shri Subodh Kumar Singh, Shri Sunil Kumar, the Director, Joint Secretary Refineries from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, all the distinguished delegates here, my colleagues from the department, IDA, ISMA, from the Animal Husbandry Department, and all the other colleagues who joined in this deliberation. A very warm welcome to you once again. I'd like to first welcome Shri Piyush Goyal, who has kindly joined us in spite of his busy schedule. And his presence here demonstrates the importance that the government is attaching to this sector and the way forward in view of the present constraint that we are facing in enhancing our ethanol production. So I'm sure that this seminar, his presence over here and the deliberations will set the tone for what is going to happen in this sector over the next few years. This particular topic actually is something that has been discussed in many meetings since the time I joined the department, but somehow we were lacking a common forum, a common platform where we could get all the stakeholders together and then deliberate on what are the issues and what needs to be done to give a fillip to ethanol from maize. So I'm glad that with the support of the concerned departments, MOPNG, Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, from IDA, and all the other stakeholders, this particular session, this particular seminar has been a kind of a event which was much needed. The reason for the importance of this particular seminar cannot be overemphasized. We are all aware that in the recent past and since 2012-13, what has happened in the ethanol blending program is nothing short of extraordinary. And in case, let's say, the sugar industry is thriving today and doing very well, I think a lot of credit has to go to the ethanol blending program. The sugar industry, which was in doldrums, we were giving subsidy for exports, we were subsidizing in many other ways. Today, a time has come when the entire sector, producing about 375 to 400 million tons of sugar on an average, is doing well without any kind of government support or subsidy. So it's an extraordinary achievement. And I think a lot of credit has to go to the ethanol blending program, why that has happened. Now, going forward, when we are saying that we are going to achieve an ethanol blending percentage of 12% in this year, 15% next year, and 20% the year after, I think we need to pause and check as to where is this supply going to come from. When we say that about 1,300 crore liters of requirement, about 650 from grain-based, 650 from sugar-based. So where is this requirement going to come from? Sugar has its limitations. Unless the area grows, the sugarcane cultivation area goes up. With the present sugarcane area, it is not possible to enhance the production of ethanol by a great deal. You can increase marginally, but not something which can really ensure that we are able to meet our targets over the next 2 years. Then FCI rice has been a kind of a showstopper, if I can say that, because that's been something that all the sugar industry, the distilleries particularly, have been tapping for grain-based ethanol production. And that has again got a limitation, which we just discussed in the previous session, that FCI rice is heavily subsidized. Now the economic cost is about 38 rupees per kg. We are asking the industry to pay 20 rupees per kg. Based on top of that, we have about 4 kg extra per liter on FCI rice vis-a-vis the other feedstock. So it is not sustainable. It is something that we are continuing because of the fact that we need to support the industry, we need to support the program, but obviously it is not something sustainable. So where is the way out? So ethanol from maize is a program which now needs to get the encouragement it deserves, something which has not happened over the past few years. So this seminar, where we've discussed 4 major components of this entire conundrum, the maize production has to go up, the recovery of ethanol and byproducts of maize, the improvement in DDGS, and costing and pricing of ethanol. So these are the 4 topics which were discussed. My colleague has just presented the learnings also from these particular seminars. So broadly, what has come out of this discussion is the fact that, number one, the maize production, which is presently about 34 million tons, should go to about 42.5 million tons, as the Secretary Agriculture just mentioned. So kind of a roadmap of how we do that over the next few years. So that is something that we would be seeking their help for, to ensure that the maize production goes up in the short to medium term. The second thing which has come across is the fact that for maize, we need a collaborative ecosystem of the kind that we have put in place for sugarcane. So unless and until the industry is going to build and forge partnership with the farmers for maize, this will not happen. It cannot be kind of an assured supply like FCI rice that we supply to you at whatever is the MSP. That is something which is not happening. This is not feasible. So for that, we've had discussion earlier also. So ISMA and IDA, I think they need to have these cross learnings as to how ISMA has been working. I have visited some sugar mills, and extraordinary work has been done by the sugar mills in extension, working in tandem with the state agriculture department.
Similar thing has to happen for maize in case the production and the productivity of maize has to go up. The other point which I'd like to mention is with regard to the pricing. So the last session that we had and something which was the most anticipated session regarding pricing. So that is something which I think we all agree, including the MOPNG, that a stable regime of pricing would give a fillip to the sector, to give a fillip to maize from ethanol. And we would be requesting separately and formally the MOPNG in case there can be a special dispensation made. Since this is a sector which is in the very incipient stages and we are targeting, let's say, about 125 crore liters over the next 2 to 3 years. So get to that 125 crore liters of ethanol from maize, some special dispensation in terms of pricing assurance over the next, maybe in a short term, 2 to 3 years. That is something we would request, and in case that can be materialized, then obviously that will give some assurance to those who are setting up plants for deriving ethanol from maize. So this is broadly what I thought I'll share with you, encapsulating the discussions over the past few hours. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister once again, and I'd like to thank my colleagues in this department, led by Shri Subodh Kumar Singh, Shri Sangeet Singla, all the others from the sugar division, who have very painstakingly worked with the IDA. And of course, thanks are due to IDA as well for having partnered with us in organizing this seminar so successfully. So I hope that the deliberations will guide us over the next few months, and we would make the policy changes which are required to get this project firmly on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us with your words and wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to invite on the dais our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause. Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Secretary Agriculture, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, Secretary Food and Public Distribution, Shri Sanjeev Chopra ji, Additional Secretary Food, Shri Subodh Kumar Singh ji, Joint Secretary in the Petroleum Ministry, Shri Sunil Kumar ji, all the distinguished participants, both from within the government and from industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. This is one subject that's very dear to Prime Minister Modi's heart. उनका दिल इथेनॉल के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. और जिस प्रकार की प्रगति आप सब ने और आप सबके प्रयासों से इथेनॉल सेक्टर ने की है गत दशक में, ऐतिहासिक भी है और बड़ी संतोषजनक भी है. आखिर जो देश 1.5% मिक्सिंग करता था 2014 तक, वो आज 10% से ज्यादा इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग करे, ये अपने आप में शायद ही विश्व में किसी भी देश ने इतनी तेज गति से इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग प्रोग्राम में प्रगति की होगी. और जो आंकड़े मेरे समक्ष रखे गए कि 38 करोड़ लीटर से बढ़ के 400 कुछ करोड़ लीटर इज ट्रूली अ फिनोमिनल अचीवमेंट. और आप सबको वास्तव में जितनी बधाई दूं इस काम के लिए उतनी कम होगी. ऑफ कोर्स एक संयुक्त प्रयास है, हम सबने मिलकर इस काम को किया है. सरकार ने अलग अलग नीतियां समय समय पे पेश की हैं, चाहे वो इथेनॉल की प्राइसिंग पॉलिसी हो जिससे एक एडिक्वेट और रीजनेबल रिटर्न इथेनॉल इंडस्ट्री को मिला है, चाहे वो पेट्रोलियम कंपनी का बहुत ही सपोर्ट जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री को मिला, जो उन्होंने पूरी तरीके से इस इथेनॉल को खरीदना, ट्रांसपोर्ट करना, ब्लेंडिंग प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाना, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट की जो सपोर्ट है, जिसके कारण जो स्पेसिफिकेशंस इंजन के बनने हैं या इथेनॉल ब्लेंडेड पेट्रोल को यूज करने की जो सहूलियतें हैं, कुछ मात्रा में मुझे लगता है एक अवेयरनेस भी इस देश में बढ़ी है ग्रीन फ्यूल के प्रति। आईएनबी मिनिस्ट्री ने उसमें रोल प्ले किया, हेवी इंडस्ट्री ने रोल प्ले किया स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने के लिए। मैं ये इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि ये एग्रीकल्चर का तो रोल बहुमूल्य रहा है इस पूरे प्रोसेस में, तो अल्टीमेटली फीड स्टॉक सब जाके एग्रीकल्चर के जिम्मे पड़ता है। फाइनेंस का हमें बहुत समर्थन मिला, बैंकों ने फाइनेंस दिया, जिसके कारण और उसको नचीला बनाते गए। पहले तो मापदंड थोड़े स्ट्रिक्ट भी थे, पर आस्ते आस्ते यहाँ तक आ गया कि शायद 90-95% फाइनेंस भी हुए हैं कई प्लांट्स। बैंकों को प्रोत्साहित किया गया कि वो फाइनेंस करें। ये मैं इससे कह रहा हूँ, और कई और इंडस्ट्रीज सेक्टर्स होंगे, हमारा भी फूड का छोटा मोटा रोल है इसमें, लेकिन ये मैं इससे आपको शेयर कर रहा हूँ ये विषय कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो पूरे 9 वर्ष सरकार केंद्र में चलाई है, उसकी एक विशेषता, ये बहुत बड़ी विशेषता रही है कि ये होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री सरकार के कार्यक्रम लेते हैं। कार्यक्रम जब लेते हैं तो बड़े छलांग के साथ, बड़ी उपलब्धियों के साथ सफल बनाने के संकल्प के साथ लेते हैं। फिर उस सफलता को प्राप्त करने के लिए समय समय पे निगरानी रखते हैं। हम सबको जवाबदेही बनाते हैं अपने अपने काम के लिए कि हम सब भी इस पूरे काम में अपनी अपनी जिम्मेदारियां निभाएं। मुझे लगता है इथेनॉल पे जितनी मीटिंग्स हर स्तर पर, अधिकारियों के स्तर पर हो, स्टेक होल्डर इंटरेक्शन हो, मंत्रियों के स्तर पर हो, और फिर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्वयं के लेवल पे हुई है, ये अपने आप में दर्शाते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी इस विषय के बारे में कितने प्रतिबद्ध है और कितना उनको इस विषय में रुचि है कि इसको हमने सफलता पूर्वक आगे बढ़ाना है। और जो आगे का भी लक्ष्य 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग का रखा है, ये काफी एम्बिशियस है, काफी बोल्ड है, लेकिन जब बड़े लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो मैं समझता हूं कोई भी लक्ष्य असंभव नहीं है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि आज जो आपकी चर्चाएं रही हैं दिन भर की, उसमें से अवश्य ये लक्ष्य भी पार होगा, अच्छी तरीके से पार होगा, आप सबके सहयोग और संयुक्त प्रयास से होगा, और देश का जो विश्वास हम सब पे है एज अ टीम, चाहे सरकार हो, चाहे निजी क्षेत्र हो, चाहे हमारा कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर हो, देश का आज विश्वास पूरा है कि जैसे हमने 1.5% से 10.5% तक बढ़त की है, तो आगे चल के हम 20% का भी लक्ष्य अवश्य प्राप्त करेंगे। और ये सेमिनार इसलिए रखा गया है कि ये कोई लक्ष्य ऐसा ना हो जाए कि लक्ष्य तो बना दिया पर उसके लिए पर्याप्त कार्रवाई नहीं की जा रही है, पर्याप्त कदम नहीं उठाए जा रहे। और जैसा भी अभी संजीव जी ने कहा, और शायद दिन की चर्चाओं में भी आया होगा, चीनी से या शुगर केन से, गन्ने से या मोलासेस से एक अपनी सीमा है कितने हद तक हम इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग कर पाएंगे। उसकी कैपेसिटी कंस्ट्रेंट एक तरफ, लेकिन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ मोलासेस, अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ शुगर केन को भी ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा। उसकी भी प्रोडक्टिविटी गत 8-9 वर्षों में काफी बढ़ी है, काफी उस प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ने का लाभ इथेनॉल इंडस्ट्री ने भी लिया है। लेकिन आगे चल के इस 1000 करोड़ लीटर तक जाना, और लगभग आज की जो प्रोडक्शन है उसको 2.5 गुना करना, कि 10 से 20 भी करना है और इंक्रीज प्रोडक्शन के लिए भी तैयारी करनी है। और जब आप विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था बनते हो तो स्वाभाविक रूप से देश की जीडीपी भी बढ़ेगी, देश की खपत भी बढ़ेगी, खपत चीनी की भी बढ़ेगी, साथ के साथ पेट्रोल डीजल की भी बढ़ेगी, क्रूड ऑयल जो हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं वो भी बढ़ेगा, डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन भी बढ़ाएंगे। तो इन सबको मद्देनजर रखते हुए 400 को 800 या 900 करने से काम नहीं चलेगा। 1000 से भी अधिक करोड़ लीटर हम सब ने मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, उसके हिसाब से निवेश करना पड़ेगा और उन तैयारियों को बल देने के हिसाब से आज की ये सेमिनार का आयोजन, संगोष्ठी का आयोजन किया गया था। मैं ऑफ कोर्स माफी चाहूंगा कि मुझे विलंब हुई आने में, आपको थोड़ी देर रुकना भी पड़ा, पर इलेक्शन का माहौल है, कुछ विषय ऐसे थे जिसके लिए मुझे इलेक्शन कमीशन जाना पड़ गया और टाइम भी उन्होंने 5:30 का ही दिया, तो अपॉइंटमेंट के हिसाब से पहुंचना पड़ता है इसमें, तो वहां मीटिंग करके बस मैं सीधा वहीं से यहाँ पे आ रहा हूं। पर भारत एक ऐसा देश है जिसने ठान लिया है कि जो अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर लड़ाई चल रही है पर्यावरण बचाने के लिए, पर्यावरण के संरक्षण के लिए, जलवायु परिवर्तन के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई में भारत एक अहम भूमिका निभाएगा। We will be a part of the solution and not the problem. वैसे भी ये जो समस्या है इसका भारत का जो योगदान है वो बहुत छोटा है। जो आज ओजोन लेयर डैमेज हुई है, जो कार्बन आज एटमॉस्फेयर में है, इसमें भारत का योगदान 2.5% से भी कम है, जबकि हम 17% विश्व की पॉपुलेशन को भारत में सपोर्ट करते हैं, भारत की जनसंख्या है। फिर भी जो हमारा G20 का भी थीम है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, द वर्ल्ड इज वन फैमिली, उसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमारी जो सोच है वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, इस सोच को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारी जो परंपराएं हैं, और ये परंपराएं पश्चिमी देशों की तरह हाल में 10, 20, 50 वर्षों की परंपरा नहीं है। भारत में ये सदियों या हजारों साल से जो पर्यावरण के प्रति संवेदनशील विचार से, संवेदनशील भावना से देखने की हमारी परंपरा है, हमारी विरासत है, उसके तहत हम चाहते हैं कि भारत इस बड़ी मुहिम में एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल ग्लोबल सिटीजन के नाते अपनी भूमिका अदा करे। और उस कड़ी में जब हम नेट जीरो बनना चाहते हैं 2070 तक या उसके भी पहले, जब हम चाहते हैं कि भारत का पर्यावरण की लड़ाई तेज गति से आगे बढ़े, जब हम चाहते हैं कि भारत में भी एनवायरनमेंट को हम प्रोटेक्ट करें और भारत में ऐसी स्थिति बनाए कि आगे आने वाली पीढ़ियां कभी हमारे ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी ना कर पाए कि क्या हालत बना दी देश की। महात्मा गांधी जी ने तो कहा ही था कि वी आर ट्रस्टीज, वी हैव इनहेरिटेड दिस प्लैनेट एज ट्रस्टीज फॉर द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन। ये जो हमारे बच्चे यहाँ बैठे हैं, हम एक प्रकार से ट्रस्टीज हैं, इनको एक अच्छा जीवन देने के लिए, इनको एक अच्छा भविष्य मिले, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है ट्रस्टी के नाते। और इसीलिए हमारी जो लड़ाई है पर्यावरण के को ठीक रखने की, उसमें इथेनॉल का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। ऑफ कोर्स इथेनॉल के योगदान मल्टी डायमेंशनल है, बहुमुखी है। इससे हमारे किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ती है, किसानों को अच्छे दाम मिलते हैं, किसान उत्पादन और प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाए तो उसको और ज्यादा लाभ मिलेगा, जिसके कारण आप देख रहे हैं कि 3 मिनिस्ट्रीज एक साथ यहाँ बैठी है और शायद एनिमल हस्बेंड्री आके गई है, सुबह आई थी। तो 4 सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स एक साथ जब दिन भर आपके साथ डिस्कस करते हैं, और अलग अलग मंत्रालय के मैं लोगों को यहां भी देख रहा हूं, तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि कितना इंपॉर्टेंस है इस प्रोग्राम का। हमारे किसानों को तो लाभ होगा ही, और विशेषकर जो गन्ना किसान है उन्होंने तो इसका स्वाद या इसकी मिठास को अनुभव ऑलरेडी किया है। जो गन्ना किसान वर्षों वर्षों से पीड़ित रहते थे, कब पैसा मिलेगा, कब भुगतान होगा हमारे उत्पादन का, चीनी मिले कब प्रॉफिट में आएंगी, कैसे चलेंगी रेगुलरली जिससे हम नुकसान ना पाए, कितनी चीनी मिले जो बंद पड़ी थी वो चालू हो गई। प्रोग्रेसिव पॉलिसीज, मोदी सरकार की प्रोग्रेसिव पॉलिसीज के कारण आज चीनी मिले कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर में भी समय पे एकदम भुगतान कर पाती हैं, निजी क्षेत्र में भी समय पे भुगतान कर पाती हैं। एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम बन गया है कि मुझे लगता है पिछले सीजन का भी लगभग पूरा पैसा 99.9%। अब बताइए, आप तो सब बड़े अनुभवी हैं, कई मैं देख रहा हूं बहुत वर्षों वर्षों से इस क्षेत्र के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। 99.9% ऑफ द प्रीवियस सीजन अप्रैल के महीने में ही पूरा हो जाए, और शायद अप्रैल के पहले ही हो गया था, मार्च में ही हो गया था। ऐसा आप बताएं कि कब आपने इस पिछले कुछ वर्षों को छोड़ दें तो इतिहास में कभी भी ऐसी परिस्थिति देखी है क्या कि वर्षों वर्षों तक पूरा भुगतान समय पे हमारे गन्ना किसान को मिल रहा है। अब आज का जो सब्जेक्ट है कि मक्के से हम इथेनॉल बनाएं, अब मक्के के किसानों की जो दुर्दशा पहले रही है उसके बारे में तो मुझे लगता है कोई दोहराने की जरूरत नहीं, हम सब अवगत हैं। जब जब किसानों ने मक्के पे जोर दिया और ज्यादा मक्का पैदा किया, उसके बाद वो परेशानी हुए, और मुझे याद है कई बार राज्य सरकारों से आती थी रिक्वेस्ट के इसका प्रोक्योरमेंट शुरू करो, सरकार इसको प्रोक्योर करे। हरियाणा का तो मुझे व्यक्तिगत तौर पे ध्यान है कि शायद राज्य सरकार कई बार प्रमोट किया और फिर किसानों को नुकसान हुआ या उनको प्रोक्योर करना पड़ा मक्का। अब इथेनॉल एक ऐसा माध्यम है जैसे गन्ने की पूरे इकोसिस्टम को एक प्रकार से बहुत अच्छी तरीके से ट्रैक पे ले आए, और ये वर्षों वर्षों तक अब आगे ट्रैक पे रहेगा। अब मक्के की बारी, अब हमें मक्के के पूरे इकोसिस्टम को प्रोत्साहन भी देना है और इथेनॉल में भी इस्तेमाल करना है। और अगला जो 10% से 20% का जो छलांग है, इसमें मक्के का बहुत बड़ा रोल रहेगा। अमेरिका में तो, यूएसए में तो मक्का ही मेन सोर्स है इथेनॉल का। इससे किसानों की भी आमदनी बढ़ेगी, किसानों को एक एश्योर्ड मार्केट मिलेगी। हम अपने लक्ष्य में अगर सफल होते हैं तो पर्यावरण में भी सुधार होगा, क्योंकि पेट्रोल तो शहरों में इस्तेमाल होते हैं अधिकांश, और शहरों में ही सबसे ज्यादा पर्यावरण की समस्या है, और उस समस्याओं का मूल अगर कुछ सबसे अधिक है तो वो गाड़ियों का पेट्रोल में से निकला हुआ एमिशन। हम वैसे एक तरीके से देखें तो भारत तो विश्व के 2 कदम आगे चल रहा है। हमने BS6 भारत स्टैंडर्ड 6 जो इक्विवेलेंट टू यूरो 6 है, हमने विश्व के पहले लागू किया। Am I right in that or would I be erroneous? We leapfrog from BS4 to 6. 5 पे हम गए नहीं। तो ये एक नए भारत का स्वरूप है। पहले तो दुनिया कुछ चीज अडॉप्ट करती थी, हम पीछे लैगार्ड की तरह पीछे पीछे चलते थे। अब इस बार हमने 5 को पूरा बाईपास करके सीधा 6 में गए, और जो गैप है, अंतराल है बाकी विश्व और हमारे बीच, वो भी बहुत कम रहा होगा। सेम है। उन्होंने कब अडॉप्ट किया यूरो 6? उन्होंने 18 में किया, हमने 22 में किया, पूरे देश में। तो अब वो अंतराल भी खत्म हो गया है। पहले क्या होता था कि अगर 2018 में विकसित देश कोई चीज अडॉप्ट करते थे जो अच्छी है, भारत को करते करते दशक निकल जाते थे। अब उन्होंने 18 में किया यूरो 6, हमने भारत 6 जो इक्विवेलेंस है जिसमें, वो 19 में दिल्ली में और 2020 में देश भर में लागू किया, और अब तक तो लगभग स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम हो गया।
25 में होना था, उन्होंने जल्दी कर दिया 5 साल पहले।
तो ये भारत का नया चित्र है और नया चरित्र भी है, और किसानों को लाभ, पर्यावरण को लाभ, अर्थव्यवस्था को कितना लाभ होता है, कितने करोड़ों ऐसे रुपए, मुझे लगता है 50-60 हजार करोड़ तो लगे होंगे इथेनॉल इकोसिस्टम में।
1 लाख करोड़ तक समझ सकते हैं।
1 लाख करोड़ का एडिशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट। तो आप सोचिए कितने लोगों को नौकरी मिली होगी, काम का अवसर मिला होगा इस निवेश को धरातल पे उतारने के लिए। आज कितने लाखों लोग इथेनॉल इकोसिस्टम में काम करते होंगे, चाहे वो रॉ मटेरियल कलेक्ट करना, इथेनॉल बनाना, फिर इथेनॉल को सप्लाई करना पेट्रोलियम कंपनीज, एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम बन जाता है ना। और इसको आगे लेके जाएं अर्थव्यवस्था को लाभ को, कितने प्रोडक्टिव एसेट्स जो बंद पड़े थे उनको चला दिया, तो वो सब नौकरियां भी सुरक्षित हो गई। कितने चीनी मिलें जो लॉस में चल रही थी उनको प्रॉफिट में ले आए, ये एक और अर्थव्यवस्था को लाभ हुआ, जिसके कारण बैंक के लोन्स जो अदरवाइज एनपीए होते और एनसीएलटी में जाते और पता नहीं कितने और लीगल केसेस होते, वो सिलसिला भी थम गया। फॉरेन एक्सचेंज, आखिर ये 430 करोड़ लीटर या कितना अदरवाइज हमें क्रूड ऑयल के रूप में इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता, वो बचत हुई। और बीच में जब कितना
80 लाख टन जब 20% बेंडिंग होगा तो 80 लाख टन क्रूड ऑयल का इंपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, 50,000 करोड़ के
50 लाख करोड़। मुझे बताया जा रहा है कि जब हम 20% पे पहुंचेंगे तो 50,000 करोड़ का इंपोर्ट बिल हमारा कम हो जाएगा। 80 लाख टन का क्रूड ऑयल भारत में आयात कम करना पड़ेगा। अब आप में से कोई भी बताए कि ये क्या कोई छोटी बात है? भारत का फॉरेन एक्सचेंज बचेगा, भारत का रुपया मजबूत होगा, भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था और मजबूत होगी। तो ये जो बहुमुखी सोच है, मल्टी डायमेंशनल थिंकिंग, आप सब उस मल्टी डायमेंशनल थिंकिंग के स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं। और इससे मैं जहां से शुरू किया था, आपका जितना धन्यवाद करें, आपका जितना साधुवाद करें और जितनी मैं आपको बधाई दूं वो कम पड़ेगी। और ये जो इकोसिस्टम है ये आगे चल के और तेज गति से प्रगति करे, आप सबके बिजनेसेस और ग्रो हो। वैसे तो काफी कंपनीज को हमने गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कीम है इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन की, उसमें अप्रूव कर रखा है, शायद उसमें से भी कुछ लोग यहाँ पे होंगे, मैक्सिमम डिस्टिलरीज ही हैं। तो आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि मौका है, विलंब ना करें, जितनी जल्दी आप फैक्ट्री लगाएंगे उतनी जल्दी आपका टाई अप्स पेट्रोलियम कंपनी से हो जाएंगे, आपकी सप्लाई चेन बैठ जाएगी, इकोसिस्टम एस्टैब्लिश हो जाएगा, आपको ध्यान में आएगा कहाँ आपको सप्लाई करना है, किस रिफाइनरी में या किस टैंकरेज में जाएगा आपका माल जहां ब्लेंडिंग हो रहा है। और आप ध्यान में रखिए, हम तो थोड़ा अपर साइड पे ही अप्रूवल दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो रिपोर्ट्स आई है उसमें आप में से कई लोगों ने अभी तक इफेक्टिव स्टेप्स हमें डेमोन्स्ट्रेट नहीं किए। वी हैव अ पोर्टल ना जिसपे दे पुट द इफेक्टिव स्टेप्स, तो आपने अगर अपडेट नहीं किया तो आप अपडेट करते रहिए, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली हमारी भी प्लानिंग के लिए आसान होगा। अगर हमें लगेगा कि आप में से कोई नहीं लगा रहे तो हम नए लोगों को अप्रूवल देंगे। वी डोंट वांट यू टू स्क्वाट ऑन एनी अप्रूवल। और एक समय सीमा के बाद शायद पुराने लोग अगर नई इफेक्टिव स्टेप्स लेंगे तो नए लोग को अप्रूव करके आपका कैंसिल ना हो जाए, फिर आप मत आना, बिकॉज ये एक ऐसी सरकार है जहां कोई राजनीतिक दबाव या इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं चलता है। आप कितने भी हाईएस्ट लेवल पे चले जाएंगे उसमें फिर कोई रियायत नहीं हो पाएगी। मेरे मतलब मेरे पास भी आओ या मेरे ऊपर भी जाओ, मैं यहां तक बोल रहा हूं। ये सरकार मेरिट पे चलती है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी से चलती है, और जो भी काम करती है वो पब्लिक डोमेन में सीधा वेबसाइट पे डाल देती है। हमने जितने अप्रूवल दिए सब वेबसाइट पे, ऑल। तो आप सबको देखने को मिलेगा कितना अप्रूवल अब तक हो चुका है, सब वेबसाइट पे। और जो जो इफेक्टिव स्टेप्स नहीं लेंगे, मैं तो उसको भी आगे चल के, मैं अभी मुझे मालूम नहीं हो जा रहा है कि नहीं, तो उसको भी डालने वाला हूं वेबसाइट पे, तो पर्दाफाश हो जाए और सबको ध्यान में रहे कि भाई हमारी क्या पोजीशन है, वो बाहर है। अगर कुछ गलती हो तो आप उसको अपडेट कर सकते हैं इमीडिएटली। और आई एम गोइंग टू पुट ऑल दिस इन पब्लिक डोमेन सो दैट पूरी पारदर्शिता से एक कार्यक्रम चले। देयर इज नो फियर एंड नो फेवर। और आप किसी के भी पास जाएंगे यही जवाब मिलेगा। और मैं समझता हूं एक नागरिक के नाते जितने यहां मेरे भाई बहन उपस्थित हैं, आप इस बात से एग्री करेंगे कि यही राइट तरीका है। आप में से किसी को कोई तकलीफ तो नहीं हुई कभी रजिस्ट्रेशन में, या कोई हैरेसमेंट, या कोई आपको रेंट सीकिंग या किसने कुछ तंग किया हो, तो इमीडिएटली आप कंप्लेन करिए। क्योंकि आप बिना बात कोई गलत फहमी में, कोई गलत आदमी के चक्कर में ना आए। हमारा ये दायित्व है, हमारा काम करने का, देखने का कि कोई आपके ऊपर कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। और आपको किसी प्रकार की तकलीफ आई तो वी आर देयर टू हेल्प यू। अगर आपको किधर किसी भी प्रकार की हेल्प चाहिए हो तो हमारी टीम तत्पर है आपका हाथ पकड़ने के लिए, आपका हाथ थाम के आपको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। लेकिन काम तो आपको ही करना पड़ेगा। और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप इस काम को तेज गति से करें। मेज में, मक्के में बहुत पोटेंशियल है। आपसे दरख्वास्त है कि जो आजकल मल्टी क्या है वो ड्यूअल फीड पे ज्यादा फोकस करिए, बिकॉज समय समय पे उससे आपकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी सुधर सकती है। जैसे जैसे समय आएगा, कभी आपको ग्रेन या ब्रोकन राइस, कभी मेज, जितना ज्यादा आप ड्यूअल फीड पे जा सकते हैं उतना आपको लाभ होगा। मक्का यूएसए में बहुत सफल क्रॉप है जिसमें से इथेनॉल बनता है। इसका जो बाई प्रोडक्ट आता है डीडीजीएस का एनिमल हस्बेंड्री में बहुत डिमांड है, पोल्ट्री में बहुत डिमांड है। मेरे ऊपर बड़ा दबाव रहता है एनिमल हस्बेंड्री के इंडस्ट्री स्टेक होल्डर्स का, चिकन और पता नहीं क्या क्या लोग ये डीडीजीएस को यूज करते हैं। मुझे इतनी पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, पर आई एम श्योर आज डिस्कस हुआ होगा डिटेल में। कैटल फीड में भी जाते हैं शायद, कैटल फीड, डेयरी, तो अलग अलग जगह पे इसकी बहुत डिमांड है डीडीजीएस। मेरे ऊपर बहुत कहा जाता है कि इसको फ्री कर दो क्योंकि ये प्रोटीन बहुत देता है डीडीजीएस। तो इथेनॉल के बाद भी आपके पास एक और इनकम का साधन डीडीजीएस का भी बन जाएगा। तो इस सबको मद्देनजर रखते हुए मैं समझता हूं कि अब लोहा गर्म है, मौका बढ़िया है, समय सही है। जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा ना, यही समय है, सही समय है। तो मैं चाहूंगा आप में से कोई चूक ना करे, चूक ना जाए, समय ना बीत जाए कि कोई और रेस में आगे चले जाए। और जो टारगेट्स हैं 20% के अगले 3-4 2025 तक, तो समय भी बहुत कम है वैसे तो फिर तो रेस को और स्पीड अप करना पड़ेगा। हाँ? ये रेस 1 और 2 तो आ चुकी है, रेस 3 भी आ चुकी है क्या? आ चुकी है? कोई बच्चा बताए, आपको मालूम है? वो भी आ गई है या बन रही है? आ चुकी है. So this will be race 4.0. So we'll all be partners in this race 4.0. Our doors are always open. मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूँ, ये जो चारों अधिकारी हैं, मेरा इन चारों से अलग अलग समय पे, ये दो तो मेरे साथ ही काम करते हैं, पर मनोज जी और सुनील जी के साथ कई मीटिंगों में मेरा व्यक्तिगत संपर्क बना है, व्यक्तिगत मैंने देखा है इनके काम को. इससे बढ़िया टीम आपको नहीं मिल सकती है. आपको सुनने के लिए यहाँ पे मेरे और कई अधिकारी बैठे हैं, इससे बढ़िया टीम आपको बार बार नहीं मिलेगी. आपका दुख सुख सुनने के लिए तैयार है, आपको जो हैंड होल्डिंग चाहिए उसके लिए तैयार है. हाँ, ये मत बोलना बैंक का लोन दिला दो, वो आपके मेरिट पे लेना भाई, वो मैं नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि बैंकिंग में सरकार की दखल अंदाजी गत 9 वर्षों में शून्य है. कोई बैंक लोन दिल्ली के फोन से नहीं मिल सकता. वो आपको अपने मेरिट पे, अपने क्रेडिट वर्दीनेस पे, आपकी क्षमता पे मिलेगा. पर अगर उसके अलावा आपको कोई और तकलीफ आती है, और तो कोई है नहीं ना सुबोध कैवियट, बैंक लोन के अलावा तो और कोई कैवियट नहीं है ना. बैंक भी कर रहे हैं अच्छी तरीके से. कितना? 20,000 करोड़ सैंक्शन कर चुके और करेंगे. पर आपको अपनी क्रेडिट वर्दीनेस तो आपको ही दिखानी पड़ेगी ना, उसमें मैं कुछ सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकता. लेकिन पर्यावरण हो, किधर आपको जमीन की कोई लोकल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से हेल्प चाहिए हो, कोई भी और चीज में हम हेल्प कर सकते हैं, तो हम सब तैयार हैं. माननीय मनोज जी बता रहे थे कि वो मेज फार्मिंग को और प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत हाई यील्डिंग सीड्स पे काम कर रहे हैं. प्रोडक्शन ऑलरेडी 10 पे 12-13% बढ़ी है. आगे भी और प्रोडक्टिविटी फार्मर्स की बढ़े, जिससे आपको पर्याप्त मात्रा में मेज उपलब्ध हो, मक्का उपलब्ध हो, उसकी वो चिंता कर रहे हैं. मक्का तो शॉर्ट टर्म क्रॉप है ना, बहुत 90 डेज, 3 से 4 महीने में मक्का बन जाता है, तो वो भी लाभ है. शायद पानी कम लेते हैं चावल से, पैडी से बहुत. चावल से हम अगर इथेनॉल बनाते हैं तो एक तरीके से हम उतना पानी की खपत भी खराब करें, तो वो एनवायरमेंटल के लिए नेगेटिव जाते हैं. तो मेज एक प्रकार से बेटर क्रॉप है फॉर मेकिंग इथेनॉल, एनवायरमेंटली ज्यादा फ्रेंडली भी है. तो अलग अलग कारणों से मैं समझता हूं ये जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स और चार्ट दर्शा रही है, और आपने देखी भी है दिन में प्रेजेंटेशन में, ये चार्ट का ग्राफ इसी तरीके से, इसी रफ्तार पे ऊपर बढ़ते रहे, तेज गति से विकास होते रहे. हम भी सब मिलके किसानों में अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करें कि मक्का और आप लोग खरीदने वाले हैं, तो वो लोग भी अपनी प्लानिंग उस हिसाब से बना सकते हैं. एक कैंपेन चलाएं कि मेज के प्रति किसान भी आकर्षित हो और हमारे इथेनॉल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स भी आकर्षित हो. और मैं समझता हूं कि हमारा जो ऑटो सेक्टर है, ऑटो सेक्टर तो भली बात ही अब समझ गया है कि इससे कोई भाग नहीं सकते. इथेनॉल इज अ रियलिटी, 20% ब्लेंडिंग इज अ गिवन. और आगे चल के तो जितना मैं जानता हूं प्लान्स और बड़े हैं कि अल्टीमेटली 100% इथेनॉल इंजन तक जाने का प्लान MORTH का है. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी इस पे पूरी तरीके से रिसर्च के लिए लोगों को लगाए हुए हैं कि कैसे भारत आगे चल के ड्यूअल फ्यूल यूज एंड फ्यूल राइट अप टू 100% इथेनॉल की जो इंजन जो ब्राजील वगैरह में चलती हैं. अच्छा, 2024 से मुझे बताया गया अगले वर्ष से भारत में भी उसके भी पंप्स बनाए जाएंगे जो 100% डिस्पेंस करना शुरू कर दी. तो ये आज बताया ही होगा मीटिंग में आज दिन भर में. तो अगर 100% तक इथेनॉल जाता है और आगे चल के सफलतापूर्वक आप लोग कर लेते हैं, तो आप जरा कल्पना करिए कि एक सनराइज सेक्टर आपके हाथ में है और आगे चल के कितना ये बढ़ सकता है. ये अनुमान समझदार बिजनेस और उद्योग से जुड़े हुए लोग अपने आप बना सकते हैं। 2024 से ये ड्यूअल फ्यूल फ्लेक्सी फ्यूल इंजन बने भारत में, उसके लिए प्रयास चल रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ इथेनॉल बढ़े, उसके प्रयास चल रहे हैं। और पेट्रोलियम कंपनीज फिर पंप्स पे अलग अलग ब्लेंडेड कैटेगरी के मेज डिस्पेंस करने का भी काम अगले वर्ष से शुरू करने जा रही है। तो मौका अच्छा है, समय सही है, आग के सामने मुनाफा दिख रहा है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझदार उद्योग जगत से जुड़े हुए सब लोग इसका पूरा फायदा उठाएंगे। अगर कोई किधर दिक्कत आएगी तो जरूर इनके साथ चर्चा करिए। पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री भी इसमें पूरी तरीके से संकल्पित है इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। इसीलिए हम सब साथ में बैठे हैं कि आपको एक क्लियर मैसेज और क्लियर रोड मैप आगे का भी मिल सके। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm sure all of us present here are highly benefited by your remarkable address. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming towards the closing of this session. I request Shri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary DFPD, to present a token of respect to our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Leader of the Rajya Sabha. A thunderous round of applause. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time. We look forward to having your esteemed presence in the coming times also with us. Sanjeev Chopra ji to please now present a token of respect to Sri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture. Shri Subodh Kumar, Additional Secretary Sugar. I now request Shri Subodh Kumar to present a token of respect to Shri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now request Mr. Sangeet, Director Sugar, to propose vote of thanks.
It's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks to this august gathering. We cannot express our gratitude in words to Honorable Minister, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. Sir, despite your so busy schedule, you have spared time for us. Is quite motivating. And with sincere words, I want to express that this is extremely mesmerizing how you are able to spare time. Every time, on every occasion, we seek time from you, and we have never been disappointed by you. On every occasion, we have got time and guidance from you on all the occasions, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time, sir. We are extremely grateful to Secretary Agriculture, Secretary Petroleum, and Secretary Food for sparing their valuable time and joining us for this valuable session, and not only joining here but also guiding at every step on the background while conducting this seminar, while planning the seminar, and in all the activities we have got guidance from Secretary Food especially. I am also thankful to Additional Secretary sir for guiding us through and through in all the activities. He is available 24/7. I am so confident about our Additional Secretary sir that if you send a message to him at 11 o'clock at night, he will respond within 5 minutes. Thank you so much, sir, for your consistent guidance, sir. We are extremely thankful to officials of oil marketing companies, Agriculture Commissioner, Director, Indian Institute of Maize Research, Director, National Sugar Institute, and their officials for supporting us in conducting this seminar and present here in various panel discussions. We are also thankful to Ministry of Commerce for allowing us to conduct the seminar at this venue. We are also thankful to IDA and ISMA to associate with us and supporting us in conduct of this seminar. And I would be failing in my duty if I am not thankful to my team of Directorate of Sugar and Vegetable Oils, who is tirelessly working here and making this seminar a reality. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants, all the distillers, and all the officials who have been associated and who have participated in all the sessions. And I would also like to thank the media personnel to come here and join us for this session. Thank you so much to all of you.
With this, we've come to an end of the national seminar. We would once again like to thank our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and other esteemed dignitaries for joining us. Thank you all for your participation and support. Wish you a great evening ahead. Thank you.